All right, Stokastic, here we go. It is an NFL live before lock, but at the opposite time. It's Sunday morning here. I am joined by Matt Belman as we are doing a very special episode of Live Before Lock here to honor the game in Germany, because we have two of the most amazing offenses in the league. That would be the Kansas City Chiefs going against the Miami Dolphins. And we wanted to talk about it because there's some larger contests today. So, Matt, welcome aboard, and allow me to say Guten Morgen to you. See a little German twist there.
I'm just going to say good morning back to you, but I am hoping that we don't have anyone on this slate that you're fading like Goga last night.
I didn't say fade. I said come in below, and I ended up with 58%. But yes, he had the apex outcome, a double and 5 blocks. That was I said come in slightly below the field. He could
I played one lineup and I did not play him just because I knew he was going to be so high owned, and I like my roster construction without him, knowing that he was a really, really good points per dollar play. Doesn't look like we had anything like that on today's NFL Showdown slate, but I'm just as excited to break it down with you.
Absolutely, and we'll get into that. And the thing that's interesting about today's Showdown slate is there are so many top end plays, and that makes this a little bit of a challenge. There are really no obvious plays once we get there. The lean is probably going to be when we get down to the discount dandies. People are going to want to play the Kansas City Chiefs over the Dolphins. That's just kind of the way it goes, because aside from Travis Kelce, there really is no other apex player in the Kansas City offense, because Tyreek Hill is now on the other side. So we got the Remember Me game. For those wondering at home, Taylor Swift will not be in attendance today for this game, which actually apparently has an impact on Travis Kelce's stats. It would seem that he does better, averaging just over 100 yards per game when she's in attendance, and I think below 40 when she's not. Let's not let that drive our decision points today, but it is worth noting. Matt, let's take it from the top here. We'll start off with Kansas City. How are you feeling about, we'll go quickly position by position, or by position through each team, and then we'll talk a little strategy. This game kicks off in 55 minutes, but we are out of here at the top of the hour for the rest of the NFL full slate Sunday block of shows. What do you got for us? Take it away with the Mahomies. Will the Mahomies unite today?
Couple things. One, so just from like an outside view looking into this slate, it's tricky because of what you said, but also difficult because all the high-end guys, like no one is coming in with leverage right now. Everyone looks to be either appropriately owned or a little bit under-owned, at least up top. So it's worth noting. Our tools aren't giving us like a great guide as of now, like in how we want to build. So gonna have to dig a little bit deeper. As far as the Chiefs go, you said something at the beginning of the show, how good these two offenses are. They are, and Miami has certainly showed it this year. Kansas City has not. So they have been mediocre for much of this year. Only 2 losses still, and this team has a proven track record. Got to imagine this is a big get-up game for them. I know that it's a Tyreek Hill Remember Me game, but I guarantee you those guys on the Chiefs don't want to see Tyreek Hill running all over them here. So it's a Remember Me game from both sides. From the Kansas City side, it's difficult because it's what you said. It's Mahomes, it's Kelce, and then the Chiefs D does look really good because they're only 3K. You know, they've played really, that's been the difference in Kansas City this year. Their defense has really risen and their offense has become a little bit stagnant. Now, I don't expect that to continue. However, they just don't have any good receivers. So I think you said it best. I'm seeing the Chiefs as the top value play on the slate. Our single game tools have them being optimal 22% of the time in the utility spot, 5.5% of the amount of time in the captain spot. They're only getting 4% ownership in captain, 18% in utility. I do think they look like the best spend down option. Is that how you see it?
That's kind of the way it's going, and it'll be interesting to see where everybody lands today, right? And that's always the challenge with Showdown. Now, the difference here is there's not as much content out for this game, right? For the primetime games, we gear up Mondays and Thursdays. I mean, that's all we talk about. We have 3 hours going into each of those single game slates. Sunday's a little bit different because everybody's kind of watching and there's enough content out there. There's really not any content geared for this particular showdown. So that's key to check out. We of course have the showdown projections here at Stokastic. Which is always helpful, and it feature the primetime games, which we do count the Europe games as the primetime games. I believe this is just the second or third time there's been a game in Germany. I've lost track. We've wrapped up the London section of games, and that was traditionally where the NFL first started their international adventures, and then of course there's the occasional foray into Mexico City for these, but not as many games have been held in Germany. But of course that was they were one of the Frankfurt had the what was it, the World Football League, right?
Oh yeah,
remember way back in the day.
You're not talking about like NFL Europe, are you?
NFL Europe, yes. They had another name prior to NFL Europe, but that was where like Kurt Warner and some of the other players popped up.
That's so good.
Longer history back there. I want to say it was like the Rhine Fire or something like that. I forget which team it was, but
do you think it kind of stinks that this game is like on its own at 9 a.m. Eastern, or are you like, oh my God, this game's on its own at 9 Eastern, so I can watch it all by itself? I feel like it's doing this game an injustice personally.
Agreed. And because as soon as we get off air, I will be writing articles for NBA Today and for the night game and all of that. I won't really be watching this one, but not to fear. I'm dropping some team free money head-to-heads there in the DK lobby. I'll put those in right now. Username EMac. You guys can have some fun with that one. So circling back here, let me get my notes up. We may have a guest appearance of somebody walking behind me. Shout out there to Mama Mac. She was just outside enjoying her coffee in the nice weather. If you couldn't hear her, she just said, oh my God, she forgot it was on the show. So now she's laughing in the kitchen. But anyway, yes, she will be down here celebrating her 80th birthday. So perhaps on one of these shows, we will have her make an appearance and everybody can wish her a happy birthday, which is in about 2 weeks. So looking at our the important things we need to know, the Chiefs pass defense is fourth for DVOA. But of course, you've got Miami, which has just been phenomenal this year, as well as last year, right? We've got Tua Tagovailoa, who has been outstanding. You have Tyreek Hill, who we sort of hit on. He just can break everything down at all three levels of the defense. But guess what? So can Jalen Waddle. And we're seeing a highly concentrated passing offense for those guys. Of course, this is kind of strength versus strength. Even though the Dolphins passing defense technically is ranked 17th, they've got those two dynamic playmakers that just make things make it a very special offense. On the other side, you have the other side of the ball. The Dolphins have the number one rushing offense. Kansas City is in the bottom third of the league as a rushing defense. So we have obviously Devon Achane is not playing, or Devon Achane is not playing. He's still on the injured reserve, but you've got Raheem Mostert, who basically has a career high in touchdowns already, barely 2 months into the season here. He has been phenomenal, incredibly efficient, but similar to Hill and Waddle and Achane, he's one of the fastest players in the league. So Miami has built everything around speed, and that's something that can catch defenses off guard. I mean, everybody's fast in the NFL, right? They're just that next level up. We got to see a full day of college action here. Everybody's so much faster than that. These guys take it up that next level, which even for NFL players is, wow, they're all fast, not just Tyreek Hill. So that'll be interesting to see how it works. Let's kind of hit on the Miami passing game a little bit, and then we'll circle back to Pacheco here, and we've got 17 minutes before we're sliding on out of here. But what are your thoughts here on is it Tua time? Question.
So part of the reason this slate is tricky from a showdown perspective is because a lot of these guys would be in play on a main slate. Mm-hmm. Miami's been so good this year, and then you've got Kansas City, just like the beacon of stability over the past few years. So as far as the Miami passing game goes, as much as I hate to say it, like you're going to have to make a stand somewhere on this slate. You can't roster everyone. There's salary constraints. I don't think it's crazy to, not play Tyreek Hill. I mean, if you're playing Hill, it's really hard to play Waddle unless you're doing like a Miami onslaught and vice versa. I think Waddle looks like a good pivot off of Hill. My problem there is that he's so expensive. So we saw this similar thing when Philadelphia hosted Miami on Sunday Night Football. You just had all these studs up top, and it's really, really hard to decipher between them. And that's what we're dealing with here. Just going down, you asked about the Miami pass catchers. One guy I think that's worth at least talking about that at least allows you to get some more, big name guys in your lineup is Durham Smythe. He's popping in our tools, coming in with a good amount of leverage. Again, only expected to be optimal 14% of the time this slate plays out, but only getting a little bit over 10% ownership. At $800, I think this is the type of slate where you have to take risks like that. Whenever I play these showdown slates, I like to take like a 30,000-foot view and look at the game and, distinguish how much I would like that game if it were on a main slate. And there's no doubt this would be the top game or one of the top games on any main slate it was on.
All right. Using our little halfway point here. Again, reminder, we've got 4 hours talking the main slate coming up next. The usual block of shows. We just wanted to do something a little fun today since we all got that extra hour to fall back. So that's probably why everyone has a little extra pep in their step. I woke up all refreshed thinking, oh, wow, I'm glad I said, sure. I was happy to do this show. I'll be up early anyway. And I was telling my wife, it's like, wow, I can't believe I'm up and ready to go at 6:30. And she's like, you got an extra hour of sleep, idiot. It's like, oh, really? No wonder I feel so good this morning. So that was where we are. But we're brought to you by Owner's Box. They, of course, are the presenting sponsor for all of these shows. You have a couple of cool things that you can get with them. One, when you make your first deposit, put in $10 over there, coming through the link on the YouTube description here below us here, but come in through our link, put in $10. They're going to give you a $5 lightning round ticket and a $5 regular contest ticket. You will also get a deposit match up to $500 on your first deposit. That comes out at a 4% rate. And while some people say, oh, that's not great. Yes, it actually is, because every time you turn that over, you get 4% of it. And additionally, they're running a ton of overlay. That's their other marketing strategy in their contest. So the vast majority of them are going in rake free, reduced rate, all the way to having 30 running at 30% empty or 70% full, I guess would be the other way to look at it. So check that out over there at Owner's Box. Reminder, you must be 18 years or older to be utilizing DFS sites in the vast majority of states. And if you or anybody has a gambling issue, please call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. I just got those 10 $1 head-to-heads posted there in.
Side note, real quick. We just had a Thursday night game for Showdown where it was like Pittsburgh versus Tennessee. You could roster anyone you wanted because no one on either of those teams, aside from like Derrick Henry, is really a spend-up option at all. This is the exact opposite of that. You know how sometimes in baseball slates, DK will price pitchers like not based on their overall talent, but based on how they look that day? I feel like in terms of the Showdown slate, there should be a little more pricing like that, simply because it's so hard to get multiple of these guys in your lineup and still feel comfortable with that lineup.
So are you ready for a slight surprise? We do have the inactives. So nothing crazy with Miami. They are having Robbie Y, Anderson, Robbie Chosen Anderson, whatever we're going with. He's inactive. Skylar Thompson will be serving as the third quarterback under the emergency rules. And then Kevin Joseph, Brandon Jones on defense are inactive, as is Robert Hunt, the lineman. The Kansas City side, nothing surprising. Just their sixth string offensive and defensive linemen are inactive, but so is Clyde Edwards-Helaire. That's kind of interesting. Now, outside of, I can't remember if it was week 3 or 4, when it was a kind of a blowout game and he had like 16 carries, he has about as many carries over the rest of the season. He's only getting about 3 or 4 per game. And we just happen to have seen a few of those on the island games, right? The primetime slate. So it feels like it might be more. It's really not. So what that does is I'm thinking that consolidates things a little bit more, obviously for Pacheco, but absolutely for Jerick McKinnon, who I was kind of ready to write off here. But does that leave us anybody to slam into the line besides Pacheco? Kind of an interesting strategy here.
Yeah, I agree with you. Hard to know exactly what to make on that. And I was also ready to write off McKinnon. He's literally getting the least amount of leverage. Like, he's the worst leverage rated play on the slate as of right now. So don't like that. But what you just said is true. Not sure how much like it affects, McKinnon in terms of their styles are completely different. It just opens up some more snaps. So you're right. Like, all you need are those snaps, especially on a showdown slate. I don't think I think you have to bump up Pacheco and McKinnon at least a little bit.
Now, their DK salaries, and we're since we are short on time, we're going to kind of focus more on DK. There's more decision points here, right? The 1.5 multiplier on the utility, or the multiplier on the multiplier happens for salary and points. FanDuel, it just happens for points. So you have Pacheco coming in at 8,600, which is relatively appropriate. He doesn't quite get the work in the passing game that you would expect from that true bell cow back, but he does have kind of the vast majority of the backfield touches end up going to him. You have Jerick McKinnon at 4,400. He becomes a little more interesting now, just because he may have a chance for a couple carries. Where he gets hurt a little bit is last year they were kind of scheming red zone looks to him after down the stretch, right? He was just scoring nonstop down the final part of the regular season and through the Super Bowl, right? It was phenomenal. It was great. He had a hell of a run. We haven't seen that as much this year because that has kind of been going to why am I blanking on their name? Kadarius Toney has sort of been the scheme back. They brought Mecole Hardman back because, Sky Moore, and he needs to be the guy he thought he beat out, who went for the bag somewhere else and couldn't beat out Randall Cobb, is now back haunting him. So he's the other guy that was getting those schemed looks, and now he's back with Andy Reid. So I don't know what to do with McKinnon there. This isn't like awesome, we're down to 2 running backs, but it's we're really down to 2 key running backs here. If something happens to Pacheco, they'll probably go empty backfield, but you could see more Jerick McKinnon here. That's just it's an interesting wrinkle. Running out through the rest of the discount dandies here on we do have Braxton Berrios is active. He was dealing with a sore hamstring. Again, highly concentrated offense here at the top. But you've got Berrios, who's floating around at $2,000. He'll probably be on the field for maybe 40 or so % of the snaps. Durham Smythe, the tight end, he is 800. Berrios was 2,000. Durham Smythe is 800. He was dealing with an ankle issue. Looks like he is active, but he is all of a sudden an adequate cheapie there. That kind of quashes his backup, Julian Hill, who was at the true 200, and probably Tyler Kroft. Is just going to be a non-entity at this point. But Noah Gray at 600 looks interesting as one of our punt plays. So it looks like we're considering some pass catchers here. There's really no obvious one, which makes things interesting for those of you building, 50 plus lineups. There's a lot of different ones you can go to here, but it's going to make things interesting in the cash games, or my main lineup that you're running out there, because would you rather have Gray? Would you rather have Smythe? Would you rather have Berrios? Do you want Justin Watson?
Chase Claypool.
Chase Claypool is out there, right? Even Sky Moore at 1,800. All of a sudden now he's a cheapie. Oh, he just dropped another pass, but he's in the mix there. Do you like any of our discount dandies as we sort of wind things down, and then we'll hit it from the top one last time?
In short, no. I think that's the other reason that makes this slate tricky, is because all these guys look relatively similar. Sure, you feel a little more comfortable with the higher you go up in salary, but just talking about these guys makes me want to, and probably will, just go harder on the mid-tier. Now, when you do that, you're costing yourself more high-end options. So again, can keep going back on it. This slate is just really tough because there's a bunch of good options up top, and then it falls off a cliff pretty quickly. So guys like, Rashee Rice, we haven't talked about. maybe a little bit overpriced at 6,800, but certainly not considering where other guys are priced on this slate. Mostert and Pacheco. I have a feeling the running backs go under-owned here just because people want so much of the passing game. How do you feel about that?
I was toying with Pacheco as the captain. He is going to be in my cash game lineup in some form or fashion. I was bouncing between him as captain, Rashee Rice as captain, as you were talking about, just because of the discount, and then Tyreek Hill, because I'm a sucker for the fact that I think he's going to get a touchdown today. Now that one I have hedged out a little bit. I mean, if he gets one, I'm hoping he gets one, because I have a few prize picks, parlay cards that are still live and waiting for him to score a touchdown today to come to fruition. So I sort of have I'm good either way on that one. But even if I don't play him in the captain on my main lineup here, I'll benefit from a touchdown. It makes things challenging, right? So I think the point per dollar plays are our Pacheco and Rice, but I mean, Kelsey is just the de facto number one wide receiver or pass catcher. I mean, he dominates. He has doubled the targets of anybody else on the team. It's pretty crazy. Last thing we should probably talk about is the defenses. So Kansas City has 15 sacks in the last 3 games, and they have half a dozen turnovers. If we go look at the last 2 games here for Tua, he has 2 and 3 sacks. He also has 1 interception in each game. If this was in Arrowhead, of course, it would be a little bit, it would definitely lean towards the Kansas City side. I still think they're a strong play at 3,200. Remember, the most you can lose on DraftKings is -4 if I think the other team has to get to like 30 or 35 points, right? But guess what happens in these high-scoring games? A lot more passing. A lot more passing means chances for sacks, means chances for interceptions, and as Loughy likes to say, the old pick six or the scoop and score.
We saw it with Miami on Sunday Night Football when they got killed. They were still optimal because they had that pick six. So that's how you got to think about these showdown slates. Sorry, go ahead.
No, absolutely. So all of a sudden you're like, do they go in my main lineup? Perhaps they're, they being either defense actually. But Mahomes has thrown a few more interceptions than we normally see from him. The Dolphins have 10 sacks over the last 3 games. You have Mahomes, who has been sacked 6 times over those games, but he also has 4 interceptions. And Mahomes has 2 multi-interception games this year and interceptions in all but 2 games. That's uncharacteristic for him. Even when you take out the other 2 interceptions that who was their backup, Chad Henning, threw in mop-up duty. Chiefs all of a sudden have given up a lot of picks this year that we typically don't see. And I think some of that is Mahomes having to force things to some of the receivers, because it's not all his, no look passes behind the back, the craziness that he does. It's sort of like, my God, these pass catchers suck here.
Right?
They're not getting open. They're not getting the separation. I can't go to Kelsey every single time, or can I? I'm not sure. Right. So I think that's why we're seeing his interceptions go up. But it's something to take note of, because the Dolphins defense, no slouches.
I think that the Dolphins D is actually a more interesting talking point than the Chiefs defense, just because the Chiefs are favored in this game. From the consensus that I've heard and read, people like Kansas City in this spot. They're cheaper than the Dolphins. That $200 probably helps. I think Miami's really, really sneaky in tournaments, just because defenses, it's so random in how they score. You could have the Chiefs win this game, but the Dolphins D be much better than Kansas City. So at least worth, talking about. What do you make of the kickers in this game?
So, of course, no stone unturned here. So, and we're about ready to wind down, but and lead into, not that we have to totally get out of it. You got four more hours before the main slate, and this game doesn't kick off for another 32 minutes. So you've got Harrison Butker, one of the best in the league. He's been a little, if I remember correctly, I think he was a little dinged up earlier this season. He's fine at this point, but he has just been an absolute stalwart for years. He is 2 for 2 on his attempts. Sorry, I need to look at this. 3 for 3 on his attempts above 50 yards this season. So he does have distance. Jason Sanders is just about league average, right? If I remember correctly, he's been on a couple teams over the last couple seasons here, but he did get assigned a good deal there last year with, or at the beginning of this year with Miami, if I'm remembering correctly. We've talked about both these teams on the Showdown slate so many times, and I always write up the kickers. I haven't written an article for the Showdown slate, but just going from memory, if it serves, he's closer to league average and Bucker's better. They're both on the road though, right? This one's in Germany, so neutral site on that one. The last thing I want to call out, and then we'll let you put up anything else you have. Yes, Blaine Gabbert's the backup. My bad. I couldn't remember off the top of my head. You know what? We're not going to see Yo Gabba Gabba today. If we do, we got other problems. But just know that 2 of the interceptions for the Kansas City Chiefs have come from their backup quarterback. He never let the ball touch the ground on his 5 attempts. Completed 3 to his team and 2 to the what are your final thoughts here? Who are you terrified of not having represented enough in your contests?
I think it's got to be Tyreek Hill. My final thoughts here are that there's two decision points you have to make here. One, not you, but the proverbial you. You're either not playing at least one of the real studs, or you're playing at least one of the cheapos. And neither way you're going to feel overly comfortable with, but everyone's dealing with the same nonsense. So that's just how to approach this slate, in my eyes, at least.
All right, that works out. Again, I'm dabbling with Tyreek as one of my potential captains. There's still a couple team free money $1 DK heads in the lobby there.
I want to ask you this because you're a long. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I know we're running short of time. So you've been playing DFS forever, and I know you talk about these Remember Me games. So everyone likes to talk about them. It's certainly a Tyreek Hill Remember Me game. However, don't you think it's a Remember Me game from the other side? Like Kansas City, they're not going to be able to stop Tyreek Hill, but they're going into this game being like, we will not let Tyreek Hill beat us.
Yeah, I think the defense is going to be up for this one. I really do. And I think that's a good call out here. Loughy says we can go a couple minutes extra because, and I'm sure Josh and Spags, who are up next, are like, take your time, fellas, take your time.
It's just an interesting talking point.
A good call. Yeah. And that's why it's kind of sad that this game isn't in Arrowhead, right? Circling back to you asking, do you feel shortchanged that this game isn't one of the featured ones here? That excuse me, I think that's the bigger miss, is it's just not Tyreek going back into Arrowhead.
100% agree. I know he said he doesn't care. The Chiefs are quote unquote going to get that work anyways, and they probably will. I just feel like the viewership on this game, this game deserves to be a Sunday night game in my mind.
Absolutely. And it's somewhere in the world. It probably is. Perhaps
True.
Australia. I've lost track of who's in what time zone, but there we go. All right. Stephen Leibowitz, longtime fan of the show and member here. He says, EMac once captained Red Grange, if that's what you mean about forever in DFS. That would be the Galloping Ghost. Steve, there are probably 6 people watching that are going to get that reference, and he actually was before my time. So, yeah. But with that, we're going to slide on out of here. You've got another 4 hours coming to you from Owner's Box here. Reminder, if you sign up through the link in the YouTube description here, when you make your account over at Owner's Box, put in $10. They're going to give you a $5 lightning contest ticket, a $5 regular contest ticket, and the opportunity for up to a $500 deposit match on that initial deposit if you're coming in through our link here. But with that, we're going to slide on out of here. You guys can follow Matt on Twitter at FantasyTipsMatt. I am at EMac DFS. Of course, it is Stokastic_COM. Don't forget, we have Live Before Lock for Sunday Night Football tonight as well at 7:15 this evening. Good luck, gamers.
Well, we had to take a couple weeks off, but we are back, and we are back bigger than ever. It's the Stokastic Hall of Fame, and we've got some absolute bangers for you. I may lose my voice after doing this, reading off all the massive Stokastic wins we've seen from the past week or two. Welcome back to all of us. All you got to do to get involved, get a free month of any package you want up to $200 value, is download the Stokastic avatar, the profile picture. It's stokastic.com/avatar. Tweet your wins to us at StokasticHOF with the screenshot. and get that free month. Any package you want, up to $200, whether it's NBA Sims, NFL Sims, you name it, it's yours. Finish top 3 in a field of 5,000 or more. Tweet your wins, rocking that Stokastic avatar, and you're in. We'll kick this one off. And of course, you get featured and inducted into the Stokastic Hall of Fame. What's better than that? Kick it off with our own Greg Ehrenberg. He's been on a heater. Another win to start the season. Couldn't be more appreciative to our team as Stokastic made amazing tools this year. Thanks to everyone who's been doing it, DMing me and messaging me to sweat this slate. It was a great night. 110K for our friend Greg. Make sure to shout him out if you haven't done so yet. And how about Jalperto? Thanks, Jazzraz and Loughy for the Foreman over 4 call. Also, Eric and Matt for the JSN call. We took some real heat early on for that Ford call, Cohen Foreman over him, but it ended up working out, especially for you, man. $10,000 first place. Congrats. Tom Kennedy, our own Tom Kennedy. Big night with the Stokastic avatars all over the leaderboard on DraftKings and FanDuel. Loving the new Stokastic Sims tool, including NBA late swap sim. Can leave my desk at night. Again, cut late swapping time by 75%. No more shitty spreadsheets that take 5 minutes to load. Just monster wins from Stokastic across the board the other night. You follow it up with Robert Understall. Shout out to Stokastic for the amazing tools. So close to 25K, but can't be mad about 6K and a top 3 finish. And then Brett Shoup. Shout out to the fellas on Live Before Lock. Heavy on that San Francisco-Cincinnati game. Bang, can't wait to use the Sims package. Yeah, you got it for free, brother. And you got $10,000, so I'd consider that a win. LA, I'm going to run through these quick because LA fan was on a heater. Appreciate all the guys at Stokastic. Watch your shows every week. So he takes down the $3 single entry on DraftKings, says hopefully he can keep it going. Well, he does, because the very next day almost took down another one, 750 in the CFB Showdown. And then the next day, with the triple option, $1,500, been on a roll. Yeah, to say the least. Thanks for all you guys do. Let's keep it rolling. Shout out to LA fan, because that's huge. 3 days in a row. Short Gamer TV, nice little third place finish. $20,000 for Short Gamer TV, rocking the avatar. Mike Denny Jr., $3,000 in the 75K huddle. Sean Geezy, we see him up here a lot. $2,000 and a $1,500 for Sean, first and fourth place. Monster night in the NBA. We've been crushing NBA to start the season. Stokastic, best tools in the game for Tanner, $1,000, second place out of a lot on FanDuel. CryptoGates.eth, $6,000. Keep it rolling. So many. CJB's finally took one down, all thanks to Matt and his CFB. I'll read this one because it's very nice. There's not a kinder or brighter CFB analyst in the industry. Let's keep it rolling. $4,000 for our boy Connor. Chuck Fowler, $1,500. Not a tournament with 5K or more. 3,567 to be exact, but it's a $5 single entry using the lineup generator. Thanks to Josh and Adam for the daily work you guys put in on YouTube. Shout out to Chuck, rocking the lineup generator, getting the big win. Josh Blond, another night, another takedown. Now won the 5 max 2 of the last 3 nights. Wemby stole the 3 max from me. Keep it rolling, man. Drew, another nice showing for Drew. Simple at Stokastic Hall of Fame. And we wrap it up with Cleandre Hood. Shout out to Stokastic for the great tools. There it is. 1,000 up, 1,000 down. Huge week to start off the NBA season, and some NFL mixed in there as well. Remember, guys, all you got to do, download the Stokastic profile picture at stokastic.com/avatar. Use it wherever it is you play. DK, FanDuel, Owner's Box. Finish top 3 in a field of 5,000 or more. Tweet us your wins at Stokastic HOF and get that free month. Any package of your choosing up to $200. Welcome to anyone who's been inducted. Welcome back. If you've been here before, we'll see you back here next week for another edition of the Stokastic Hall of Fame.
Seemed like I was going to get a couple minutes here. Oh, it's 9:07. Fuck it. I don't even care. We already lost 7 minutes. Dope. I'll even get us out of here early. And we are live. Welcome to the NFL First Look Volume 2. I am Josh Engleman. I am joined by Chris Spags. We are brought to you by Owner's Box. Talking a little bit of Week 9 in the NFL. We got a kickoff coming in 23 minutes for anybody that's watching that game. But we're going to talk about the main slate. So hit the like button. 930. We're about 1,000 of you here. We're over 100. So kudos to the boys before us. Hit that like button now if you can. Subscribe. That's a word. Subscribe to the channel. Hit the notification bell so you know when everything goes live. Follow me and Spags on Twitter. Our Twitter handles are below our bodies. What's up, man?
I'm excited to be here. Got to see EMac before the stream, which is nice. I haven't caught up with EMac in a minute, but now he's Florida EMac, living up to all the hype. And I was saying to him, I'm excited to see him with a gold and brown tan here on stream, flubbing through live before locks. But no, I'm excited to see EMac take that stage in his career and his life to be in somewhere that's just making you happy. So good vibes here, besides the fact that I'm wearing, Josh, a USC shirt, which, as our pal Ben Rasa will probably talk about in a moment, another massive shitting the bed last night for USC in a year that they were supposed to be competing for a championship, and yet here I am wearing the shirt because you know what, Josh? Anybody could wear a front-running winner shirt. When you are a real ride or die for your team, for your college especially, you got to wear the shirt the day after they get smoked and completely ruin their season for like the 10th straight year.
I do own a USC shirt. I should, if I would have thought about it, I would have put it on. It would have been fun.
Why?
Two-part story to this one. I actually think we talked about this years ago. There's no reason that you should retain this information in any way, but do you remember I don't know where you were at the time. There was a store called Stephen Barry's that sold like all sorts of college clothes, and you could get it for like weird places, like Eastern Buffalo State type shit. Like they were all over the map. But they were selling like t-shirts and stuff in a liquidation sale for essentially nothing. Like buy $20 to get a bag, stuff as much shit as you can into that bag. All of a sudden you win. So this was happening when I was like probably a sophomore in college or something. So I got 100 shirts, bunch of pairs of like the old Marbury shoes. USC shirt was one of those shirts because I didn't give a shit about USC. I like Reggie Bush, I guess, but that's besides the point. I ended up wearing that shirt in an important time. Sophia Bush was hosting an open mic night in Wilmington when she was still on One Tree Hill. And I went home and put that USC shirt on because I knew that she had gone to USC. And I was just like, hey, if she's going to talk, that's going to catch her eye at the very least. I did get to talk to her. Very nice gal. She likes girls now.
Oh, good. Good for well, I guess a fitting name.
Yeah. Yeah. She got married to Chad Michael Murray back in the day. They ended that one like almost immediately. And then she got married again last year. That marriage is done. And now she's with some gal. Good for her. Exciting stuff.
Good for her. Good for USC. That was when I went to school at USC as well. That was like, oh, Sophia Bush goes here. The famous Jet Jackson, Lee Thompson Young also went to USC. And now it's like Olivia Rodrigo is one of the biggest pop stars in the world, goes to USC. Malia Obama goes to USC. So a bit of a change from when I was like, oh, I played basketball with Leinart and Mike Williams one day. And now it's like, oh, legitimately famous people go to USC to hone their craft.
I have to assume Mike Williams was just nasty. Like, I would guess Leinart was probably pretty good too, but Mike Williams, I mean, he had to be able to just hammer in really weird ways.
He was pretty half-assed in a 2-on-2 we were playing, but that's, obviously you're an athlete. And that could have perhaps portended future issues in Mike Williams' career that would come, where he definitely grew into tight end shape at a certain point. But no, Leinart was, they're both ballers. It's just, how hard are you going to go against two your fellow co-eds there right by the student union?
We watched an episode of Laguna Beach relatively recently where they were like dancing around the fact that Kristen was dating Matt Leinart. I assume because she was in high school and he was a famous quarterback at USC at the time. But they were like, oh, is that Matt? And then they'd bleep out Leinart.
Matt definitely went on a run. Like he had his moment. He was at the right time too, where it was like before TMZ had been following him everywhere, and he got to do whatever he wanted and get away with it. I guess not in the same way that Mark Sanchez did whatever he wanted and got away with it.
It had to be awesome.
Yeah, he had a good time, I'm sure.
Only thing that you're missing out on there, and I don't think it probably hurt him, is that you didn't have NIL. Like I'm sure he did pretty well from himself, like on the sly, but I mean, he would have been making millions of dollars at USC when he was there.
Oh yeah, I mean, Caleb Williams gets national stuff right now, and Leinart was like legitimately the bell of the ball, like guy kind of guy. So I think he would have been probably getting those same deals, if not better. But different times. But yeah, like just 10 years, or I guess for 15 years, like it really makes a whole difference in how these things go.
Really does. You want to talk some football for today? As much as I want to take a trip down memory lane.
Not at all, man. So not again. USC got smoked last night, so I only have the old days to look back on now. So yeah,
I prefer it. I would much rather talk about the football of yesteryears, especially like the Reggie Bush era USC team. I mean, that was just fun.
Well, Matt Riley in the chat saying Reggie Bush did make millions. No, he didn't. That's the issue. His parents got a house and he lost all his stuff for it. Like his parents just kind of did some dirtbaggy things behind his back and he got penalized for it. But he would have made absolute millions. He would have been, I mean, all these guys would have been crushing them. What are we going to do?
Early adopter into the Kardashian family too, man. He was like a trendsetter. Yeah,
he was a trailblazer. You're saying, both literally and figuratively.
Yeah. Who could have seen it coming? Do you think he looks back like, whew, or, oh man, that could have been a lot of money?
I think he probably, I mean, I have to imagine he's at peace because he's still got the TV working, whatever. He should have been a bigger deal. Like he should have been a bigger deal in a million different ways, but I think kind of got the wrong NFL team. Obviously, he's a little bit pre-fame where he would have had that, that Kardashian fame, like Josh talking about, the Kardashian money. She's like, her underwear is the official underwear of the NBA now. The Skims.
Huh? I saw somebody making a joke about Adam Silver wearing it, and I didn't. Uh-oh. Did I just close my Zoom? I thought I did. No, I did not know that officially, though. That is a weird situation across the board, though.
I mean, once you get enough NBA pants, it just makes sense.
It's very true. Did the NBA need an official underwear?
Everybody needs an official everything. You got to squeeze every dollar out of it. That's just where capitalism is right now. Glorious times of capitalism, guys.
I'm trying to think of what else could be more ridiculous. Like this is the official NDA of the NFL. This is the official condom. Well, like what could be more ridiculous than
it would
underwear?
be like a self-driving car to avoid DUIs in the NFL would be the equivalency.
Yeah. Those guys would never drive them. They would just park. They would park that bad boy in the garage and never even think about it again. We ready?
Yeah, let's do it. It's a great slate, guys. So we're gonna have a lot of fun talking about this. Have no fear.
We're kicking it off on the running back side the same way that we do every single week. And as usual for running back, there's really only like one extra special cheap dude that you need to talk about. Otherwise, it just becomes a game of volume and consistency. So I have our boom bust tool pulled up right now. I'm looking at the running back position. We got, from an ownership standpoint, a couple guys actually pulling away at the top. Alvin Kamara, 8,100. We have him projected for 28% ownership. Josh Jacobs, 6,900, projected for 24% ownership. To you, are they the two best running backs?
The best running backs is sort of hard to say. I think Jacobs in particular, it's kind of an interesting situation because we do have Antonio Pierce taking over as head coach for the Raiders. And he's even given some quotes kind of saying the same thing. But defensive minded coaches tend to want to lean on the run game more and then just let the defense do their work because that's how they approach things. It's what defensive players get drilled into their brain time and time again is that, you have to do your part. And then the offense, if they keep things close to the vest, we can win this game. So I think Jacobs, I get the logic for it. That said, I think Saquon is a better play in that same game and is also, more expensive, different price here than Jacobs as well. But Jacobs comes up a lot with the Sims. I was getting before the show. Let me make sure I'm not misquoting this. It's getting 45% Jacobs before the show, so about double the field there. I don't know that I feel comfortable with that. I might shave that down a little bit more. Kamara, kind of I wouldn't say a similar situation where he's been getting so much work overall. But Kamara is in a tough matchup against the Bears, where the Bears really good against the run game overall, not good in the pass game. That's something that's been really clearly defined the last few weeks, where the Bears on the year are at a negative 0.17 EPA per rush, 0.11 EPA per dropback, of course, expected points added, the metric that I look at the most, 0.13 EPA per pass. So you attack Chicago through the pass game, which Kamara could still get there with. So I think he's got outs. For Jacobs, if the game goes the opposite way and they just don't, that defense isn't good and Saquon Barkley has a good game on the other side, I think Jacobs is a little bit more of a risk point. So I'm curious to see the ownership, what it actually settles in at lock, because I think that I don't know, Josh, do you feel like Josh Jacobs, your fellow Josh, could he be the guy that rises to like that Mostert, Kenneth Walker, 40% ownership and it wouldn't shock you? Or is Kamara? Because like, I feel like that's one thing I'm like, which one of these guys is going to be much higher owned than we possibly expected?
I hope that doesn't happen for Jacobs, because as a fellow Josh, he is my most exposed guy at 55%. So I'm a little bit north of where you were. I'm hoping that stays a little bit lower. I really don't want to see that crazy jump that has seemed to be basically like unpredictable to the industry, where you open up the ownership at 1 o'clock and all of a sudden it's like, oh, that was off by 20 and everybody missed it. Like that has happened pretty regularly. I don't want to see that, but if it's going to be anybody, I think it's him, just because his price tag is a bit more obtainable than Kamara's is.
But Kamara, though, like Kamara hasn't failed, which is the part of me too, where I think both these guys are kind of live. And if you were to really say like just the results-based thing, which sometimes leads to these high ownership marks that we've seen, where again, Mostert, Kenneth Walker being the biggest examples of that. I guess Breece Hall got there as well. It is a combo, I guess, of price plus matchup plus, recent box score watching. And Kamara, you can make the case kind of underpriced at 8,100 given the workload. So I think both these guys are live, but Jacobs fits the criteria a little bit more because of the price tag, because it is a matchup against the Giants where, again, people, I know this because I put up a video this week, Josh, where I talked about didn't have Breece Hall in my top 10 of rankings, which is just a data thing. It's not even me giving like an official rank in of course, the vaunted Spags rankings. But I think for like Breece Hall, it's like people don't get, he was really close to bombing in that game. He just broke a 50-yard receiving touchdown that was like all on his back. Jacobs, I don't think has that in his bag. So if he just has the same game Breece has minus 50-yard touchdown, like he could be really bad chalk. And I guess it wouldn't be shocking, even though, the price is the price.
I just received a DM from our friend coming up next, by the way, Dave Loughran. He made the same joke at my expense that was made prior to our show starting.
Oh, there you go.
So that's 2. I was like, you're not even the first person to hit that in the past 20 minutes.
Yeah, you guys missed one, but Josh has a resemblance right now to somebody who you probably don't have a resemblance to. I guess we could intimate that.
I can't go any further with this one.
No,
I don't have anything else for Kamara and for Jacobs. Would you assume they are the 2 primary cash options to start?
Yeah, I think they're obvious cash game plays to me. I mean, Ramondre comes up a little bit. Jonathan Taylor, I think, has some credence going against Carolina. That's been really bad against the run all year and does offer a lot of upside. But I think to me, it's pretty much Kamara and Jacobs. And I don't know that I'm buying the Bijan being a third thing either, but I think there's going to be more ownership going into Kamara and Jacobs than we currently have. So yes, cash game plays for sure.
All righty. Well, then let's start working our way through the salary tier at running back. We already touched on Kamara because he is the most expensive running back today. There's only one other guy that is in that same range. Saquon Barkley, 7,900. We've got him coming in a little bit lower than Kamara in terms of ownership. He's at 19. Kamara is at 28. How are you seeing Saquon? Was it last week or 2 weeks ago? You were quite heavy on Saquon. Are you seeing that same sort of situation today?
Yeah, so that was against the Commanders, which is another matchup that's pretty hospitable, and Saquon had one of his best games of the year against them, but still didn't quite get there. The thing that stood out for Saquon, and Josh, actually, I'm pretty sure you didn't see this one. How many touches do you think Saquon had last week?
I have no idea. I couldn't guess if I wanted to.
41. He had 41 touches last week. Granted, that was with Tommy DeVito coming in for Tyrod Taylor, who got hurt. Tyrod Taylor now on the IR. We're going to see a banged up Daniel Jones come in. They gave him 40 touches, which is like, we were talking with Jordan before the show about like the mid 80s Dolphins versus like the Dolphins Jordan grew up with. And it's like, this is a mid 80s running back number for a guy to have that many touches in a week. So for Saquon, I think he is an interesting play because 1, he's a lever at the same price point against Kamara. 2, and also a guy that people probably won't play with Kamara because of them being in the same price tag, but he's also a direct lever against Josh Jacobs. So I think he's pretty interesting this week. Jones being back in there, I don't know how that's going to help or hurt Saquon. Jones, a little bit less of a check down guy, obviously with mobility, but with the neck injuries that Jones has, maybe he does offer Saquon a little bit more in terms of dump offs. But Saquon, I think, kind of fits the criteria of a guy where you're getting away from Kamara potentially, or if you are getting him with Kamara, you're really chopping the ownership down. You're getting away from Josh Jacobs and getting direct leverage against him. So I think he makes sense as a play to be with the field's 19% ownership, if not a little bit above it, just because he can help you knock out 2 guys at running back that if they hit his chalk, like you're screwed. But if you beat them, like you're in a really good position.
Chat's on one now.
Oh, they figured it out, huh?
Yeah, they did. They did. Oh man. I'm not going to point that out any longer. Okay, so let's keep moving down. Kenneth Walker, 7K. He's the third most expensive guy today. He's basically just like not on the board, correct?
Yeah, I think the Charbonnet usage has not been great for him. Still expect Walker to be the goal line / red zone back. He gets most of that work, but some flowery talk by Pete Carroll talking about how Charbonnet does some things differently than Walker, where he just adds value every play. Some negative metrics floating around Walker as well this week, where he's just is having the same kind of thing he had last year, where a low success rate on some run plays, still is able to break a few, but I think we're starting to see the flaws of Walker pop up a little bit more. So interesting tournament play, but Baltimore not the matchup, and probably not the situation with him getting closer to a 50-50 timeshare with Charbonnet.
Gotta stop looking at the chat. It's killing me. All right, 6K range loaded. I don't know. I really don't know how you sift through it all. Josh Jacobs at 6,900, who we've already touched on. Tony Pollard at 68. DeAndre Swift at 66. Jonathan Taylor at 64. Aaron Jones at 62. Bijan Robinson at 61. Robinson and Pollard both get to 19. Taylor gets to 19. Swift's at 15. Aaron Jones, the low man, but still in double digits at 10.5, call it 11. Does anything stand out to you in this range, or are you just like, oh, I'm getting basically two of these dudes in almost every build I have?
In terms of what I expect to happen, I think Jonathan Taylor's in a pretty good spot. We saw him really go off on a big run in the first half last week, and then second half, his usage kind of went away for reasons that don't make the most sense. Against Carolina, though, if they build any sort of a lead, I think you can see Taylor have that outlier day that he's been pretty close to, where he's been breaking big runs, been pretty involved in the pass game as well. I think Taylor is on an interesting tier. Obviously, Pollard's price tag coming down, though Pollard's red zone usage coming down by week as well. If you were to go there this week, I think you're buying a little bit when there's blood in the streets after he did bust his chalk last week. So I think there's some logic there. I actually don't think he gets to the field's 19% projected ownership because of that. Okay. But my favorite play is Taylor. I think these other guys are all fine to get, about 15 to 20% of, including Jones, including Bijan, including Pollard, including Swift. But Taylor, I think, he's been on the cusp of a breakout for a while. And he just has to do what Zach Moss does, which is not the biggest ask in the world. So I think for Taylor, he'd probably be my favorite play. And I think a Barkley-Taylor duo at running back is pretty live to win things because of all the levers you're getting against everybody who's in this price range are going to be owned, 10 to 20%.
Taylor with the second highest boom score behind Josh Jacobs in that 6K range. I think that does stand out. Not that the difference between 7% and 3% is it seems like it's low. It's also more than double. So you really need to look at it a little bit differently when you're looking at it in that range. So yeah, I like the Taylor shout. 26% ownership for me for Taylor. He is third behind Jacobs. And you mentioned him before. Bijan Robinson is the guy that I'm getting to as well. I like the Taylor shout. Robinson, 6,100, 19% owned, 5.9% boom percentage is the third highest mark in this range. So it seems like my ownership is following the boom rating right now for the 6K range.
Which I think is the logical way to do that. And I think, the boom bust tool is certainly a great way to pare down your ownership and figure out who actually stands out. But I think these guys, like Josh mentioned, it's not the highest boom rating thing, but for Jonathan Taylor, I think that having double some of these guys in that range, definitely a good sign for him. And the price tag for all these guys does work. So whoever you have a lean for, I wouldn't hate you for playing.
Working our way down now into the 5K range, guys that are pulling sizable ownership. $5,600 Rashad White in the 15% range. $5,400 Ramondre Stevenson in the 15% range, and then Chuba Hubbard at 5K on the dot, right around that 15% mark. Are they the three guys that stand out in this range for you?
Yeah, I think that's a pretty fair way to look at it. Ramondre came up a lot for me overall in terms of the projections. Let me see what I got sim-wise before the show. Yeah, sim-wise got a lot of Ramondre. Projected to have about 3x the field of him. I don't love that, but as I've talked about a lot in the past, this Washington defense has been one to attack for basically about 6 weeks now. And people have been quietly attacking it with stacks and all that. This spot for Ramondre, though, where you do have a really banged up wide receiver core, you have a lot of chalk going to Mario Douglas, Pop Douglas's way as well. One way that he doesn't get there, one way he doesn't hit the full way is chalk. Is a guy like Ramondre taking a couple touchdowns away. That said, we do have Zeke taking 1.1 red zone touches away, so there could be something that does upset Ramondre a little bit bit here, but I think Ramondre is actually a pretty interesting play to go to this week, just because you got to assume there's more checkdowns going his way. You got to assume he's going to get the most work he's probably had. But just, the Zeke thing, anytime there is a back that can really carve away 10 touches and maybe one of those being a touchdown, I think comes with some risk. But I think Ramondre is probably my favorite out of these guys.
23% ownership coming in for me to Ramondre Stevenson. So far we are in lockstep for the running backs. Let's just go sub 5K. Only guy getting any love at all. I think the only guy that you can feel any good about, $4,300 Devin Singletary, 15% owned. He's in 15% of my lineups. I think he's got to be the preferred pay down running back option.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Singletary, I'm actually curious to see how much I'm getting of him. Getting with the field's 15% expected ownership around the industry, it is worth pointing out a Singletary projected of upwards of 27% ownership, so maybe a little bit more involved with a volume play. I have noticed in the past that ownership tends to congregate a little bit more when there's an expectation that a guy can consolidate a role. You do have Mike Boone in the mix, taking some meaningful touches away, so I wouldn't fully expect that for Singletary, that he's going to get all of his work and Dameon Pierce's work rolled into one. But Singletary, I think, is a solid play. The Tampa Bay defense, not quite as good as it's been against the run in previous years. Still pretty good, though. Negative 0.11 EPA per rush allowed. Also defend running back passes pretty well. So I don't expect this to be like a Devin Singletary goes for 25 points game. But if he gets you 20 at that salary, you probably feel pretty good about it. So he's got to get into the box, though. I think that's something I'd worry about with Singletary. But I get the ownership. It's just, this is not a great play for Singletary to actually consolidate the role, if he even does.
Hard Hat Lunch Pail said that I look like Doofy from Scary Movie. I'm going to go ahead and assume you mean at the end of the movie when it turns out that he's just like a hunk of a man.
Yeah, that must be it. Either way, the appropriate look for the Frankfurt game.
Yes, very much so.
That's what you were thinking this morning. You're like, how do I really call it out without calling it out?
Absolutely. How else could I do it? All right. So we've touched on basically everybody that has legitimate ownership at running back. Do you have anybody that's not getting any love that you do have your eye on? Who are your tournament flyers for today?
At running back, I don't think there's anybody. Again, I just ran the Sims before the show and didn't really do my usual chop down process. So I do that usually during the deeper dive, which will be coming up right after us. But nobody we didn't hit on. Saquon will be a guy I definitely boost manually a little bit more because I am getting under the field on him based off the Sims. Jerome Ford coming up a little bit, though not enough for me to really plant a flag for. No, I think we covered all the guys. It's definitely, a week where you choose your own adventure, 6K and above, or you can go down low to a guy like Singletary, but there's nobody who's going to stand out as like a smash play, I don't think, just because of what this slate is.
Adam Scher in chat, watching a Stokastic show that he's not on for the first time in 5 years. That's good to see. I didn't know he knew how to get to our YouTube channel.
He's back in work mode now. He's on the grind. He's watching every show. He's like, this EMac Florida thing. Got to keep tabs on it. That's just, shit my money life.
Yes. Any other running backs that you want to touch on?
No, I think we covered them pretty well. I'm just kind of scrolling through. Chuba, I feel like we could maybe dwell on a little bit more just because he is a lever against the higher owned Jonathan Taylor, I think, and he's been involved, clearly stole the role away from Miles Sanders last week. Darrell Henderson actually is one I would highlight too, where we do expect Stafford not to be going now. I don't think the projections have updated for that yet. But if that's the case, you could see a little more involvement for Darrell Henderson, who actually has had an okay red zone role. I think Green Bay wins that game, but Brett Rippon's been quietly kind of competitive in the past. A good guy gets the ball downfield. So I think Darrell Henderson shouldn't be completely avoided. He's at 2.5% ownership. I don't know that he's a tournament winner, but I'd probably have 5%.
We're getting a couple questions about Keontae Ingram. I don't have a single share. He is I think he's the alternative pay down option to Devin Singletary, but I don't see him as anything like more than a couple shares.
Yeah, Cleveland's D is too good. Arizona's not good. And also having Clayton Tune in. I think Clayton Tune's an okay guy in terms of being a backup QB who at some point can fill in and have okay days. But he's like a 25-year-old rookie coming in who, I think played at Houston and was good at Houston, but this is a pretty big step up to live in-game action. So don't expect the run game to benefit from the fact that the QB can't really throw the ball and get the ball downfield.
For those of you that are watching this show, I need you to do two things. One, this is a request from Bet365. They want you guys to hit the like button. Apparently that helps them out a lot. So let's be nice to them. It helps us too. So two birds, one stone. Hit the like button. And then if you live in Kentucky, Ohio, New Jersey, Virginia, Iowa or Colorado. Congrats to some of you. Sorry to some of you, but you do get a pretty good deal. Bet $5 after clicking the link in the description for Bet365. You get 150. Win or lose. It's really easy. Who doesn't want to get $150? Especially if you live in Kentucky. I would want that really quickly. So take advantage of this deal while you can. Again, Kentucky, Ohio, New Jersey, Virginia, Iowa, and Colorado. If you don't live in one of those 6 states, my apologies. Plenty of other deals that you can get to. Maybe you'll sign up at Owner's Box in a little bit when I tell you about them. But you got to be 21 or over. Unless you live in Kentucky, only 18 or over. And if you have a gambling problem, please call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Let's keep it moving. Wide receivers. More fun to talk about than this is. I think wide receiver is the most fun position to talk about. I think it's the only fun position to talk about, honestly. Everything else seems so cut and dry. Like quarterback's definitely not fun to talk about today. Running back is usually pretty obvious. I think tight end's pretty obvious. And then defense, we could just pick names out of a hat if we want to and get to that point. But for now, talking wide receivers, this is where we need to talk a little bit different. Let's go ahead, pull up the ownership in the Boom Bust tool right now. Highest owned guy, Adam Thielen, 7,500, 19.5% owned. AJ Brown's at 19. And then you get this pack of guys, Nico Collins, Chris Olave, CeeDee Lamb, Mario Douglas. I guess I'll add Zay Flowers and Terry McLaurin. They're all at like 15 to 17. Let's start with Thielen and AJ Brown. Do you see them as like the chalk, or not chalk, but like cash plays of the day? Or are you just looking at it where that group of 7 dudes at the top and it's like, I'm probably getting 2 or 3 of those dudes?
I think Thielen, you could talk me into being a cash game play. AJ Brown, and this is not anything that's really backed by anything real. I just kind of feel like this is more of a Devontae Smith spot with Goddard, maybe, where you can get away from AJ Brown for the first time. The market's not that high on AJ Brown in terms of the prop lines, which doesn't always matter. But I think for football, I kind of see like, okay, AJ Brown, I think was projected for, 6.5 catches. I believe the market line was also a little bit on the lower side compared to his yearly average as well. And AJ Brown, it's felt like he's quietly been, waiting to lose some of this role to Smith, who was more of a 1B to a 1A last year. This year's been a clear cut number 2, if not number 3. So what AJ Brown's been doing. But I think Brown can make a pivot point potentially. With Thielen, I think he is a cash game play for sure if he's going to be 20% owned. I also think the public loves Thielen and will follow this price tag up in a week where there's not that obvious. I got to play this guy, this Tyreek Hill here. I got to go to him. Keenan Allen, those guys aren't on the slate this week. So I think Thielen's ownership is correct, and he is the cash game guy to go to out of those 2. For Thielen, I don't know, like the usage is there. He's been a great performer in every metric I look at. 0.51 EPA per target, running 38 routes per game, 64 snaps per game. Indianapolis gives up some of the most explosive plays in the league. Not that Thielen is the guy who does explosive plays, but should theoretically be more explosive than usual because of that. I've had a hard time with Thielen chalk all year, Josh. He was a guy that, I know you're not a big best ball guy, but all offseason we're drafting teams and everybody's like, Adam Thielen, this guy's dust. Why would you go there? And it turns out he's just a professional receiver that can get you, 5 air yard targets and complete them over and over again. That's got value in full point PPR. But I always end up low on Thielen. I'm going to be low again. So, of course, I'm sure that means that Thielen will crush at 25 to 30% ownership.
Yeah, he's in 38% of my lineup, second most exposed wide receiver right now, and it makes total sense. He must be on all the steroids right now to be saving this one. So kudos to him for doing it. But yeah, I think he's probably the first guy you're putting into any sort of cash wide receiver build. I don't have as much AJ Brown, but I certainly don't mind. I got to 12. I just think the top of wide receiver is like really busy in terms of interchangeable parts. Wow, we were getting really hit up with the spam bots today.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a game going on right now. I guess they must have their algorithm juice. They know that people, most exciting game of the week is on fucking Sunday morning football in Frankfurt, which is a great scheduling by the NFL.
Great place to catch a game too. Anybody else in that top section of ownership, those top 7 guys that you think stands out, or I'll go the other way, that you don't think should be getting it?
Nico Collins, I kind of don't get the ownership being so high. I think it'll be a little bit lower just because mean, we've seen Nico be a chalk play last week when he wasn't expected to be as highly owned. This week, the matchup, I think, a little more hospitable for him going against Tampa Bay on the year. Tampa Bay pretty bad against deep balls, 0.7 EPA allowed there. They're only giving up deep balls at a 5% clip. That should benefit Nico for the most part. But I just don't think he's going to be as highly owned this week as he was after being such a disappointment last week for a lot of people who really did game stack up that Houston-Carolina game. So I think he stands out as a guy that, like, I don't mind as a play, but I don't think like he's going to be as much of a fixture. Pop Douglas, I think, is the important one to talk about just because of the fact that Demario Douglas, Pop is what his friends call him, / I don't know why they call him Pop. Only receiver left in New England, basically going against a Washington defense. It's not very good. Mac Jones, another guy where the markets are not very supportive of him, but there is a 30% chance of a Pop Douglas touchdown, according to the markets too. So I think Pop can pay off this chalk, Josh, but I don't know that. I know for you, you probably would not be willing to trust Mario Douglas very much. I'd assume, even at a 4K salary.
He is currently in 35% of my lineups.
Yeah, he's a great value. It's just like, have you even thought of Demario Douglas / Pop Douglas once this year besides right now?
Today was the first day I know who he is.
Yeah,
I've never heard his name before in my entire life, which is not helpful for anybody here, but I'm a data guy. So no idea. You asked why he's called Pop. I just assume he likes soda.
Maybe Pop passes something involved. I don't know. He likes to pop guys on the run. He's like a little guy. Like he's like a Tank Dell kind of type without the, the Tyreek overlapping skills where Tank Dell's like pretty fast and kind of plays similar to Tyreek. I think Pop Douglas is more of I don't know, shorter JSN kind of type, maybe a little more air yard depth on his targets, but he's not like the most exciting player in the world. He's probably the most similar to like the Wan'Dale Robinson chalk a couple weeks ago. It's just that there's nobody else in this, receiver core besides Juju Smith-Schuster, who's like a real receiver as well. So New England people very high on Douglas. I think I'll be with the field on the ownership right now, actually projecting to be essentially above the field on the ownership on Pop, about 3x. I might walk that down a little bit, but I think he's an interesting play. He's one you probably take his value today, but if you didn't take him, I think you're going to be getting different from a probably fifth to a third of the field, depending on how enthusiastic they are for him.
All right, let's open it up then. 6K all the way to the top. Since we already talked about AJ Brown and Thielen, I don't think we need to dig in too much more. But where are you going? What's standing out to you in terms of at least like mid tier and up?
Olave, I think, is pretty good. We kind of skipped over him in terms of the ownership section that he's in, but he's in this group with CeeDee Lamb, Douglas, Nico, all these guys. Olave, a strong play who the air yards have been there for every week. He's just not converting on it. At a certain point, it should convert, and if it's going to convert, it's probably against Chicago, who is much more of a pass game funnel than a run game funnel, as we talked about earlier. Chicago also struggles against deep balls, 0.65 EPA allowed per throw there. And again, 0.1 EPA per drop back, 0.13 EPA per pass. These are some of the worst marks in the league that Chicago gives up. So if Derek Carr is ever going to have a big day that he creates value for Olave downfield, this is probably it, I would think. So Olave to me, I'll be about double the field on that. Michael Thomas as well. I'm getting a lot of New Orleans stacks as my way to get different with Alvin Kamara, which I certainly don't mind. I think that there is a way that, New Orleans is one team with a high total this week where nobody's got a high total. So I think you can really stack up Olave and have him be part of the Kamara builds or as a lever against Kamara builds, and both look good.
I'm with you on Olave. I got to 17%, so I'm fine there. I'm getting to a bunch of Amari Cooper. I don't really know what's causing that to happen. Do you any sort of Amari Cooper love today?
Let me see. Cooper Cup.
He just happens to be like standing out for me, and I don't really see anything in the data that like is making that happen. I don't know if it's just like that's a weird salary point that works.
No, I think it's an interesting play if he's going to be 10% ish owned and you get Deshaun back in the mix. We'll see which version of Deshaun we get. But a high implied total, 25.5 implied points for Cleveland. Cooper, we do know, should theoretically benefit a little bit more by not having Donovan Peoples-Jones out there, though DPJ hasn't been that involved this year. Cedric Tillman should take a good amount of those snaps. Marquise Goodwin should take a good amount as well. But the overall target load could benefit Cooper there. And Cooper has quiet outlier days a lot. He's going against an Arizona team that's not good at defending anything, and also probably can't keep the Cleveland offense off the field. So I get it with Cooper. I guess the risk is just that it could be more of a running game because they don't have to do a whole lot.
Touchdown Chiefs.
Oh, Justin Watson, is that what I'm saying?
Rice.
Oh, okay. There you go. Rashee Rice always gets on.
All right. Do we want to get to my most owned wide receiver so I can get your thoughts?
I'm curious who it could be that we haven't talked about yet.
How do you feel about my guy, Terry McLaurin?
Not great, I guess.
I agree with by the way.
He's chalkier than I think he should be. I'm under the field on both the Stokastic projection and the industry projection, seeing Stokastic at 15%, around the industry around 22%. I'm getting 12. I don't hate it. It's just kind of a low total game. You know, New England's defense, I guess, quietly not great against the pass. 0.04 EPA per dropback, 0.04 EPA per pass. So they're giving up positive metrics there. Yeah, I mean, McLaurin can benefit. I think people assume that target concentration of not having Curtis Samuel will benefit Dotson the most, and we saw that last week. But McLaurin could benefit by having more of a ceiling as well. So I get the logic. I'd probably go to Dotson more at less ownership and a cheaper salary.
Oh, I'm going to Dotson as well, and Logan Thomas. My most exposed team at this moment, the Washington Commanders.
Oof. Against New England?
Yeah.
That's tough.
Look, say what you will about it. Not that this is why it's happening. PFF has New England 23rd in defense with a fantastic rush defense score, number 3. But, you know, from a coverage perspective, not at the top. From a pass rush perspective, not at the top. I'm not rostering the Washington running backs, so I guess I'm playing into everything that PFF says is not necessarily awesome for the Patriots. That's one source of data, but that is what's happening for me right now. McLaurin, Dotson, Logan Thomas, who we'll get to, Sam Howell. I think it's helping a little bit to have Douglas on the opposite side for any sort of like run back situations, really becomes efficient, bring him in for the ride, and then, you know, have a lot more money to spend. It's not like McLaurin's expensive at 5,600. I think this is just unlocking paying up to anything I want.
And for what it's worth, like one of the things that I look at to kind of evaluate whether a defense just has weak spots or if they're just not that good, New England on the year does give up a positive EPA to wide receivers playing out wide, 0.28 EPA there, 0.2 EPA to the slot, 0.13 to tight ends, 0.09 to running backs. So they're giving up positive production above average everywhere, basically, that you're going to target. So I could see the logic in it. And yeah, there's nothing that stands out. They're a much better run defense than they are a pass defense. So you could talk me into it. It's just, I feel like the implied total kind of screams out some faux pas occurring on the Washington side of the equation. I know, shocking to hear, given I know Josh's fandom is he's never seen a faux pas on the Washington side before, but I think like that's the part that I worry about. But the chance is there, you know, at a slate where there's no good games, like you got to lean on stuff where positive matchup, you know, maybe they can have an outlier day.
Anything else at the top end of wide receiver before we go down and just say, like, where do you go for value if it's not Douglas?
Oh, I would guess you go to Singletary instead. I'm sure there'll be a good amount of Singletary and Pop Douglas lineups out there. Something to keep in mind there that you might, you know, maybe want to separate those guys out. I don't think you have to, but you certainly could. I guess Wan'Dale Robinson would be a guy I'm getting some of, who would be a value point pivot. I'm seeing about 19% exposure for me. Ownership going to be at about 8%. So I think he's one of the guys you get to get away from that a little bit. Elijah Moore coming up a little bit for me at 7%. So I think those are the guys. Noah Brown, nobody that really stands out live as a pop pivot, but I guess Wan'Dale will be the closest for me.
Per chat, doesn't look like Waddle's going to be waddling much. He is down, allegedly.
No. I don't want to see that.
Anybody else you want to touch on at wide receiver? I mean, the list is so long. Is there anybody jumping off the page for you that you have not talked about yet?
Let me see. Just going through my exposures quickly. Olave, Michael Thomas, just would highlight again. I'm getting him as my third highest exposed receiver on the week right now, which I don't know that'll hold when I do kind of manually fudge some things around. But he's coming up a lot sim wise. Has one of the highest ROIs as well, 10% ROI with Stokastic Sims. So I think Thomas would come up. And again, you could play them, either play him with Kamara and part of a car stack, play him with Olave and Kamara if you really want to go for the hero call, or you can play Olave and Thomas or one of them and use that as a lever to get away from Kamara. So I think there's a lot of utility to get to Michael Thomas and Zay Flowers too. Zay Flowers, I think maybe a little more underrepresented for the field than he is for me. I'm getting about 32% exposure for him right now.
Okay. Well, I hope you're right. He's playing for Katie today.
Oh, there we go. You guys got to root for Katie.
Owner's Box is the sponsor of this show. First deposit needs to be a minimum of the $10 deposit. But in my recommendation, after you click the link in the description, you should put in upwards of $500 because they're going to match that deposit. I have already cleared a $500 Owner's Box deposit since this season has started. Really nice to get a free $500. Didn't have to do anything other than just play there. They got a great contest too. 100K kickoff, 20K to first, 7,777 entries, and You don't have to worry about kickers. You don't have to worry about defenses. Lucky for you guys, it's Superflex, a much more fun environment for fantasy sports. That's the contest you want to get into, but that's not the only thing you get. You also get a $5 lightning lineup entry and another $5 contest ticket when you sign up. Seems easy enough to me. I've enjoyed playing at Owner's Box, really like the format. We have the tools on the site that'll help you out with projections, or if you want to just sign up and get our Sims tool, you could use the Sims tool for Owner's Box. Much like everything else, got to be 18 years or older. They do have some playthrough requirements for those Owner's Bucks. I think he cleared at like 4.5%. But like I said, it took me about 5 or 6 weeks to get that full 500. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, don't forget the number, guys, 1-800-GAMBLER. Now, I know we got a super chat a little bit ago from Corey Shea. He said Singletary or Henderson. I think that is very clearly Singletary.
Yeah, I think Henderson's an interesting tournament play, but Singletary is the better play in his face. He's much cheaper, and his team actually has a better shot to win the game. So I think those are things I would favor Singletary.
Friend of the program, Jorge, hit us with the big super chat. Who do you consider the best single entry stack playing the $100 SPY DK tournament?
Probably the thumbnail guy, Derek Carr, right?
I mean, for me, I think it's the Washington Commanders based on where my exposure is, but I have no problem with Carr.
Actually, one chat I saw too, Josh, which just the interest of fairness, because people might have this question. Are you getting any Jamison Crowder with your Washington stuff? Because he's a guy that I think people are going to gravitate towards because of one good box score. I would much rather target an outlier day for McLaurin and Dotson and even Logan Thomas. I think Crowder kind of luck box that one.
None.
Yeah. Okay.
None. It's mostly McLaurin. It's all McLaurin, Dotson, and Logan Thomas.
Yeah, I think if you're going to Crowder, you're chasing a little bit too much, and it's not even he's not $3K flat. He's 3,400. I'd rather pay up and get Dotson or McLaurin, and maybe he gets there again, but it's just you're kind of threading a tough needle there for a guy who's basically a journeyman at this point.
All right, we head to tight end, and then the rest of these positions are going to happen pretty quickly. Highest owned guy at tight end today, Hawkinson at 12. Dalton Schultz is at 11. Dallas Goedert is at 10. Mark Andrews is at 10. David Njoku is at 9. We don't have Travis Kelce on the main slate. $6,800 Mark Andrews is the most expensive guy. I honestly don't care at all about tight end, but the two guys that I'm getting to the most are Logan Thomas and David Njoku.
I'm getting Hawkinson a lot, and I don't love it.
Okay.
Jaren Hall playing QB is not a good thing for anybody there. If Dobbs were going, I think you talk me into chalky Hawkinson. The price tags come down a little bit with Cousins out, but I'm getting double the field on Hawkinson right now, and I think I'm going to actively try to move away from that a little bit. Just because he's again, it's tough for Jaren Hall, I think, to even get the ball out. Like to get the ball out with any effectiveness, especially, it's gonna be really tough. Last week stepping in, he had 3.3 air yards per target. Obviously, he's had a week to prepare. Could have a little bit more, but he is probably one of the least ready rookies we will see play this year. Maybe even more so than a Clayton Tune, because Hall is more of a physical kind of prospect that can develop. I don't like Hawkinson chalk is pretty scary, I think.
I got to 16%, so like I'm relatively neutral. There's just not like it feels really tough today to corner a tight end, but they are the three guys that I'm getting the most: Thomas, Njoku, Hawkinson. After that, it's just scattered amounts of basically everybody 3,500 or more. I just don't think that anybody truly stands out. Only Dalton Schultz and TJ Hawkinson crossed 10% in boom rate. After that, basically everybody's at like 5% or lower. If there's a tight end that you like, I think you can make a completely reasonable case for it. But like everybody just kind of looks the same. There's no right or wrong answer here. Tight end definitely, I would imagine, just has something to do with like another correlation in your lineup somewhere.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to look at it. And I think there's a couple guys that interest me, like Dallas Goedert. Like I mentioned, if you don't go AJ Brown's way, then trying to attack a double with Hurts and Devontae Smith and Goddard's one way to do that. And we have seen Philadelphia, even with Gardner Minshew at QB last year, have outlier days versus the Dallas defense. That was actually a lot better last year than it was. It's been so far this year with all the injuries. And Hunter Henry, too, is a very live pivot to a guy like Douglas. Hunter Henry, of course, you guys remember that he was really good in the beginning of the year. Since then, obviously, things have moved around a little bit. The target shares come down. Now they have nobody out there, so maybe he's in the block a little bit more in this spot, but still, Hunter Henry going to be under 5% owned, and I think at that spot, direct leverage against a chalk player like Henry, I think makes most one of the more sense in terms of just the game theory at tight end, even though the projections.
Anybody else you want to point out here at tight end? Such a fun position. Is it Taysom Hill day at 4,700?
I don't think it's a Taysom Hill day, though every day seems to be a Taysom Hill day lately. So I
Yeah.
guess you can talk yourself into that. Pitts, maybe no Drake London for Atlanta. Pitts has been doing quietly okay. I still worry about Johnny Smith being a guy that cuts to the ceiling just enough there. That's hard for Pitts to actually have a day that pays off his salary fully, let alone kind of breaks a slate. But I think Pitts, going to probably see some lower A-dot throws with a guy like Heineke in, but probably more effective throws. Pitts probably can have the best game of his year today, and it wouldn't be the most surprising thing in the world. So I think I'll have some Pitts, and definitely a little bit more than the field of Pitts, I believe.
No defense crosses the 10% mark in ownership. The Packers are at 9.4. Sorry, the Packers are at 9.1. The Patriots are 9.4. And then paying up for the Saints at 4,100. That's at 9.6. As if it's not hard enough to pick a defense. They're all on the table as fully viable. I'm paying down way more than I'm getting to the top. That's Patriots D. That's Packers D. And that is Giants D at 2,300. Do you have a defense that is stepping out for you more than others?
I'm with you on Giants D. I think that's probably the best sim play on the slate, getting 34% exposure there. Obviously, that's a way to get direct leverage on whatever you're going to do Raiders-wise or what the field's going to do Raiders-wise. So that makes sense. And you could also theoretically play Giants D with your Raiders if you want and have one way to both save on money for a defense. Aiden O'Connell certainly live to throw an interception here, though. On the year, 3.4% interception rate, so he's above average. Definitely can throw a pick and really struggles under pressure, which the Giants are not getting a lot of, but 43% blitz rate by the Giants, negative 1.3, and that's a 1.3, so like really bad. Aiden O'Connell, when he gets pressured, is actively running into some issues. Could be something there with Giants D is live, but I think there, to me, the clear-cut play, and like you mentioned, Packers, Patriots, would be number 2 and 3 for me.
You ready to close this out with quarterbacks? So many fun names here. I felt like I imported the wrong file of quarterbacks when I started looking at the bottom of this. Clayton Tune. I know Aiden O'Connell's been around a bit. Brett Rippon, Jaron Hall, Tyson Bagent. Like, these are just creative players playing for today. It's insanity. Who is your favorite quarterback option today? Because I feel like guys like Lamar Jackson and Jalen Hurts are just not the same thing as a lot of these dudes.
Yeah, it's interesting because Lamar is not coming up a ton for me sim-wise. I'm just going to be with the field with him. But I do agree that, like, on a slate where you have Heineke, Minshew, Howell, like Tune, Bagent, like all these guys, it does feel Jaron Hall. It does feel like you should gravitate more towards the guys that we know have a 40-point ceiling. The issue is that on paper, neither is in like a smash spot for sure. But I think at least being with the field on Hurts and Lamar will be the move. I'm projected right now to be over on Hurts, a little bit under on Lamar. But the guys I'm getting the most of are Mr. Thumbnail, Derek Carr. I think this is the week where, unfortunately, I get him a lot sim-wise in general. But this week, I will probably be really heavy on him. Actually, this is too heavy. I'm projected to be 7x the field on Derek Carr. I don't know that I want to be there exactly, but I do think this is a good spot for him. And Mac Jones, the market's really not that favorable for him. He is a favorite to throw under 1.5 touchdowns, a favorite to throw an interception this game. But Jones is under 5K in salary, and this Commanders defense, again, so bad and got worse. Actually traded away 2 of their best defenders. So I think for any week you're going to play Mac Jones, you have really cheap stacks. You can get all the studs around those guys. I think a Mac Jones double, would be pretty logical to go to this week. So it'll be Carr and Mac Jones in my week of shitty QBs.
So your Derek Carr stance is my Sam Howell stance. I have many, many multiples.
Yeah. I mean, like Carr at least has a good implied total on him. Howell doesn't even have 20.
Nope. Sure doesn't. My only other quarterback with volume is everyone's favorite, Deshaun Watson.
Yeah. I mean, good matchup for Deshaun. Do you trust the health stuff there? I mean, did you see the quote too that this is the guiltiest he's ever felt in his life? It's not
the lack of self-awareness there is comical, I guess. Or like it's just silly. It's the dude's out of his mind. I don't think he cares.
It's a bizarre.
He's gonna be hanging out with Antonio Brown in like 3 years.
What a podcast this you're gonna have, though.
That'll be a gem. So yeah, those two are soaking up 2/3 of my quarterback exposure, and then I'm getting a little bit of everybody with Jaron Hall being my 3rd most exposed guy. So a real death sentence of the quarterback exposures.
Well, so you're playing Jaron. So you would play Jaron Hall over Mac Jones?
You act like I picked that dude. I don't know anything about Jaron Hall. I've never heard his name before. I don't know what team he plays for.
He plays for Minnesota. He's a 5th-round pick coming in. A little bit mobile, but not really. A little bit physical, but not really. But yeah, I get it. He's 4,800, and maybe he runs a little. But I think Mac's a better play. They're similar salary points. That's the only reason I mentioned that.
Uwe says he's a creep, not a criminal. Okay.
You're telling on yourself a little bit, Uwe.
Yeah.
Whenever you're publicly launching it into Sean defenses, I think just keep that one under your hat.
I'm going to assume you live in Cleveland.
Hope so. Or a massage parlor.
Yeah. Do you know the certain owner of the Patriots?
No stranger. No stranger to that.
All right, let's sum it up. I don't think I really have to ask you this, but favorite stack, is that the Saints?
Yeah, it's the Saints. I think it's, again, a good way to go with the chalk and get unique, good way to get leverage against the chalk. So for the game theory of it, as well as the projections, like everything kind of aligns for the Saints to put up 1 touchdown this week.
Well, there we go, folks. We are done here for the first look. NFL deeper dive coming up next. You don't have to leave this stream. Stay right here. The boys will be taking you all the way up until 11:30. They will transition that one over to NFL Live Before Lock. They'll take you all the way up until 1 p.m. We also have NFL Live Before Lock tonight, 7:15 for Sunday Night Football. But the most important thing for anything after you guys hitting the like button is that Liverpool is about to take down Luton Town today. And that's really what we're all here for. So good luck to everybody. Thanks to Spags for being here. We'll see you guys again next week. Enjoy the deeper dive. We're out of here. Peace.
Well, we had to take a couple weeks off, but we are back, and we are back bigger than ever. It's the Stokastic Hall of Fame, and we've got some absolute bangers for you. I may lose my voice after doing this, reading off all the massive Stokastic wins we've seen from the past week or two. Welcome back to all of us. All you got to do to get involved, get a free month of any package you want, up to $200 value, is download the Stokastic avatar, the profile picture. Stokastic.com/avatar. Tweet your wins to us at StokasticHOF with the screenshot and get that free month. Any package you want, up to $200, whether it's NBA Sims, NFL Sims, you name it, it's yours. Finish top 3 in a field of 5,000 or more. Tweet your wins, rocking that Stokastic avatar, and you're in. We'll kick this one off. And of course, you get featured and inducted into the Stokastic Hall of Fame. What's better than that? Kick it off with our own Greg Ehrenberg. He's been on a heater. Another win to start the season. Couldn't be more appreciative to our team as Stokastic made amazing tools this year. Thanks to everyone who's been doing it, DMing me and messaging me to sweat this slate. It was a great night. 110K for our friend Greg. Make sure to shout him out if you haven't done so yet. And how about Jalperto? Thanks, Jazzraz and Loughy, for the 4-man-over-4 call. Also, Eric and Matt for the JSN call. We took some real heat early on for that Ford call, going 4-man over him, but it ended up working out, especially for you, man. $10,000 first place. Congrats. Tom Kennedy, our own Tom Kennedy. Big night with the Stokastic avatars all over the leaderboard on DraftKings and FanDuel. Loving the new Stokastic Sims tool, including NBA Late Swap Sim. Can leave my desk at night. Again, cut late swapping time by 75%. No more shitty spreadsheets that take 5 minutes to load. Just monster wins from Stokastic across the board the other night. You follow it up with Robert Understall. Shout out to Stokastic for the amazing tools. So close to 25K, but can't be mad about 6K and a top 3 finish. And then Brett Shoup. Shout out to the fellas on Live Before Lock. Heavy on that San Francisco-Cincinnati game. Bang, can't wait to use the Sims package. Yeah, you got it for free, brother. And you got $10,000, so I'd consider that a win. LA, I'm going to run through these quick because LA fan was on a heater. Appreciate all the guys at Stokastic. Watch the shows every week. So he takes down the $3 single entry on DraftKings. Says hopefully can keep it going. Well, he does, because the very next day almost took down another one, 750 in the CFB Showdown. And then the next day, with the triple option, $1,500, been on a roll. Yeah, to say the least. Thanks for all you guys do. Let's keep it rolling. Shout out to LA fan, because that's huge. 3 days in a row. Short Gamer TV, nice little third place finish. $20,000 for Short Gamer TV, rocking the avatar. Mike Denny Jr., $3,000 in the 75K huddle. Sean Geezy, we see him up here a lot. $2,000 and a $1,500 for Sean, first and fourth place. monster night in the NBA. We've been crushing NBA to start the season. Stokastic, best tools in the game for Tanner. $1,000, second place out of a lot on FanDuel. CryptoGates.eth, $6,000. Keep it rolling. So many. CJB's finally took one down, all thanks to Matt and his CFB. I'll read this one because it's very nice. There's not a kinder or brighter CFB analyst in the industry. Let's keep it rolling. $4,000 for our boy Connor. Chuck Fowler, $1,500. Not a tournament with 5K or more. 3,567 to be exact, but it's a $5 single entry using the lineup generator. Thanks to Josh and Adam for the daily work you guys put in on YouTube. Shout out to Chuck, rocking the lineup generator, getting the big win. Josh Blond, another night, another takedown. Now won the 5 max 2 of the last 3 nights. Wemby stole the 3 max from me. Keep it rolling, man. Drew, another nice showing for Drew. Simple at Stokastic Hall of Fame. And we wrap it up with Cleandre Hood. Shout out to Stokastic for the great tools. There it is. 1,000 up, 1,000 down. Huge week to start off the NBA season and some NFL mixed in there as well. Remember, guys, all you got to do, download the Stokastic profile picture at stokastic.com/avatar. Use it wherever it is you play. DK, FanDuel, Owner's Box. Finish top 3 in a daylight savings was nice today. You feel good? You feel refreshed?
Do I seem refreshed?
Why can't you ever just be in a good mood, man?
Sunday follows Saturday. Saturdays, man.
What's going on, everybody? Hey, happy Sunday. Be like me, not Ben. Be in a good mood. Feel good. Feel good. We got an extra hour. Shit, man, I tell you what, I thought, my daughter doesn't know, like, hey, you can keep sleeping because it's daylight savings, but she did. She slept for the entirety of the extra hour. So I got up at 6:30, but really I got up at 7:30, came downstairs, had some coffee, did some stuff, looked at some football. I'm feeling good, man. I hope you guys are feeling good as well. We got football happening right now. We got 10 games today, a lot of absolute dog shit quarterbacks, but that's okay. These slates are the most fun. Say what you want. You can come in and be like, man, this slate stinks. That's a good thing. You should embrace these type of bad slates, these type of 10-game slates where you actually have to, not just throw anyone in there and you're live. You have to make some calculated decisions. But I'm Dave Loughran at Loughy_D on the Twitters. Come say hello. And while you're there, say hi to Ben Rasa at JazzRaz DFS. Say something nice, maybe. Cheer him up. Put a smile on his face. What's up, dude?
What's up? Yeah, no, I don't need to be cheered up. I like these type of slates, to be honest. I like to get into the ugly in the weeds, 10 games. This is more my speed. Grinded out some college football, some MMA last night. That wasn't particularly good. But you know what? College basketball starts tomorrow. We got 10 games right now. And I'm sure you've got one eye on the London, Frankfurt, wherever the hell we are in Europe. Big time game going on as we speak.
Yeah, Josh honored that game today.
I heard. I missed the highlights, but it's a weird. I mean, we're gonna get into it, of course, but a unique slate. Like, I have a feeling when the season is over, we're gonna remember this specific slate kind of as a one of one.
You think so?
Yeah, it just there's multiple things that I feel like are different about this slate than other slates so far this year.
It's funny. Adam Schefter goes, he's like, yeah, there's 6 rookie quarterbacks today starting. It's like, yeah, that's true. But not all things are created equal. Like you have the first and second overall pick, one of whom is, producing like an undrafted at times. Then you have undrafted Division II Shepherd University Tyson Bagent, right? You have Aiden O'Connell, 4th round, but like back, basically a 5th round pick. Then you have Jaron Hall, another 5th round rookie. Who's the other 5th round? So how could I forget? Clayton Tune.
Yeah.
Another 5th round. So these aren't like, these aren't top pedigree, highly touted rookies. These are guys that in most situations would have never stepped foot on a regular season field unless it was like to close the game out and kneel down a couple of times. We have 4 of them starting a game today.
Yeah, and they happen to all be on it's not even for the week. Like, they're all on the slate too, which is even crazier to me because, again, they're bye teams. There are other teams doing other things, but there is a difference between rookies that start immediately, rookies that are going to start, and they're maybe spelling them to get some more seasoning. And then what we've got this week, which are guys that in a perfect world never would have started for their teams.
Probably never will again, many of them, if these teams can help it. But yeah,
that's what I mean. Yeah,
for sure. It's ugly. But this is what I mean. Obi-Wan, what's up, Obi-Wan? Said this slate's uninteresting. I think this slate is so interesting. Right? Don't you think so?
I like a slate like this.
Because if I let me zoom out for a second, just take that proverbial 30,000 foot view here on the deeper dive. You have Jalen Hurts and Lamar Jackson up top. And then once you get past that, you're talking about what, a chalky Derek Carr? Who else? Okay, so look at quarterback ownership in our top stacks tool. Okay. We're going to go game by game as we always do, but I kind of just want to lay this out. Philly with Jalen Hurts and Lamar making up like almost 30% of quarterback ownership on a 10-game slate. Then it's 7% Dak, 7% Deshaun Watson, 6.5% Derek Carr, 6% CJ Stroud, 6% Mayfield, 6% Daniel Jones, 5% Mac Jones. I think you see where I'm going here, right? The drop off, it's a precipitous one might say. It falls off. And then once you get into that range, like you're making decisions that are going to be highly impactful.
Oh yeah. I mean, super impactful. It's normally, even when we do the first look show, we're talking about, are you looking to pay down at quarterback? And if one of us says yes, I would say the other one pretty reasonably could say, okay, that means, and give you the quarterback, or maybe one of 2 quarterbacks. If I told you today I'm looking to pay down at quarterback, it's like 8 names. There's 10 names that I could reasonably be going to. And to me, that's one of the unique things about this slate. There's legitimately, almost a dozen quarterbacks in the 5K range that I looked at today.
But it's funny too, right? Because on some of these higher scoring, like higher total 12, 13 game slates, there might be 12 down there, but all 12 of them look really good. And you have to decide. Now it's 10 or 12 of them. None of them look great, but you still have to decide. It's different. They're there, but generally speaking, if this were a better slate, a lot of these guys you may have just crossed off.
Yeah, I can't wait to. This is why I'm really fascinated by this. I want to hear what Chad has to say, and of course, I want to hear what you have to say. I got some real goblins on the list still. I got some dudes. I did not.
Dude, I'm playing Mac Jones.
Okay, I'm playing Taylor Heineke.
Okay. That's a little concerning because that line didn't even move after we found out that it was Jaron Hall and not Josh Dobbs. It's still 4.
I mean, it's the Falcons because they're a random number generator.
That's true. Hey, Jordan, turn that mic on for a second. It's a Sunday morning. By the way, shout out to Jordan Klein. We had a live before lock for the Showdown slate today, Miami, Kansas City. Shout out to EMac and Matt Belman, too, for handling that one, 8:30 a.m. Jordan, 5:30 on the East Coast. What time did you wake up? 5?
4:30.
4:30.
Yeah.
See? What time is it, though? It's Sunday morning. We just started a deeper dive. What time is it?
It is 7:11 right now.
No. What time is it?
I would have went with 7-Eleven
Yeah, I
too.
don't know.
So
Time
Time.
atone for the sins. Atone for the sins.
With a little conviction, please.
It's time for you guys to atone for your sins.
I'm gonna
This
hit the
is
like
why
for
I
that.
do this, and he does that. No, for real though. Shout out to Jordan. Tone for your sins, though. Sunday morning. Ben, it's a fun slate, man. It's a good slate. Hit that thumbs up if you haven't done so yet. Let's get the 500 here out of the gate. Out of the gate, subscribe to the channel as well. 1,000's going to be tough because I know people are watching that Chiefs and Dolphins game.
That's not even me being me. 1,000's actually going to be incredibly difficult today, but
That's
we'll
not
see where
you
we
being
get.
in a miserable mood.
I'm not in a miserable mood. It was a grind, man. Last night, you didn't watch what was going on. Derek Lewis is laying on the mat for 25 minutes. Choke him, finish him, but no.
All I
choke.
saw was let's get into some NFL Week
Please.
9 right here. All I saw was Caleb Williams sobbing.
Yeah, USC is a mess.
Yeah. All right, guys, let's do it. Yeah, 1,000 will be. I mean, look, we're at 431. We got good people here that are going to do what they can to help us out, and we'll see what happens throughout the day. But without anything else, no matter what, we're going to give you guys the best analysis we can. So let's make it happen. We'll kick it off with Seattle, 6.5-point dogs against Baltimore. This actually, Ben, has the third highest total on the slate behind Dallas, Philly, Indy, Carolina. None of them all that far separated either. You know, Seattle's in a relatively tough spot. You're going into Baltimore. It's not the easiest place to play. They're a road dog, almost 7 points. I think a lot of people thought this line might actually move towards Seattle. It's moved away from, didn't get to 7, but I saw some 5.5s out there. It's at 6.5 now. DK Metcalf, he might be uniquely equipped for a matchup like this, but it's him, it's Lockett, JSN. And then in the backfield, I can't help but wonder where you go, if anywhere, with this Seattle backfield. I kind of want to start here because you look at last game, you saw Zach Charbonnet get some additional snaps, out-snapped Kenneth Walker in that win at home over Cleveland. I do wonder, though, and this is where I don't want to just completely ignore the fact that Kenneth Walker wasn't even really practicing leading up to that game. I'm curious how much, if any of that, had to do with the fact that he just wasn't fully healthy going into Sunday. And they're like, hey, we got another guy that we drafted in the second round.
It's hard to know. It does seem like that could be a factor, but in some ways, I think it makes my life easier because I thought Charbonnet played very well on those touches. I don't think the Seahawks are going to be overly concerned if they need to divvy up the rushing attempts like that again. And I think it renders Kenneth Walker mostly on the outside looking in today. I didn't really want to get to him to begin with. I don't like Seattle in this spot. Don't think they'll be popular by any stretch, and that always gives you some interest, but I respect Baltimore's defense. I respect Baltimore at home. I don't have much to say about the Seahawks today.
I don't either. By the way, Jordan, you know what I just noticed? These Stokastic logos, the new ones that I threw up on the tee, they kind of blend into the lights behind it. Pretty sweet, right? Yeah. Got lucky with that.
Got the double, like the SS.
Yeah. Yeah. What is wrong with you? We just had Josh and people were making these remarks and you say that.
It was just an observation. I didn't design our logo. That was for you.
Did you say that on accident? Or was it... All right. What are you doing? What are you doing with the pass catches? I know you said you don't have a ton from Seattle. For what it's worth, neither do I. I think Metcalf might be the one that I would get to if I'm going anywhere here. And you know what it is? Metcalf, how quiet has he been this season from a DFS standpoint? I mean, you and I talk about every game, every single week, and we do it twice, right? We do the first look and we do the Sunday show. And then we shoot the shit off shows. It feels like we haven't mentioned DK Metcalf once all year. And for what it's worth, it's not like he's been good. He's been fine, double-digit fantasy points in every game he's played, but that's not getting you there. And his price point hasn't really come down. With his performance, you'd really think he'd be like a mid to low 6K guy right now. He's still up there flirting with $7,000.
Okay, one of the weirdest things about DK Metcalf is his price on the year has deviated between 6,800 and 7K. Think about that. How nuts is that? Yeah. He's legitimately in the same spot every single week. And that's, you kind of nailed it. Like at that price, getting, your 8 to 10 targets and putting up a reasonable line is not going to get it done, particularly when there's so many other players. So just a really tough opportunity cost across the board with Seattle. I think you can, I'm not going to say just blindly cross them out because it depends on how many you're building, but they are not a big piece of anything I'm doing today.
I will take a small stand and say that I do like Metcalf today. I think he probably, I'd say he's reasonably priced because I don't believe that he's just going to give us 11, 12 fantasy points every single week. He has 2 touchdown upside. This game does have a 44-point total. They could be playing from behind. My favorite play from Seattle would be Metcalf. I'll say that much.
I think it would be for me, but that's just by default. He had 14 targets and he's a straight alpha. He's super talented. But just because he's my favorite play on Seattle, he's still far behind most of the pass catchers on the outside.
All right. And yeah, to whose point was all I see is gold. Yeah. Metcalf has had double-digit targets in back-to-back weeks, as a matter of fact. So 24 over his last 2 games. I think the blow-up game could be on the horizon. I'll take a small stand here. Gonna get to some DK Metcalf. What about on the other side of this one, where we're talking Deshaun Watson back in the mix? By the way, I grabbed the Cleveland Browns at 7.5 earlier this week. So this is a spot where they probably just lose outright. Dude, why am I talking about Deshaun Watson?
I was like, wait, what happened?
I saw something in chat and it threw me off. Lamar, we'll get to that game. Don't worry, because they're 12.5-point favorites now.
Yeah, it's steaming.
It's crazy. But yeah, Lamar Jackson. How about Lamar in this spot where we mentioned right at the top of the show, Lamar and Hurts are getting the most ownership at quarterback? I get it, man. They're the only, is it fair to say that they're the only 2 consistently reliable quarterbacks on this slate?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're just in that, that top end tier of the very, very, no matter who's on the slate, they're in that conversation. So yeah, I think they're in a different type of price point, but that's well deserved at this point.
I would definitely say that a guy like Lamar in this spot is 100% viable, but I think the rest of the field would tell you the same thing as well, right?
Yeah.
We have him at 12%. We have this as one of the higher rated stacks in our top stack tool over at Stokastic. All of that makes sense. So we have in the top stack tool, we have the top stack probability. Philly is the highest by a pretty wide margin, but then Baltimore is at 12%. So they're up there as well. Second highest on the slate. One of the higher value scores. The problem is, do you double stack Lamar? I think I probably just continuously look towards a single stack here. I'm not looking at last week and saying, all right, well, I don't want to play this. This was one of those spots where they wanted to run the football. Gus Edwards scored 3 touchdowns. That's still an outlier game. There's no denying that. It's still an outlier for Gus Edwards. Not involved in the passing game, but it's still, for me, a skinny stack type of spot for Lamar.
Yeah, the problem I'm having with Baltimore a little bit, it's not the easiest build. We know Lamar can get there on his own, but realistically, if you're really tapping into the ceiling, you're probably looking to Flowers or Andrews. Andrews is pushing nearly 7,000, and he's expensive across the board, whether you're talking Owner's Box, FanDuel, DraftKings. I worry about the stack, even if it's a +1. It's just a tougher build today. So I did force some Lamar in just because he can go for, basically points that almost no other quarterback can attain. Hurts is in that same bucket, but I didn't find it that easy to build with Baltimore today.
I will say I'm almost tempted to just call an audible on myself.
Okay.
And say that if I am stacking this, maybe the double stack, it makes more sense because no one wants to do that with Baltimore. I feel like the status quo when you're stacking Lamar, a rushing quarterback, is to go because he's going to run. is to single stack. And given that they're already the second most popular stack, as he's the second most popular quarterback, I do wonder if the double stack actually makes more sense in a game like this in the event that they just happen to throw more.
Yeah. If I did that, I'd be more prone to take a shot with Metcalf.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. If you're doing that, and you and I have reviewed a lot of shows on our podcast exclusive stuff, the Tuesday show where we reviewed every slate of the season using the post contest simulator. And we've seen a lot of lineups win with single stacks, no run backs, double stacks, no run backs. I'm with you. If I'm double stacking Lamar, I think I definitely want a Seattle run back.
Yeah, that's where
you're right.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, you're right. How do you approach I just think Gus Edwards is a little bit overpriced for me because he's the decimal back.
Oh, he's the decimal back. Absolutely. He is drawing to falling in the end zone and accumulating rushing yards. He's not going to give you reasonable target share. And can he do that? He just did it. Of course he can do it. But am I betting on him doing it again? No, I'm not. I have no Gus Edwards today.
Can you give our friends here just a quick refresher on how we came to, and shout out to chat because our chat actually came up with that name.
They did. So yeah, decimal back. There's a handful of running backs. When you look at their final output, all you got to do is take their rushing yards and move that decimal, and that will be their total points. So a guy has 62 rushing yards and he gives you 6.2 because that's all he does. And Gus Edwards is one of those players.
Might be the best thing that we've ever collaboratively come up with on one of our shows.
Yeah, that truly should be in like an industry-wide term.
It's insane that it's not, that it hasn't fully caught on.
Because people, no respect. No respect out there.
Decimal. Okay. Yeah, I like that. Favorite player from Baltimore outside of Lamar?
I think actually, I'm not gonna say by default, it would be Zay Flowers, just because I think Lamar or Andrews is really pushing that salary for me. So I don't like anyone really, but it would be Flowers.
There are some games, by the way, guys, if you're wondering, hey, why are they spending so much time on this game and not another one? You'll figure out relatively soon why that's
right now. Yeah. Talk about Chicago.
With Chicago, 9.5-point dogs against New Orleans. Guys, if there was ever a time to bet games early in the week, win or lose, just closing line value, this was the week. Have you seen some of the line movement on these games? It's nuts.
Oh, I've seen it because I'm in a lot of pick'em pools where it's, those lines lock, like they freeze, and then like these lines are like 7 points off, and it's like, well, I guess I have to take that team even though I don't even like them.
Yeah. Well, this is 9.5 now. 42-point total. Man, I'll tell you, shout out to you guys. We're north of 500 likes, Ben. The dream is still alive here. 2,000 people hanging with us.
Impressive.
It's not dead. We got over an hour. Live before lock coming up after this. Matt Gajewski, Eric Lindquist taking you all the way up to 1. Chicago, dude, Tyson Page, it was so funny listening to Chris Collingsworth trying to sound excited about this. He was even saying like, oh yeah, Justin Fields could learn from that. What are you talking about, dude? Come on, stop. They have to sound excited, right? They come in with the talking points. Like, well, here's the story. Division II, Tyson Bagent, and Sunday night, this is it right here, friends. When really, look, some of us might be dumb, but we're not that dumb. And he's not good. Maybe DJ Moore, decent game. I don't know, but they're almost double-digit favorites against what I consider to be a good defense, in both phases of the D for the New Orleans Saints. What do you look? And not to mention now it's like Roshan Johnson and D'Onta Foreman in the backfield. I'm playing some bad teams and some bad players today at their price points. I don't know if Chicago's going to be one of them.
Not for me. I'd rather spend more time talking about other pertinent teams, because if someone on the Bears has a big game today, more power to them. I see no spot worth attacking, even on a 10-game slate. It's just a team that's really struggling, and the price points don't really give you a lot to work with.
Jordan, can you pull up how much exposure in the Sims are we getting to the Bears? I assume it's virtually nothing, right?
I got like none. I ran Sims this morning. I got like nothing.
Okay. Yeah. I want to see if Jordan throws it up. Should I wait on it or okay. So just virtual. Yeah. Go to Chicago. and it's what, 2% Komet? Yeah, that makes sense to me. And we also have him with a negative 25 simulated ROI, player ROI. Tells you all
Not
you need
good.
to know. I mean, I'm just, because I can't just completely skip over games. We try and, make sure we're giving you guys all that we can here for every game and every team, even if it's ugly. Are there any outs for them to get there? Like, the only outs I can think of is Foreman or Johnson breaks off a long touchdown, but that's already such a low probability play, and you have to get the correct running back.
Yeah, no, I honestly don't think there's anything to explore. Are there outs? Anybody can catch a 70-yard touchdown or break one, but though you don't really factor that in. That's just inherent. And I just think with so many pay down options you mentioned it. The number one takeaway for me with the Bears, there are so many bad teams that have viable guys. I don't need another bad team where they don't even stand out. So it's a complete cross off for me.
The Saints, on the other hand,
not a cross off.
Seems you may be willing to atone for your sins after last week, huh?
Maybe. I like, again, and Taysom Hill, when he has 6 touchdowns today, it's not going to help either of us. But if he doesn't, could be good. The problem with the Saints is the opposite of the Bears. They have like 7 playable guys, and including Alvin Kamara, who might be the most popular player on the slate.
Man, I tweeted the other day. No one ever cares when I tweet this type of stuff, but I don't care because I found it fascinating that Derek Carr has attempted more deep passes than any other quarterback by a mile, right? He's attempted 47. The next closest is Hurts at 36. They played the same amount of games. Listen to these success rates on deep targets for the receivers here. Jordan, you can pull this up if you want to. You don't have to. It'll take you a second to find it. Chris Olave has 21 deep targets, Ben. 4 receptions, 118 yards, no touchdowns. He's caught 19% of those deep targets of 20 plus yards downfield. And a lot of people saying in chat the other day when I mentioned this, and they're right, he's given up on routes. Like, he's ran some lazy routes. Last week, he had a ball that could have been a touchdown, go straight off his helmet.
I saw that.
Did you see that?
Oh, I saw it.
And yeah, it would have helped me a ton. I had a couple lineups that I don't know if they were live to win the single entry spots, but finished top 50, and I had Olave with Carr stacks and Rashid Shaheed, and his dummy's just letting shit bounce off the top of his head. Anyway, maybe he gets it back today. Rashid Shaheed or Michael Thomas, 10 deep targets, 3 receptions, 1 touchdown, 30%. He's caught 30% of them, only 68 yards on those. Listen to Rashid Shaheed. 15 deep targets. By the way, that's 4th most in the entire league. Olave's number 1. Michael Thomas is 21. All on the same team. Rashid Shaheed, 10 receptions on 15 targets. He's caught 67% of pass targets, 390 yards and 3 touchdowns on deep balls. He has been the only remotely effective deep target for the Saints this year. And it's not just that he's been okay. He's been excellent on deep balls all season long.
He's been amazing. I mean, you're drawing to like 3 catches every week with him, and he's getting there. Now his prices come up, and I think it's a different story today, but we have seen that in it. And listen, the Saints are a really good team to target today. I think we know that. I got to some Carr. I stacked up all different types from Olave with Kamara, Michael Thomas. The Taysom Hill thing, I don't really have an answer to. I think you kind of have to just live with that if he kind of burns you. But the volume's been there for Carr. I still think he's not a great quarterback, but that doesn't really matter.
We're in alignment there. Neither do I.
Yeah, I know. That's not important.
Yeah, it's not, and the truth is, you look back on last game, that was mostly Olave's fault that stack didn't go nuclear. Like, it was a decent stack. The Kamara, the Rashid, the Carr, right? It actually won a tournament. I think we looked at one single entry. Might have been the red zone or the spot. You remember.
Yeah.
But if Olave catches a couple of those passes, you're talking about a huge game for Carr in these pass catchers.
It's been there. There's no doubt that it's there. Now, you also have to speak to the other side of it, just because I want to give people complete information. The volume can't get much better. He had 50 and 55 attempts in 2 of those games which is outrageous. But the thing that was more encouraging against the Colts, Derek Carr had 27 attempts and he still got the 300-yard bonus. Just outrageous yards per attempt. So he can kind of do it both ways. And with all the pass catchers, you have every price point available to you.
100%. Jazz, is there a promo code for the NFL Sims package? No, there's not. We don't have a discount on that right now. It's one of those packages that we generally try not to discount for obvious reasons. But there's two different packages. There's the Sims data package. The only difference is you can't run as many contests in the contest generator. Then there's the Sims Max package. They're both awesome. All of our tools are included. You don't need an optimizer. You don't need any add-ons, right? Like you don't need to go get an optimizer add-on. You don't need this add-on or anything. Everything is included. Our ownership projections, player projections, boom bust tool, top stacks, premium Discord, the lineup generators in that too. Obviously the Sims tool, the post-contest simulator that Ben and I have loved this year and I think has really helped our game considerably. Everything is in there for a week, a month, whatever. So link in the description if you guys wanted to check that out. We got you covered. Also, if you're playing NBA, there's a couple days left. Lineup generators less than $5 a week right now. You think about it, NBA 7 days a week, right? So $5, $4.99 on the NBA lineup generator. That link's in the description too. I know you're here for NFL, but a lot of you guys cross over like we do. If you're looking to get in at an amazing price point, even if you're only playing a few bucks a day for NBA, this is $5 over the span of a week. It's what, like 80 cents a day or something less? Check it out. If you hate it, don't stick around. No big deal. But I think you'll love it. And worst case scenario is you don't like it and you spend $5 to try out a tool that could potentially be an awesome investment and get you some good money. So links to all that in the description and in chat. All right. Just from the Saints perspective, I'm going to be getting to a good amount of them today. I feel like I might get to less Saints stacks than I did last week, only because last week I was getting there at really low ownership. And this week they're really popular. I'm still going to have the Saints. I'm still going to have some Olave, some Michael Thomas at a cheap price point. Even Rashid Shaheed, I know his price point has come up, but you can't argue with some of these results. And I think they'd be crazy not to use him more. Alvin Kamara is the highest owned player on the slate right now. What are you doing with Kamara?
Nothing special, to be honest. I'm playing him and I might come in around the field, maybe a little higher, but yeah, he makes a lot of sense. Of course, he can be a one-off if you have the money. He can be part of a car stack. You can really do anything with him. He's been doing a little, he's catching the ball, scoring, carries are there. The matchup is there. It's pretty easy to see why he's going to be popular today.
So looking at our exposures in the Sims tool right now, we have a ton of Kamara. Jordan, is this 150 favorited? Is that what you did? Okay. And we did a lesser payout to first. I think we did 10%. So it's not like one of the most top heavy tournaments. With the simulator, obviously, if you're playing the Millie, you would want to take that and you can change the payout to first. That's how you're going to get different. Their lineups are going to be sorted differently depending on how top heavy it is. We don't have really any Rashid Shaheed. I would personally do some positive ROI boosts in here, and I would boost Shaheed up a little bit just to get some of him, Ben. That's personally, I would boost him up. I'd want to get some Shaheed just because I think a lot of instances, if the Derek Carr stack pays off, you could be looking at the 50+ yard touchdown from Rashid Shaheed. And we've seen it more than a couple times already this year.
Yeah, I mean, we certainly have. The floor is the big problem with Shaheed, but for large field tournaments, that's not as important.
Jordan, boost him like 50%. I just want to see if we get any. Rashid Shaheed, boost him like 50%, and then unfavorite, and then sort and favorite them again. I'm just curious. We don't have to stay on this, but you can throw it up on the screen to see if that boost does anything significant. All right, so talk to me about this then before we move on. What's your favorite way to play this game? Because, okay, are you stacking them with 0 runbacks, number one?
Yeah, I have no bears.
No bears. Okay. Are you double stacking? Are you triple stacking, single stacking? Are you stacking Kamara with Derek Carr? That's my one concern. If they shit all over them, do we want the Kamara Derek Carr stack? If they don't, what if this is a game where Derek Carr, to your point, and I know that the Bears' run defense has been a lot better than their pass defense. It's night and day. But what if this is a game where he doesn't need to throw close to as many times as we've seen in the recent history?
And that's very possible. Again, I think That's why I'm kind of going to both extremes. I have like full onslaught stacks with the Saints where I have like Carr +3. And then I probably will have more one-offs of the Saints than anything else. Just because I think there's definitely going to be important pieces to this team, but it's not a guarantee that all of them are going to be needed in a traditional stack. And with no run backs and with, there's a lot of like 31-7 equity in this game. I think that's probably my favorite way to play it.
So if you were making one lineup in a single, like I said, I want to spend as much time on the games and the spots that we think matter the most. If you were building one lineup, single entry lineup, and I told you, you have to have Saints exposure, but I don't care how you do it, right? Like do whatever you want, but you have to have Saints exposure. How are you building it in the, say, 400K spot?
I would have either a one-off of Olave or Kamara.
Okay. You know what? I think you're on to something here. Getting maybe less of the heavy stacks and more just find ways to get exposure throughout your lineups.
Yeah, that is my plan today with the Saints.
Makes a lot of sense. It makes, okay. Whoa, last question. What are you doing with Taysom Hill?
Nothing, but I don't think that that's based on anything. I'm going to roll the dice that we know that his floor is legitimately 0. Like that is true. He has to score probably twice to really hurt you. I'm going to bet that he doesn't do that.
Okay. I'm with you, but it always scares me when I'm getting other Saints exposure.
Oh, it's definitely scary. In a way, I think you can build if you think that Taysom Hill factors in today, to me, the more prudent move would be to downgrade the rest of the Saints than play him.
Okay. So instead of taking a stand on loading up on Taysom Hill, you just
I would short Kamara.
Negatively boost the Saints because he's going to hurt all of them regardless, and it might just be a wash.
Exactly.
This is why you guys tune in to Deeper Dive. Get those nuggets like Ben just hit you with right there. That's a great point. Yeah. Doesn't mean that's the approach you have to take, but if that's your mindset, then it might be the approach you want to take. Yeah. Arizona and Cleveland. Can you play anything from Arizona? They're 12.5 point. I mentioned I got Cleveland at 7.5, thinking, all right, what's my original thing was, what's the incentive to get Kyler Murray back out on the field? This team doesn't want to win football games right now. Plus, even if Kyler Murray was back, he's coming off an ACL going up against the Browns defense in Cleveland, right? 7.5 seemed like a insane line. Now, I got some fortunate breaks, right? It's Clayton Tune. And then Deshaun Watson is starting. Watch, it's like ends up being a field goal game. That's just how it always is. I'm getting 5 points of closing line value, dude. And it's going to go south.
There.
What's that? Yeah, exactly.
I was there yesterday on a lot of college football games.
And it didn't pan out?
No,
but anyway, with Arizona, have you seen this backfield? It is. Clayton Tune starting, first of all. DeMarcado's out. Damian Williams even is out. I only mention that because they already don't have James Conner.
Yeah. Normally in a different slate, I think that there could be some utility in punting with an Arizona running back. In this spot, I want pretty much nothing to do with it.
What is their implied total? By the way, because earlier in the week, I bet under 14.5 total points.
13?
Yeah. It's 12.5. I literally bet an under 14.5 team total.
Yeah.
It's insane.
I don't have much to say. They're not in Chicago territory, but they're pretty close. I think you could play Trey McBride again, just because there's a chance that he's going to continue to get peppered with targets, but that is the only Cardinal that I have any interest in today.
I don't even know if I have interest in McBride, and I've liked him a lot lately. Jordan, do we have any Arizona exposure? And everyone's sims are going to look different, but they're all going to have a lot of similarities in the guys that you're getting a lot of or not, right? Like you're all going to have pretty, not even close to identical exposures, but okay. So, all right. Honestly, getting one or two, is that 6.7 or 0.7? 0.7. So we have like one Cardinals lineup.
There's not much going on.
No, there's not. Now on Cleveland with Deshaun Watson back, You've always been an Amari Cooper guy, and I agree with you. We've seen it this year where he just goes vastly underowned. Like nobody has him. And then he has a decent, and he's done so with pretty bad quarterback play. That's the thing about Amari Cooper that's interesting, is he somehow manages to have decent games when either PJ Walker or Deshaun Watson look like shit.
Yeah, because I'm obviously a big fan. I think he's always perpetually underpriced. Now, his game environments are also a big concern. There's a huge spread. It's in Cleveland. It's not a great situation, but I do have Amari Cooper in the pool. Him and Njoku, I think, are interesting one-offs. And if you want to stack the Cleveland, that's my preferred method.
That's your preferred method?
Yeah.
Then what does it look like? Elijah Moore with Watson and Cooper, or Njoku is, so there's 3 guys, right?
Mm-hmm.
DPJ's gone too. They got rid of him. So outside of Watson, you're talking Amari, talking Elijah Moore, and David Njoku. If you wanted to throw Kareem Hunt in there, fine. I'm personally not looking to pair running backs from this team with Deshaun Watson, because then I have to figure out, what's what. And I don't really feel like doing that with Jerome Ford and Kareem Hunt in a stack. I'm kind of with you though. As bad as Deshaun Watson's been, there is something to say about the fact that none of these guys are all that expensive. On DraftKings, Amari Cooper, 6,100. Elijah Moore has done nothing all season, but he's sub 4K, same price as Demario Douglas almost. And by the way, I like Douglas, but what's the ownership on Douglas compared to Moore? Douglas is 16%. Moore's at 6%. So that's interesting. And then Njoku's at 9% at 3,800. What an interesting team is 12.5 point favorites that aren't really popular.
No, it's a good team to target. And again, I'm gonna have some Njoku and Amari. Not sure how much more I need. I think you can play the Browns defense if you have the money, because they could easily pitch a shutout or have like 8 sacks or something. But other than that, I'm not messing around with the backfield. And I like the pass catchers. That's as simple as I can put it.
Yeah, if it happened that Jerome Ford ended up being out, fine. But that's not the case. And do you have any exposure to this backfield right now?
Oh.
Doesn't scare you a little bit as 12.5 point favorites?
Now, keep in mind, again, I don't build 150. So it's when I say that I don't. If I had 150 lineups, would I have some shares of Ford? Probably, because I think that's worthwhile. But no, it's not a priority for me.
I don't think you're wrong though. You have to get 2 things right. It's also possible that both of these guys have decent games, but I think that's probably the reason I'm not getting a lot of them is, let me put it to you this way and get your thoughts, because maybe we're probably on the same page. The likely outcome is they both give you like 13 or 14. I don't know if we're playing for this mass 28 point game from one and 20 from the likely outcome is both of them are pretty decent, but not enough to get you there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, anytime you have a team that could, have 4 or 5 touchdowns, there's always a chance that somebody consolidates them. But again, you can't really plan for that. More likely than not, both of the running backs, or even all 3 of the running backs, you could say, could have an effective game, but nothing too dangerous.
I ran the Sims on my side, and I like the exposures I'm getting. 20% Njoku at a weak tight end position right now. Amari Cooper, 15%. Elijah Moore, 13%. Deshaun Watson, 13%. 3% Jerome Ford. Totally fine with that.
I have no issues with that either.
So your favorite way to play this would it be double stacked with Deshaun? I think that's how it would be for me. And let me tell you why real quick. They're cheap. If I'm playing a team like this, and if I'm going out and I'm stacking a team like this, it doesn't always have to be the case, especially if they're dogs, right? Like if you're a dog and you're just hoping with a mobile quarterback to get one good consolidated target share to a player, and then the quarterback uses his legs playing from behind, that's different. But as 12.5 point favorites, if I'm going to do this with all of these sub 4K price points, with Deshaun Watson being priced at 5,400, with Amari Cooper at 6,100, and Elijah Moore and Njoku at 38 and 3,900, to me, It just makes more sense. Hey, I'm going to run this stack to open things up. And one of Moore and Njoku paired with a cheap Watson and a $6,000 Amari Cooper can do it for me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very comfortable with the stack. If I was playing the game, I'd probably rather have a one-off of Njoku just in other stacks, but both of those can be very, very effective.
Let's hit on some super chats. Orion, one super chat. Thank you. Is it silly to stack all four Hurts, AJ, Smith, and Goddard? Well, here's what I can say. I want your thoughts on this too, Ben. We haven't seen, I don't know if we've seen in all of the shows that we've done and done reviews. Doesn't mean it can't happen, because it certainly can, and it's happened before. I don't think we've seen a triple stack take anything down this year. And the problem with something like that is if you're doing that stack, you're paying a ton of money. It's not a cheap triple stack where the quarterback happens to go off. If you're paying for Smith, AJ Brown, and Hurts with Goddard, who's also one of the more expensive tight ends, you're basically punting every other position. They probably need 50 real points.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's just too much salary. So is it silly? I mean, they're all great players, but I don't like that lineup build now.
James Magruder, thanks, man, for the super chat. Just bought the NFL Data Plus Sims Weekly. My man,
Nice.
Glad to have you on board. How did I boost a player to get 100%? Okay, so you don't want to do, you don't, and this is a good question. If you're using the Sims, you don't want to do this. Think of it like this, and check out all of Greg's tutorials on this channel. You have plenty of time to do this before the slate starts. NFL Sims tutorial, Stokastic, or actually at the top, we have the tutorials that you can get to. So what it's doing when you use the contest generator, it's generating lineups. It's trying to mirror what the field is going to look like. Okay. And then once you go into that's why if you're boosting ownership on these guys, you're not boosting what you're going to get in your lineups. You're boosting what the field is going to, what's representative of the field. So if you're boosting a guy from like 10 to 15% ownership, what you're saying is you think he's going to be higher owned than he is, not that you want more exposure than he has. Bit of a learning curve here. Once you get it, it makes perfect sense. Once you go in and then you're going to simulate the lineups. Then when you're doing ROI boost, there's already all of the lineups that were created in the contest generator. What the sim is doing is it's just an advanced sorting process. It's sorting all of the top simulated ROI lineups and giving you the best lineups with not just the highest likelihood of winning, but not being duped and being different with leverage spots. So if you're upping the ROI boost, you're taking lineups that are already built and then it's ranking them higher. I think I'm explaining that as good as I can.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the tutorials will really help, but that's exactly how I would put it as well.
But also an incredibly powerful tool. It's just, you want to fine tune it. You can make tweaks. It's nuanced. Check the tutorials out. They'll be super helpful. But James, if you ever have any questions, keep hitting us up. You don't have to super chat us to ask us questions about our tools either. I'm happy to answer those, man. All right, let's keep it moving here. Next up, we got, Minnesota, Atlanta. 4 points. This hasn't budged. That's kind of crazy, right? I thought it would move a little bit, but the only game Atlanta's won by more than 2 or 3 points was week 1 against Bryce Young, kind of a game where you would expect Bryce Young to lose. Jaron Hall's starting. On the other side, Drake London's out. Bijan Robinson's getting a lot of ownership today. I know our Sims, and we can look at this again earlier in the week, we're getting to a lot of TJ Hawkinson. That scares me. I don't like Minnesota much. Like Jaron Hall is a 5th round rookie who's never made it. Even in the preseason, he looked completely lost. Tell me if you think I'm right or wrong. And if I'm wrong, tell me what I can change here.
No, I mean, it's hard to, when you have the unknowns, we get into how good is this guy going to be? Maybe he's amazing. Maybe he's not. Most important data point to me is what do the props say? I go to OddsShopper, I pull up Jaron Hall props, and he's, in like the high 190s for passing yards. That doesn't seem overly promising. And so if you trust that that's an accurate line, and I don't trust anyone more than the books, the markets, like it's a tough sell. I still think you could get to a piece, whether that's Hawkinson or Addison. But man, that's about it. It's a big downgrade for Minnesota.
Some implied totals on this slate, some team totals. Cardinals 12.5, Bears 16, Rams 17, Vikings 17, Giants 18, Seahawks 18.5, Bucks 18.5, Washington 19, Raiders 19.5. Pretty crazy, isn't it? That's a lot of teams sub 20, sub 18.
Yeah, again, this is why this slate to me is unique. You don't see that often.
You really don't. Are there any, okay, let's look at this through two different lenses. Are there any priorities for Minnesota? Okay, no. And are there any guys that you feel, let's just say, okay with for Minnesota?
I feel okay with their big time playmakers just because I really respect their game, even though they need a quarterback to deliver them the ball. Addison and Hawkinson, I think, are playable, but that's about it.
Yeah, I don't want, this is already a team that doesn't run the ball at a particularly high clip. I don't have much interest in trying to figure out if it's going to be a wildly inefficient Alexander Madison or Cam Akers to come in and vulture a goal line touchdown.
That's just a situation that I have no interest either.
Like, what's the real ceiling there?
No, there is. I mean, again, I say the same thing every time. Could one of them consolidate all the touchdowns? Sure, but that's so unlikely.
Yeah, it's really, really unlikely. And if you guys do have any super chats, don't worry, we will hit on these. We got to pace ourselves, right? And Ben, as you know, the super chat etiquette, it's not necessary, but it's appreciated. If there's a game that we're hitting on and you have the questions about that game, hit us during that game. It's much easier to work that into content, and we won't wait on that either. Max Howell, is Bijan a good play? All right, well, good, because we're going to the Atlanta side of the ball. Taylor Heineke can't be any worse. Can't be any worse than Desmond Ridder at this point. Really can't. Arthur Smith. Arthur Smith's got to be pulling his hair out in Atlanta. It is a guy. What?
That guy.
You love him?
Yeah, real cutting edge mind. It seems like.
I think I don't think he's the worst. I'll tell you that much. I think I wouldn't even put him bottom 5.
Oh, I would.
Really?
Yeah.
You'd put him below Brandon Staley?
No, but that's why we get 5 of them. Like, no, I wouldn't.
Would you put him below Mike McCarthy?
Yes.
You would? All right. Before this week, would you put him below Josh McDaniels?
No, that guy was in a whole different category.
Would you put him below Dennis Allen?
Yes.
You would?
Yeah. This guy might be, besides Staley, Brian Dable, the way he's been. We don't need to talk about that. I'm not a fan of Atlanta. They frustrate me.
Though. It's kind of fun.
Not that fun.
Was McDaniels by far the worst?
Yes, by far. Obviously, because they fired him.
Well, hold on. No, it took 48 weeks for Nathaniel Hackett to get fired.
Well, that was, but we knew that. Everyone who knows what's going on knew that.
You literally advocated for him. Go back. You advocated for Nathaniel Hackett to be fired after week 1.
Yes, and in hindsight, that turned out that would have been the prudent move.
I just like to ask you questions where your response is just like, why would anyone ever ask me that question?
Yeah, this is one of those. This is one of those moments.
All right. All right. In spite of all of Arthur Smith's flaws, no Drake London today. Minnesota pass defense has had some ups and downs. They've also faced some, good teams, some bad teams. It's been a mixed bag. Taylor Heineke, I want to be like, hey man, condensed target share, Kyle Pitts, the new improved behemoth Mac Hollins. How do we have any trust that anything that we anticipate happening, include Bijan Robinson in this conversation, is actually what we should expect to happen?
Yeah, you can't really rely on it, but at the same time, I don't think you can ignore it. I like Atlanta
Agreed.
Today. I think there's a lot of ways to play it. You've got Pitts, you've got Bijan. I think you could take a stab with Van Jefferson as like a really, a tournament-centric pay down option. I have some of the Atlanta stacks today just because it price point, it works really nicely. And unlike some of these guys, the difference between, Taylor Heineke and this guy's he's played in real games. He knows what he's doing. I'm not saying he's the best quarterback in the league, but it's not like, oh, we're throwing in a random guy who has no experience. This guy obviously can start in the NFL and play just fine.
You're 100% right. Look, you have Tyson Bagent, you have Jaron Hall, you have Aiden O'Connell, you have, let's not forget about Brett Rippon, right? Without Stafford?
Yeah, that's another situation where
That's another one. Who else? Who's the other guy I'm forgetting? Oh yeah, again, Clayton too.
Yep.
It's like half the slate. To what I'm saying though, to your point, if you were to lump all of those guys together, Taylor Heineke's not even close to being in that category. He's not even remotely close to that category of quarterbacks.
No, definitely not. Again, he's got experience and he knows what he's doing.
All right. So then how are you? This is the most important thing. If you're not the most important part of the show, but hey, each week you and I are willing to take some stands. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't, but you'll know where we are. Listen, if you think we're insane, feel free, go the complete opposite direction. Call us dummies. Use Goblin on Ben if you want. We can handle it. But this is important when it comes to how you're approaching this slate, especially given how weird this offense has looked for Atlanta. How are you playing the stacks? And then how are you playing the backfield? And are you mixing Bijan into these stacks?
I'm okay with mixing Bijan into the stacks. I think that's fine. I'm mostly it's QB +2 for me or Bijan one-offs. That's really the extent of it. Yeah, that's really the extent of it. I think you can stack up Atlanta, and if not, I think Bijan is the rightful one-off in other lineups.
And again, that QB +2 is going to be because it gets you such a cheap lineup, right?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Just curious here. Taylor Heineke is 5K. Who would your preferred two options be? Pitts and
Bijan or Van Jefferson and Pitts, probably.
Okay. Not old Matt Collins? No? All right. Fair enough. Van Jefferson did play a lot of snaps last time.
Yeah, I like him. I've always been a fan of him.
That is crazy. That stack. Let's just say you want to go play Green Bay defense against Brett Rippon. I'm just throwing it out there. With a 2-man stack with Taylor Heineke, almost 7,000 per player remaining in that lineup.
Yeah, it's nice.
Wow. Yeah, I can appreciate that. Let's keep it going here. Who do we have next? Oh, Tampa and Houston. All right, let's do it. Oh, one more thing, guys. Owner's Box. I know you heard about it earlier in the show. They have the 20K up top tournament today, 33% filled right now. We are 2 hours until lock, Ben. We're 2 hours to lock. It's the 20K up top, super flex contest, $500 first match deposit bonus, free lightning lineups ticket. They give you a $5 free ticket. They also give you a $5 free DFS ticket that you can use today and play in there on any of the contests that they have at the $5 level. But here's the Hail Mary, 3K up top. We had Drew D. I loved seeing this. Was this on our Tuesday show that he super chatted us? I think it was.
Yeah, I think so.
Super chatted us. He took down the 20K, said, he was like, Loughy, Ben, I would never have heard about Owner's Box had it not been for this channel. Ship the 20K on the Sunday main site. That's what I want. If it's not you or myself, if it's not anyone awesome here, I want one of the subs to win this. Like I want one of the subs to take it down each week. All of our tools have Owner's Box built in. The Sims tool, the contest generator, ownership, player projections, the top stack tool. Massive overlay. It's looking like, again, we are 1/3 of the way filled on this with 2 hours to go before lock.
Yeah, it's an opportunity. Again, we talk about it every time. Opportunity to get your dollars in just a more advantageous position. Doesn't mean you have to put all your dollars there, but having that in the portfolio is obviously a very smart move.
It's a complementary piece to the DraftKings and FanDuel that you're playing on.
Yeah.
but it's
Yep.
also one that you probably would want to get decent at given the overlay. No defenses. It's super flex. Means you can play 2 quarterbacks in the lineup if you want. Hell, this is one of those weeks where you think a low scoring game shoots out and there's 2 cheap stacks. You can literally game stack in these in a single lineup. Crazy build potential. 20K up top, up to $500 first match deposit bonus. You only have to deposit $10 to take advantage of it, to get the free tickets and stuff. But yeah, you're getting free tickets. You're getting up to a $500 deposit bonus. The biggest thing of any, though, is the fact that these are overlaying. And as Ben points out all the time, Superflex contests aren't solved yet. They're not solved yet. There's no perfect solve for Superflex. So link in the description. It might ask for a promo code. You don't need one for any of that stuff to get the bonus and all that, to get the tickets. Just use the link. Turn your ad blocker off too if you have that, because it can get weird. All right, Tampa Bay, Houston, 40-point total, Bucks 3-point dogs. What are you doing with the passing game today? Houston defense hasn't looked that bad this year.
No, they've made strides, no doubt about it. Now you got big weapons for Tampa, but right now, not getting to a ton. I think they're fine. If you told me you wanted to link up Evans and Godwin and punt with Otten and do something like that, I see no issue with it. But for me, I landed on other pieces mostly when I had that opportunity.
Me too. And it's kind of tough because I think I actually like Metcalf over, Godwin this week. I know you and I aren't totally aligned on that.
Okay.
There's a pretty low total for Seattle, but there's a few guys in that range that I think I like a little bit more. Mike Evans is always live for the big 2 touchdown game, right? Yes. That's just a fact. But the run game, Rachaad White has been wildly ineffective, and it's not all his fault. This team hasn't been able to run block for 3 years now?
Not good, but he still makes up for it in these little he is giving himself a nice floor. Need.
Yeah, that's what you need. Maybe he grabs a rushing touchdown, but all I'm saying is without the pass catching upside, and you can't just ignore it, but without it, Rachaad White is giving you 5 fantasy points.
Yeah, I mean, his outs are limited, of course. Finding the end zone, which has been a rarity, would really help. But we need that passing volume.
I will say, though, the one massive thing for Rachaad White, I don't know if it's talked about enough, because everyone's like, oh, it's Vaughn or it could be Tucker, sorry. RIP. Rachaad White look at his snap counts. 79%, 72, 91, 70, 79, 75. Last week, 82% of snaps. This guy is getting bell cow snaps. And that's the only reason I would go back to him, because I'm saying, look, I'm going to talk about Barkley in a minute. That's one of the most inefficient offenses we've ever seen. And Barkley is just an absolute volume monster. So at a significantly cheaper price point in what should be a closely contested game, I'm not just going to write Rachaad White off because he's not efficient. If he's playing 80% of snaps every week, I think there's a role for him in some of my lineups, albeit not a 30% owned guy.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I think he's certainly playable, and in the right game script, he could really be good. But there's also, we'll talk about some of these other backs in that mid-range that I think I have a little ahead of them.
Who are they? Well, one of them I know is going to be Stevenson.
Yeah, Stevenson. That's really the one I was mostly alluding to. Obviously, if you have extra couple hundred, you can go get Bijan. Aaron Jones, maybe if you want to roll the dice. They're a little more expensive, but I do think they're in the conversation.
I know it's a near impossibility, but we're at 664 likes, right? So what, we need 336 to hit 1K today? 25 minutes? Is that like a 10-to-1 thing here?
I mean, 10-to-1. Yeah, it's certainly big plus money. I'll tell you that much. I'd put it at like plus 750.
Okay. Well, if you've yet to atone for your sins,
everyone's watching the London game, which apparently from chat, crazy things are going on.
Last I looked, it was 21-0. Yeah, and I was reading chat as well. They stripped Hill or something and returned it for a touchdown. I don't know. But anyway, appreciate you guys supporting the show, whether we get there or not. We know you support us, even if it's just watching the show, telling your friends about the free content here. Appreciate it. It's an uphill battle, though. Very much an uphill battle. And not that heart in the chat. That is the dumbest thing ever. Why don't they get rid of that shit?
Yo, I don't really
obstructs my view.
understand it.
People
what happens if
comment,
I
can't
press
even
it?
read them. What's that?
What happens if you press? Well, it just like I can just keep doing this. Does this do anything?
Yeah, it's like some like Periscope had that. I know some of those like maybe Instagram Live or whatever have that bullshit where they just pop up all over the screen. So dumb.
So I can just like keep doing this?
Yeah, are you doing it right now? Is that you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
see it. You're flying, baby. Yeah.
All right. All right. There we go.
Would you say your favorite play then for Tampa is going to be Rachaad White, even if he's not your
Yes.
favorite play in that range?
Yep.
What about on the Houston side? Damian Pierce is out, so Singletary's clearly the value back if you're getting to one of those, sub 4,500 guys.
He is. And I get it for price point. My builds didn't really lead me there, and I respect kind of Tampa's front. At times, it hasn't been like crazy vintage Tampa, but for Houston, I think most people are going to be concerned, rightfully so. You've got Schultz, you've got Nico Collins, you've got Tank Dell, and now you've got Noah Brown, who, if you're looking for a true punt, probably is in the conversation. I think Nico Collins makes the most sense. I think the field, looking at the tools, would agree with that. And I get stacking Stroud. I didn't get there, but he does grade out perfectly fine if you want a Houston stack.
I don't have much here. I think Nico Collins is fine. These are all guys that I look at as fine.
Yeah.
Devin Singletary's fine. I think that's a pretty fair approach. I'm not trying to cop out on any of this. I just don't look at this game and see any priorities.
I'm pretty neutral on the game. If it crushes or gets crushed, neither of those would be ideal for me. I hope it's just a middling game and I can just move on because I don't have any hot takes from the game.
My favorite play, though, even though it'll be, relatively popular, is still going to be Singletary. Just because I think I think he still, for the most part, gets the backfield to himself.
I might have a little.
What's that?
Yeah, I might have. I'm not ruling Singletary out by any stretch.
Yeah. Does Mike Boone get involved? Yeah, it's possible. We saw him earlier in week 1 was like the pass catching back, but that stopped real fast. So I think Singletary is probably the best play from this one for me. All right, Washington and New England. I'll tell you straight up, I like Demario Douglas. And, I know he's going to be popular. I know Eric and I went back and forth on this on the ownership show on Thursday, that he's probably going to come in underweight to that because of the popularity. For me, I don't mind getting the 4K, Demario Douglas. I don't. I'll do what I've done all season long that has paid off for me. And that is I will pick on the Washington secondary that they can't stop the passing game. They can't stop things deep. Now, I know Douglas is lined up in the slot most of the time, but you're missing your 2 top outside receivers in Kendrick Bourne and Devontae Parker. We saw him line up a little bit more in the outside last game. And even so, he's actually second on the team in deep targets this year with 6 of them behind only Kendrick Bourne. So I think they still could look to him downfield a little bit. As gross as it sounds, Demario Douglas target share in a really good matchup at home where they're actually favored. I'm okay getting to 15, 16 Douglas. I also don't mind getting to some Mike Gesicki down there. I think there might be some opportunities for him, for Hunter Henry. Say it's as gross as you want because it is. But, and yes, I like Ramondre Stevenson a lot. This is, as Greg put it on our Friday show, a stoppable force against a movable object. Like there's no, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
You could see the Patriots put up 28, or you could see them put up 3, and neither one would surprise me. That's the way I'm looking at it. Neither one of those would surprise me.
No, and I think that it helps with the price points to make this a little more reasonable in terms of stomaching, because I don't like New England. I don't think they're a good offense, but I still acknowledge there are pieces that I'm interested in, particularly Stevenson. I have some Douglas. I think that's fine. I know people are paying down for Mac Jones, and I understand it. It opens up your lineups. There were other pay down quarterbacks that I preferred, so I didn't have to do that today.
I get it. Yeah, I think you're probably more towards Heineke. I'm probably more towards this Patriots team. Both of them are gross for what it's worth.
Correct.
What's the Patriots implied total? It's at 22.
Yeah, it's not unhealthy. It's ugly at
Yeah.
the same time.
Oh, it's ugly. All right. It's ugly. I mean, it's also possible. I haven't built all my lineups yet. Did I just get to a little bit of Mac Jones stacks? But then I have pieces like punt a New England tight end, punt with Demario Douglas, go to a low priced Ramondre Stevenson. If nothing else, I think my New England on a horrible slate where you have just a sea of really low totals, a sea of super low implied totals, a sea of bad quarterbacks. I think it's a mistake to say you're just writing off New England.
Oh, definitely. But you can't write off any of these really bad teams today.
I can write off a couple. Chicago mostly, and Arizona, I think I mostly write off.
I'm writing them off too, but you have to at least, it's not a slate where you can just sort by bad teams and remove them blindly.
Right.
You have to go through and be like, okay, this actually is disturbing and this isn't.
That's a good point. Most slates we're writing off New England. We're writing off.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. What are you doing with Stevenson?
I'm playing him. I like the spot. Again, he's not jamming him by any stretch, but he's just in the conversation for me. Similar to White in the sense that I think he's got some outs to get some target share. His touchdown equity isn't good. I think it's better today just because of how bad this game is. Certainly not going to get you a 100-yard bonus, but if he gives me 10 to 12 carries and 5 targets, I'll live with that type of volume.
Is he your favorite non-high priced running back today?
I think he's probably second behind Bijan.
Okay. So how would you rank your running backs right now then?
Bijan. I mean, Kamara, but everybody likes Kamara. And Stevenson are probably, 3 of my most important.
So Jacobs and Barkley would be behind both of those guys, all of those guys?
Yep.
Okay.
I have both of them in the pool, but of course, but yeah, they would be behind them.
Got it. Any other thoughts on this side? Because otherwise we can hit on Washington.
No, I think that's about it.
What about the Commanders?
Terry McLaurin, he's getting crazy work. I know New England will try to take him away, but they're going to have to force him the ball. He's got 32 targets in 3 games. I'm just going to keep playing him in the mid 5s. That's it for me.
No Curtis Samuel. Maybe that opens things up a little bit. Yeah. Washington's not a team I'm getting to a ton of, but this.
You see what happens when you're back.
You got me?
I got you.
I was saying it moved through 3 because I grabbed Washington at 3.5 earlier.
Well, that's lovely. That's a good number.
It's a good number. Just saying, like, you could see this being real competitive,
Oh, absolutely.
And by competitive, I don't mean a fun game to watch. I mean close. There's a big difference.
Yeah, it's an ugly game, but could be very competitive.
Rams in Green Bay. I don't want to try and figure out what's going on with the Rams run game. I'm personally, bless you, Jordan. Whenever Jordan sneezes, I can't miss it. It's crazy.
I missed it.
I don't say like it's a can't miss event. I mean, he spasms.
No, I read you. I just missed it this time.
Rams 3.5-point dogs with Matthew Stafford doubtful, by the way. Just Jordan Love stinks. Are you thinking maybe that Cooper Kupp ends up being a really good play? Because I know you know where I'm going here. It's like, oh, you get Brett Rippon. He hasn't started any games. The guy's been a backup for God knows how long, despite starting sporadically here and there as a backup when the starter's hurt. Do you think maybe this could be a game where Cooper Kupp just gets a shit ton of volume?
It's definitely possible. There's no doubt about it. The problem is when you make bets like that, it's a lot easier to bet on something when the guy's 5,100 than 8,500. Like, you really need to be right, and then this guy's got to be able to deliver him the ball. So I think that's possible, but it's a tough click just because of how dysfunctional the Rams are today.
Yeah, it's a real tough click. Plus, teams have actually schemed to slow down Cooper Kupp the past couple of weeks.
And it's worked.
It's worked. What, 20, less than 30 yards in back-to-back weeks?
Yeah, it's been quiet.
I think the Rams are one of the teams where I'm not saying I'm writing them off, but I have very little interest in the Rams outside of maybe trace amounts of Cooper Kupp in the event that he just goes crazy and gets 18 targets.
Yeah, I mean, you can always make a case for a player of that caliber.
All right, so here's I've been saying for a little while now that I won't touch Aaron Jones until I think he could be back. This might actually be the spot to go with Aaron Jones. You ready for this?
Yeah, I mean, you decipher the coach speak.
Well,
They say he's good to go.
I think LaFleur has actually been pretty transparent about this, which is what makes it really interesting, right? Because he said last week, and this is why I explicitly said against Denver and Minnesota, I'm not touching Aaron Jones until he starts getting full practices, until they say he's okay. Comes back after the bye, after being out games, then returning, then missing another game, then having the bye, still not getting a full practice in, then playing in week 7 against Denver. No, thank you. No, thank you. And then week 8, LaFleur's like, yeah, he's nowhere close to 100%. Okay, I'm good. I'll when a coach says something like that, I'm willing to trust them more than some of the other real vague bullshit they throw out there. But now, no injury designation, and he hasn't had one for a couple days now, right? And then you've got LaFleur. I know this is to what you were alluding to. LaFleur goes, where is it? He looked good, had a good week, and he's ready to cut him loose.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that, especially given how AJ Dillon couldn't find his way out of a paper bag at this point. So I actually think 62. If this is the week, if there was a week to go to Aaron Jones, for me, this would be the week against the Rams. This would be the week I'd go to Aaron Jones.
It's still a risk. I did force some in because it's a good spot, and I do think there's real good tournament upside. Now he's right in the same range as Bijan. We actually had a super chat about Bijan versus Gus Edwards, and it would definitely be Bijan for me, even on FanDuel. And I think I'd actually have Aaron Jones ahead of Gus Edwards as well.
So would I. Oh, to me, it's actually not that close.
Yeah.
Give me Aaron Jones. I like Aaron Jones.
You always like Aaron Jones. You're a big Aaron Jones guy.
But I like him in the appropriate spots. Like I said,
when he does good.
What?
Yeah, I mean, there's some players
when he's healthy, and it's not when it was so obvious the last couple of weeks that he wasn't healthy and he wasn't going to get a full workload. Like nobody should have been surprised by that.
No, I get you. I mean, this is one of these plays you can honestly, not that you can't do this with other plays, you'll be able to assess if you were right or wrong, not based on the results, but based on his work today. If he has another 7 carries and he breaks 2 80-yard runs, that was, in hindsight, a terrible play.
But I got lucky. Yep.
But he got lucky. If he has 22 touches today and he manufactures nothing, I, in hindsight, wish I jammed him.
Yeah. And for what it's worth, if he has 2 80-yard touchdowns and only gets 7 carries, fire Matt LaFleur.
He's down there too.
But anyway, I'll go to Aaron Jones this week. And you know what? Maybe he doesn't cut him loose, and maybe it's all nonsense. I'd rather risk it on a week like that than on a week where LaFleur is going, he's not 100%, or on a week where he can't where he can't practice until Saturday. You know, I can live with that. What are you doing with the passing game?
On Tuesday, I had a lot more interest in this passing game. And now that more and more and more backup and new quarterbacks have emerged, Jordan Love at 5,500 doesn't look as appealing to me. I still think that you could play him in tournaments just because even though he's not a good real life quarterback, if you're throwing the ball 40 plus times at times and he gives you a little rushing, it can be interesting. You've got Jones, you've got Watson. It's just not the best stack, though. I had trouble building for this. It's an ugly game. It's in Green Bay. Not my favorite.
Favorite plays from either side of this game?
Aaron Jones.
Aaron Jones?
That's about it. I guess Christian Watson because I still believe in him, but man.
Yeah, Love has looked bad, man. Nicholas Lynn, $10 super chat. No question, just saying thanks, fellas. Hey, appreciate you, man. Really do. Appreciate all your guys' support on these shows. We love doing them, but without you guys watching, it's kind of pointless, you know? So
that's true.
What did we have any expo? Jordan, are you doing this for each team, or did you just give up on that? Are you throwing it up on the? Okay, what's our Aaron Jones exposure? All right. I assume it's going to be probably around the field. I don't mind being over the field. Ben, the only thing is I was hoping he'd be a little bit less than 10%. I was hoping people would be a little spooked.
Yeah, that's again, I think the coach gives you some reassurance, but it also inflated his ownership.
Exactly. Yeah. Like I would have been much more comfortable if I saw him logging full practices and the coach never said anything.
Yeah, I agree.
Right. Wow.
He's a tough player for a sim too, because
tough to figure that out.
It really is.
Because it's hard to factor. Yeah. Like projections are still human. So this is again, one of the spots where I would positively ROI boost Aaron Jones.
So would I.
I'd probably hit him to the moon just to get some of them, you know? All right. What do we got next here? We got the Colts?
Colts and the Panthers.
Colts are an interesting spot, right? Second highest total slate, 2-point favorites. Carolina coming off a win, new offensive coordinator. I'm not sure how much I'm buying into that though. They want, what was it, 15-13 game or something? It's not like,
hey, they won.
Good call, dude. You
I had that on
right
the bingo
here.
Card.
Bet in the minute. You did take the money line after this show, right?
I did. I had more with the points. But
you also sprinkled on the line.
It was good. They deserved to win that game. They had more than enough chances to get it done, and they did.
They did. And you were spot on. I guess all I'm saying is they still only had 15 points, right?
No, they're not. I mean,
nothing to do from a betting perspective. I'm talking DFS specific now.
Yeah. I don't think that changes here. I don't have a lot of interest in Carolina. I think the big decision point is what are you doing with Adam Thielen? His price continues to rise. I will continue to fade him. The targets are there, but every week his path gets more and more narrow, not because of anything he's doing, but 7,500. This guy was 5,900. He was 5,100. He's 40. Obviously, those were misprices. These are probably more accurate to where he should be, but I don't see the value here with Thielen.
Well, I guess it's kind of at a stage now, right? Where if you weren't getting them all year, how do you start now when he's appropriately priced?
I try not to do that though, because like you try to treat it independently. Like, okay, if I miss the guy, I can't just say, well, I can't. If he should be 9,000, he would be a great play today.
Well, you're doing it the right way, but there's always going to be a mental block for a lot of people that are hand building.
And me too. There's something about that. I still think that 75. We're going to see that the pendulum has swung too much now, and he's probably like a 6K receiver.
Benny said Loughy's hoodie drawstrings have a good thickness to them. Yeah, I don't know why. They're very girthy drawstrings.
That looks comfortable though.
What's up?
That looks comfortable.
That's what I was going to say. It's a super comfortable hoodie, man.
You could tell. You could tell that it was comfortable.
I came down here. I blasted the heat here. Because we don't have like the central heat and yet it goes into the basement. It's great though in the winter. It's nice being cold down here, right? Like
I'm big team.
Nothing regulates the temperature better than the basement in the winter and the summer.
Yeah.
But yeah, I cranked it today. It was cold. But I'm with you. I guess with Carolina, it would be Thielen or Chuba Hubbard. Are you going to Chuba Hubbard here? Because I'm still concerned that this could be a hot hand approach. The problem is Miles Sanders hasn't been hot all year. And fortunately, I've dodged that bullet, I think, every week.
I don't have a lot of interest in that backfield. Because again, I still think, I know it's a toss-up type game, but like you need the right game script, and I still don't really believe in that rushing attack. So no, I don't really like Carolina today.
I'm interested in some Minshew stacks, to be honest.
Pittman.
Yeah, Pittman, underwhelming game last week. He scored, but the yardage totals just kind of left a lot to be desired. But in the same breath, he's still at 13 targets in that game against Jacksonville, 14 targets. There's no doubt that Minshew likes to get to him. Josh Downs, I think, is fine. He's expected to play. I don't know if you want to do something at quarter or at tight end there. To me, I like Pittman the most here in the passing game. And then you have to figure out what you want to do with Jonathan Taylor and Zach Moss.
That's the tricky part. I totally get Pittman. Jonathan Taylor, I still don't really know what happened. I thought he was like on pace for 25 carries and they just stopped giving him the ball. I don't know. So I'm still okay with Jonathan Taylor, but he's got a real It's not even like 1A, or the backup. He's got a secondary 1A, 1B situation going on.
Then your favorite way to play this game on either side, stacks, skinny stacks, running backs, anything jump off the page?
No, honestly, shorting Thielen and playing Pittman if I needed to, but I really don't have a lot of this game.
For me, I'd say Pittman and then Taylor. I do wonder though, Zach Moss was a game time decision last week. I'm wondering what the hell was going on there with Zach Moss. It would be Pittman and then it would be Taylor, but I do like Pittman. I think you could see a real big Pittman game sooner than later with how much he's been targeted, right?
I love Pittman in life. I'm a big fan of him, and I think this is a pretty good environment to get it done.
Kind of similar just to Metcalf. It's just my approach of the targets are there. The price tag is fine. Ownership isn't crazy. That's what it comes down to for me.
Yeah, I was just trying to pull up his ownership.
Let's close these last two games out: Dallas, Philly, New York, and Las Vegas. Before we do, though, guys, many of you know this already. Many of you aren't in these states, so it's not applicable. But if you're in Kentucky or Iowa or Ohio or New Jersey or Virginia or Colorado, Bet365 is giving you $150 when you sign up. Deposit only 10, and even better, bet only $5 of that 10. That's it. You deposit 10, it takes you 2 minutes to sign up. Literally. You bet 5, put it on whatever the hell you want. You want to go with a massive parlay, who cares? If you win, you get 150 and whatever you want on your bet. If you lose, you still get 150. No strings attached. Nothing more to it than that. It's that simple. Even if you're not an avid sports bettor, free money is free money. You take it any other realm of life when it comes across the table, you take it here as well. And if you are a sports bettor and you're betting on one or just two books, you're leaving value and money on the table every single time you place a bet. New Jersey, Colorado, Virginia, Ohio, Iowa, and Kentucky, you bet 5, you get 150. Links in the description and in the chat. You must be 21 years old or to gamble, 18 plus in Kentucky. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call or text, for the love of God, 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, Dallas and Philly. I'm going to ask you to break this game down as a whole for me, if you don't mind. Like both sides, game stacks, skinny stacks, doubles, running backs. I'm just very curious to see, with this being the highest total game of the slate, 3-point spread, how you approach a spot like this.
Yeah, I mean, the nice thing about a game like this, you can take it one of two ways. There are playable options at every price point on both sides of it. Two really good teams, very competitive, a healthy total. CeeDee Lamb blew up last week. Certainly not going to be sneaky by any stretch off a 14-target game where he had 2 touchdowns and they dominated. I'm interested to see what happens with Tony Pollard, who was chalk last week. And price has come down. Obviously didn't perform last week, but he's still an integral part of the offense. Getting pieces of Dallas. I don't have Dak this week. I stacked him up a lot last week to varying degrees of success.
Yeah, you were spot on there.
I just couldn't unfortunately, I just couldn't have the right Gallup really hurt, even though we did see him in some winning lineups with like 4. The Eagles are trickier because A.J. Brown is an absolute monster. I mean, this stretch, we've all heard about it. It's, like 125 yards every single week. You've got him, you've got Goddard, you've got Smith, you've got Hurts. I'm not getting to Swift. I am getting to some Hurts, and I'm okay with Dallas bringbacks if you want to stack up this game.
I liked A.J. Brown last week, as everybody did, obviously, right? Like, he's just phenomenal.
That was the killer for me last week. I got to CeeDee Lamb, and then A.J. Brown basically killed having CeeDee Lamb, because you needed both ultimately.
Right. And we saw that in a lot of those lineups we reviewed on the Tuesday podcast exclusive. Check our podcast out, by the way, guys. Apple Podcast, Spotify. Either way, that was not a victory lap. But what I was saying is I liked A.J. Brown, but I also thought, hey, this could be potentially the Devonta Smith game too. Now, He wasn't bad. He had 77 for 99 and a touchdown. 1 additional yard for Devonta Smith. Now you're talking the DK 3-point bonus, right? You're talking 7 for 100 and a touchdown. You're talking 26 plus. You're talking 26 DraftKings points. So he was literally 1 yard from having the 26 fantasy point game. The only difference is now his price is coming back up $400. I think he's fine. I still prioritize Brown. But you know what? If there's a spot to be different, I think going back to Devontae Smith still makes sense. He is a 22% target share player in one of the best, most electric offenses in football, in the highest total game of the slate, in Philadelphia at the Link. I still think Devontae Smith is fine. Now, Ben, you're going to, I don't think you're going to get a lot of, if you're running the contest or the lineup simulator or not, I don't think you're going to get a lot of him or through that. You're going to have to manually get some Devontae Smith lineups, but I'm not fully opposed to it on such an ugly slate like this. Plus, we know that AJ Brown's going to be wildly popular. I love AJ Brown this week. You should love AJ Brown every single week, but he's $8,600. There's also leverage on Devontae Smith on 20% AJ Brown shares as well.
Yeah, that's where, again, I think it really gets tricky with how you want to allocate that. And the salary of these guys are no joke. And that's where we had that super chat earlier in the show about like onslaught. It's really difficult to do that in a game like this. So for me, I'm kind of just picking and choosing where I'm at. I'm fine with rolling the dice. Like I have Devontae Smith one-offs on some teams, or at least looking to do that. And I have the same with AJ Brown, because when you play Taylor Heineke or Mac Jones or someone like that, your one-offs can look like AJ Brown, no problem. That's why it's useful to do that at times.
Gecko A, is that it? With a super chat, FanDuel Cash, AJ and Noah Brown or Collins and Addison. I don't know if you want either of those for cash.
AJ.
Well, I was going to say our player compare tool is 100% free. You would go the AJ Brown side, right?
I would.
All right. If you go to our site or just Google player compare tool, the first thing that pops up is ours. I'm going to tell you right now. Actually, let me pull this up while I get your thoughts on DeAndre Swift, because Boston Scott, not that makes a big difference, is out, but Kenny Gainwell fumbled at the goal line last week. What do you do with Swift in a spot like this? I kind of like him.
I don't.
No?
No, it's just a crowded range. I still respect the Cowboys defense. Swift's awesome too. Like I'm not alone in this. Like I've always been advocating that this guy in the right situation is just elite. And I do like the 20 total touches path. Just don't know, 66, it's a pretty reasonable price. I think I'm kind of indifferent to the play.
Okay. All right. I like him a little more than you do, but he's not going to be a priority for me. I think I actually still prefer Aaron Jones.
Yeah, I prefer Bijan for sure.
Yeah. Favorite plays from this game for me, it's Brown. I like Goddard. I don't think there's a lot of wrong answers here, but you're going to have to get the players around this correct. That's the problem. If you're stacking up the Philadelphia Eagles, you're going to have to get some of these cheap options right in other spots to build this lineup out and have it crush.
That's where, again, I think it's a really tricky game just because a 47-point total in this landscape is prime real estate.
Absolutely. Just ran the player compare tool for you. It is we have AJ Brown and Noah Brown. That wins the 2v2 player compare. What a cool tool, by the way.
Yeah, I love that thing. When you're just in a pinch and you kind of have a coin toss, see what that break the tie with a tool.
If you guys ever have questions too, like, and it's running close to lock, live before lock, or this, or you don't want to super chat, jump on the player compare tool. A lot of the answers we're going to give you are very similar to that. It's just using our projections and ownership and everything else as well. All right. Any thoughts on this one? Or are you ready to wrap it up?
No, I think we covered it.
Let's do it. Looks like we will not hit 1,000 likes, but a valiant effort. We are at 859, 141 to go. Not bad. I'd say pretty good given that there's a Chiefs-Dolphins Germany game happening as we do this show.
Yeah, I mean, that's an elite game. I get why people would want to watch that, but I'm glad that they choose to stop in here as well and still hang out with us.
Jordan, hold on. We'll close this one. Run the Stokastic Hall of Fame segment and go do what you got to do during that. Okay? All right. Let's wrap it up. New York Giants, Las Vegas Raiders. I'll keep it simple. I like Barkley. I don't care about this team being bad. Daniel Jones is still better than Tommy DeVito. Probably not as good as Tyrod Taylor as how this offense functions. No Darren Waller. So I'll get to some Wan'Dale Robinson. He's cheap. The Raiders are in disarray regardless, but I like the volume on Saquon Barkley. I'm okay with that. I honestly am. The guy had 41 looks last game. Almost 60% of their offensive plays involved Saquon Barkley. That's nuts. Will it be the same with Jones? No, I get that. But still a lot. I still have no problem with Barkley. I still actually like him a lot. I actually like him over Josh Jacobs on the other side, but I will say in the game that Aiden O'Connell started, where they played from behind against the Chargers earlier this year, the two highest target shares were Devontae Adams, 30+% target share, and Josh Jacobs, highest target share, highest overall targets, raw targets of the season was with Aiden O'Connell. So I like Jacobs, but the way I prioritize this game, it would be Saquon Barkley, Josh Jacobs, Devontae Adams, Wan'Dale Robinson would be my 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, Saquon, it's hard to turn down that volume. I get it. It's still an ugly, ugly game, and just both teams are in disarray. So not thrilled with it. You have so many dart throw options, but yeah, it would be Saquon, and Josh Jacobs still merits some consideration. You just don't know what you're getting from the Raiders at this point. A true dumpster fire situation.
Final thoughts on this slate before we head out?
No, I think you just need to trust your reads. It's going to be an uncomfortable build. If your team looks uncomfortable, I think that's okay. That's why, obviously, if you have tools, and of course I advocate for our Sims or even a lineup generator, you get to see kind of how these lineups come together. And I think that makes it a little easier to stomach, because I know when I built today, I looked at my team, just surface level, loving football, and I was like, wow, this lineup looks like it only costs 30,000. Like, where's all my money? That happens sometimes. You just have to embrace it.
Follow Ben at JazzRez DFS. As always, shout out to Jordan Klein for producing this one. He'll be around for another hour and 20 minutes, live before lock with Matt Gajewski and Eric Lindquist. And yeah, like you said with the tools, guys, all of our Sims packages, even the lineup generator. If you're looking to get in at a lesser price point, check out some advanced tools. We got you covered. And NBA, $4.99. This is just going on for a few more days. $4.99 for the entire week of the lineup generator. And hey, last day here. Stokastic Hall of Fame, baby. Rock the avatar. Stokastic.com/avatar. You finish top 3 in a field of 5,000 or more, where you're rocking this sweet beauty on FanDuel, on Owner's Box, on DraftKings. Tweet your wins to us at Stokastic HOF. Not only are you getting any subscription you want of your choosing, up to $200 value for the entirety of the month, you also get inducted into the Hall of Fame. We shout you out. Throw your screenshots up there. It's good all the way around. Anyway, hit me up at Loughy_D on Twitter. It's LOUGHY_D. Matt Gajewski and Eric Lindquist coming up right now. Bye-bye.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome to NFL Live Before Lock, presented by Owner's Box. I'm Eric Lindquist, excited to be with you. We've got a Week 9 slate that is just oh so terrible looking, but that's going to make it extra fun here, and we get to have it alongside my guy, Matt Gajewski, per usual, Matt_Gajewski over on the Twitters, college football extraordinaire, as well as the NFL streets. Pretty damn good. How you doing, my dude?
Doing good, man. Excited for the slate today. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Got a new camera. Got it all set up by my friend Jordan Klein over there. And he takes off as soon as I say that. He just leaves. Goodbye. Okay. Well, I'll thank him a little bit later. But everybody smash that like button as we get going. Going to be a fun one here. Talking some contrarian pieces. And oh my God, I look at my lineups. I'm feeling a little bit uncomfortable about this slate. I was going to play 150. My wife's out of town. I'm just like, I have the entire day, all football, all to myself. I ended up just building out 5 big lineups because of how uncertain I think this slate is. I don't know how I feel about the chalk. The chalk is just extra ridiculous here, but looking at some inactives, didn't really see anything massive that came across the board. Did you see anything that stood out to you?
I didn't. It seems like a pretty straightforward day with inactive. So not a ton of late swap stuff in the afternoon either. You should always be late swapping anyway, just depending on how you're standing in your contest. But yeah, injury wise, it seems pretty straightforward.
Seems very straightforward. And I think that's going to make for a fun slate, but also it is really brutal looking, in my opinion. Maybe Maybe we can find some contrarian pieces though together, friends. We go position by position here on the Live Before Lock show. We've got just under 80 minutes here to go. Oh, baby. We got lots to get to. Let's just start right here at the top. And Jalen Hurts and Dak Prescott, I think this game environment relative to the entire slate is something that a lot of people are keying in on. You have A.J. Brown playing ridiculous football. CD Lamb played ridiculous football last week. We look at the top stacks. We look at everything across the board here, and it just tells me that Jalen Hurts is a guy that I need to have as a part of the portfolio, even with 5 lineups. There's no way that he wasn't going to be a part of one. Are you behind that?
Yeah, absolutely. Going to be my most owned quarterback. I don't think there's a lot of analysis that needs to be done with Jalen Hurts. We have a weak quarterback slate altogether, just with the amount of elite teams playing on primetime games, the Germany game. So to me, it's kind of just, we have Lamar and we have Hurts. If you want to pay up for quarterback, do you have a preference between the two? And I certainly do, with Hurts being on the better overall team, better offense. And a lot of that is just play design for him. He has all the QB sneak equity around the goal line, the rushing touchdowns, definitely going to be there for Hurts. Lamar has a lot of that upside as well. But as we saw last week, there is a floor to Lamar's game when Gus Edwards punches in the touchdowns. You don't have as much risk of that with Philadelphia. If they're near the goal line, it is Hurts. It's not Swift. So just to break the tie between the two of them, it's Hurts for me, but still like Lamar too.
Yeah, still like Lamar. But, last week, that was one of the better calls that I actually had was just Gus Edwards and making sure that I didn't play any Lamar Jackson. I'm on the exact opposite end of the spectrum here now, where I do like Lamar Jackson as well, one of those 5, and somebody that if I were playing more lineups, I would have a pretty large stand for. Again, when you're playing 5, you're basically having a Jalen Hurts, having a Lamar Jackson, and I think that is just fine by me. But anybody else in terms of expensive quarterbacks, like 6K and above that you're getting to? Because I'm really not landing on Smith, Stroud, and Dak Prescott. I'm going to have a share of him, but I would not probably be overweight out of 150. Looking at 6.9%, maybe I would be. I'm going to run the Sims here in the background as we're going, but anybody else expensive? Because I feel like this is just a nice week to be going cheap there, pay up for some skill position players. Hi, Alvin Kamara, going to be in every lineup of mine. But how about yourself?
Yeah, I don't love the range. My 2 most owned quarterbacks, they should come as a surprise to nobody, will be Hurts and Lamar. But I do have some sprinklings of some of these players. I've kind of been a known Dak hater for a while, but he is part of my portfolio, not a large part. The matchup's not easy by any means, but the total is high, and it's a matchup between 2 actual good teams. We just don't have a lot of those on this slate. So I think you should be running Dak just basically out of necessity. We don't have a lot of alternatives. If you're playing 150 set, something like that. I like Stroud in the bounce back. He is a player that I am overweight to in this range. I have more of him than the other 6K quarterbacks. Just bet on bounce back after last week. He was semi-chalky in tournaments especially, and then he failed against Carolina. They face Tampa Bay here, who's long been more of a pass funnel defense. You're still looking at a pretty condensed target share with no Woods, so you can stack them pretty easily with Dell and Nico Collins. And then I did play a little bit of Geno Smith. Not a great game environment by any means, but the overall quarterback position, as you guys are probably gathering, is a bit of like a stars and scrubs build for me. It's going to be a lot of Hurts, a lot of Lamar, and then a lot of guys cheaper than this 6K range.
Oh yeah, and this is going to be where I think it gets really, really fun, is kind of figuring out which of these stacks you want to get to. And we have the tools and content here at Stokastic to be able to help you out with it, not just the Sims tool that can identify using the simulations, using 5,000 simulations, be able to get you the best possible lineups, but the NFL lineup generator, which is awesome, under $15. And we're going to be utilizing that during the show, as well as all the other things like the top stacks tool that have been around forever. And that's where I kind of lead into this. Sub 6K, if you had to play one quarterback in a GPP, who do you play?
It's going to be Bryce Young, I think.
Oh, wow. Okay. That is not where I was expecting. Give the Bryce Young, what would it be? Analysis, I suppose.
Yeah. My pitch for Bryce Young is that he's playing Indianapolis, and every team that plays Indianapolis, their quarterback throws for 400 yards and 4 scores. Bryce Young's coming off his first win, an actual decent game for him. We know exactly where the ball's going. He's an easy stack with Thielen. And then you could maybe look at like a cheap Mingo if you need salary relief or something. And on the other side, Minshew has been a very willing dance partner in these shootout games. Like they just allowed Derek Carr to look like Patrick Mahomes last week. And everybody's greasy. So I don't feel like I'm taking a huge stand here with Bryce Young because the alternatives are just below this like 5.6K range. Love, Watson, Baker Mayfield, Gardner Minshew himself, and then Bryce Young's down there. I think the safest one's probably Watson, depending on your confidence with the injury. But yeah, man, I don't feel like I'm taking a huge stand with Bryce Young just because the alternatives are so bad.
They are pretty well. It's not that they're bad. It's just that I think I like the upside of a Sam Howell a little bit more. I like the upside of a Daniel Jones, who nobody's going to click on. I think part of that too, looking at the afternoon window, you only have 3 games and everybody's going to play Dallas, Philly. Everybody's going to have Indy, Carolina. And then the Giants and Vegas are just sitting there all by themselves. And Daniel Jones, 5,600, getting back into the mix. This neck, it sounds like he's feeling healthy for the first time in a hot second. There's got to be something there with his legs at some point. I think Daniel Jones is going to have one of those games sooner rather than later. He's got nobody to throw it to anymore. That makes it pretty difficult. But Daniel Jones, if the Giants want to be successful, it's him to Saquon Barkley. I think that stack feels like something I want to have a part of. Wan'Dale Robinson, we'll talk about a wide receiver as well. But I think the Giants, for a late slate, definitely going to be low owned amongst those 3 games that are sitting there. But for the main slate, especially, nobody going to Daniel Jones. I do like taking a shot there. Is Jordan Love completely dust?
Yeah, for sure. He stinks.
So we don't click on him. How about Deshaun Watson against Arizona with no run back? I'm having a tough time figuring out if I want to have anything from Arizona here. I thought about playing some Clayton Tune instead. Anytime touchdown plus 1,100. He had some legs at
Houston.
There you go. He could definitely get you some rushing touchdowns from time to time. I think he had 5 or 6 his senior season. Somebody that I went back and watched a little bit of. I'm not thinking that he's going to be like horrible, but this is as bad of a spot as you could get dropped out of the chopper, and have to go play in Cleveland. Best of luck to you, Clayton Tune, but won't play him in DFS here. But I could at least see some type of equity there with Deshaun Watson on the other side of things. Amari Cooper, David Njoku, I think at the tight end position, somebody we'll talk about as well. But Deshaun Watson, one of my 5 guys, is he on your radar at all?
Yeah, I like Deshaun Watson. I think he's the most talented player in this range, really, without question. Just how healthy do you think he is? And I don't really know if there's a good way to evaluate this. Allegedly, the beat reporters say he's throwing the ball with more zip or whatever in practice, but he's definitely at risk of aggravation. We already saw that once this year. Doesn't really seem like he wants to play. I don't know. The matchup's amazing, but I kind of just like getting to the runners in this game, which we'll talk about in a little bit. And that's the same thing with Daniel Jones. For me, I'd just rather play Saquon Barkley, but I see the merit to playing him. I like Howell as well. You briefly mentioned him at the top. He's just the most owned quarterback in this range. So I think he's a little tricky to navigate. I think a lot of stacks with him will be contrarian, especially if you run a New England guy back who's not Pop Douglas. So that's just one way I think you could play him. But yeah, I do have a lot of interest in Watson, just based on the talent profile. He's the only quarterback that actually has a legitimate pulse down here.
Speaking of no pulse down here, Taylor Heineke, Mac Jones. Mac Jones is somebody that against Washington, everybody's feasting on the deep ball to Washington. Also 0 people for him to throw the football to. Demario Douglas, he's popular for lots of reasons. 4K, not another human being in sight around him. And I'm assuming Juju Smith-Schuster also confirmed dust. But 5K and below, what are we going to do, if anything?
I think you can sprinkle these guys. What's the difference between Mac Jones and Baker Mayfield today? What's the difference between him and Jordan Love? See, there being very little other than the matchup might be the best in the entire slate now that Washington sold out their defensive linemen. They no longer even have a pass rush. You're still betting on an incompetent quarterback in Mac Jones, and maybe they just embrace the run with Ramondre. But I don't really see there being a big difference between him and Derek Carr. I think you could also look at a Jaren Hall perhaps on your team. And that's mainly just because he can run. I don't think he's going to be an electric passer by any means. That matchup should be a little slower, maybe more defensively sound with the backup QB, but at least Jaren Hall has mobility. At 4,800, I think you could maybe look at it.
Yeah, I think at 4,800, I'm probably going to be hitting pass on that one. It's so gross looking at that offense now and the complexion of it without Kirk Cousins. But is what it is. Brett Ripien, and we're not going to talk about him, right?
No, I don't want to play any other backup quarterbacks. The one I would have the most interest in is Aiden O'Connell, but
no difference between Jones versus Love and Jones versus. I mean, there are massive differences in terms of like ownership that exists, but I think a lot of people are assuming. I mean, I like Baker Mayfield for this slate. If I were playing more lineups, I think I would get there, but I'm not. I'm not getting to him here against Houston still. Like the over of that football game, 40 seems pretty low, but still, Baker Mayfield looked all right there against Buffalo. Tough road spot, but this is improved for that. But Baker Mayfield, I think I'm going to probably end up having Gardner Minshew as that fifth in the last lineup in for me here. I can always change things here as we're getting closer. Anything else at quarterback for you, my friend Matt Gajewski?
Yeah, and clearly there's differences between these guys. I'm exaggerating. They're just all bad. I mean, you can find differences between all their games, but yeah, not too much more interest down here. I'm not going to play Rippin, not going to play Clayton Tune, and I'm probably not going to play anyone like Tyson Bagent, either of these guys. Again, it's mostly a stars and scrubs thing for me at quarterback, with the kind of that cutoff, that floor on the scrubs being like Bryce Young area, and then trying to get as much Lamar and Jalen as possible.
You're getting ready for the college basketball streets, aren't you?
Yeah, it starts tomorrow, man.
Does it really?
Yeah.
That's projections on projections on projections. Who's going to win it all?
Marquette, easy.
Easy?
No, they're just my favorite team. They're good,
Yeah,
though. They're
going to
really
be
good.
so fun to watch.
Yeah, they always are. I love that team.
Yeah. Well, we have the NBA streets. Those are in full swing right now. And right now, NBA treat, get the lineup generator for under $5. That seems like a pretty good deal. So I would fire that one up. If you're going to be playing NBA DFS, I know we're talking NFL DFS here, but the NBA DFS streets have been profitable here with the Sims tool, with the new NBA late swap tool. All of that is extremely, extremely important to my process. It'll be extremely important to your process too once you check it out. But if you want to get in cheap and try out the NBA lineup generator, which takes that Sims tool, gets you some of the best available lineups, updates in real time, $5, $4.99 right now going. NBA treat. Use that promo code and sign up at the link that Jordan Klein, who put together my camera, came over, had a nice, lovely romantic dinner together on Friday. All those things. Yeah. Oh, buddy. Gajewski's jealous. Aren't you, Matt?
Yeah, what'd you eat?
We had Sicilian pizza.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. It's pretty
You
bomb.
fancy.
We are
Sounds
fancy.
good.
I was going to say, we could cut up hot dogs and put it on top for you.
I had 3 hot dogs on Friday.
3? Why? Just because?
What do you mean, why?
You
I
were
have
hungry,
more?
so you ate 3 hot dogs? Why do you eat so many hot dogs and tuna cans?
Well, my roommate is a high school football coach. What am I just not? I have to get hot dogs at the games. What am I supposed to do? Not get hot dogs?
Didn't say you shouldn't get hot dogs. Just 3 is aggressive.
I feel like I was pretty tempered. I could have definitely had more.
Well, let's eat here because the running back position is an important spot to eat at today. We have expensive options. We have cheap options, but the best option, in my opinion, is somebody who's going to be in all 5 of my lineups. It is Alvin Kamara going up against this putrid, horrible, no good, very bad Bears defense. He does everything in the passing game that you're looking for. Jamal Williams, he is an afterthought in this offense. We just simply click on Kamara and move on, don't we?
I think so. He's an excellent play. I don't really have anything else to add. He's on like a historic track for volume. The targets he receives are absurd. He's averaging more touches than he ever has in his career. Now he's not playing with Drew Brees, so some of the efficiency's gone away as it has with age. But yeah, you couldn't really draw up a better matchup for him here. I think he's a very easy click. And another reason I like getting to Kamara and some of the other expensive backs is a lack of stud receivers. And that just comes from Diggs, Jamar Chase. You can really just go down the list. We only have a couple stud receivers to really decide between. So instead, I think paying up for a guy like Kamara makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, he makes all the sense in all the land. Plus, the expensive wide receiver options. I mean, you have A.J. Brown. He's going to be popular. Kupp, he loses Matt Stafford. That sucks. CeeDee Lamb, he's going to be popular, but lesser than an A.J. Brown. We'll talk about that game environment, how we can handle different ways of stacking that one up. Devontae Adams, you're getting Aiden O'Connell. Adam Thielen's now 7,500. For me, the running back position, getting to Kamara is so accessible on this slate with no Christian McCaffrey, with no super expensive wide receivers over the 9K mark, with like no Tyreek Hill and things of that nature. I love getting myself to Kamara as my spend up 8,100. I don't think it's relative to, I mean, it's just so easy for me to find my salaries there, or my salary going that direction, especially in lineups where I'm not stacking up Dallas, Philadelphia. But any contrarian piece here at the expensive range, because Saquon Barkley, I'm a little surprised that he's as popular as what we have listed at 19.3%. He was still effective on the ground. Obviously, the passing game was LOL last week. I'm going to be stacking him up with a Daniel Jones and just try to find some kind of upside there, running it back Jacoby Myers or Josh Jacobs. Not sure yet, but it's such a gross game. And Saquon Barkley, feel like he is kind of the only piece that I really want to go crazy with in any way, shape, or form. I'm getting very, very weird by stacking that one up, throwing it out that way too. But Kenneth Walker, nobody's playing. Josh Jacobs, he's popular. Tony Pollard, he's now the least popular out of these guys, 68 and 100 and over. I mean, it's a little bit nonsensical here. If you had gone back a couple of weeks and seen what the salaries were going to be and what the ownerships were reflective, wouldn't we all just play Tony Pollard this week?
I don't think so. There's alternatives that have similar work in that range. Like I definitely prefer Josh Jacobs. His role is better than Pollard's. And this is a tougher matchup for Pollard. I mean, he's failed in far easier matchups than what we see today. A lot of that's not his fault. Dallas has played a bunch of really weird games where they're up by a ton of points or they're getting blown out themselves. They have defensive scores, so they can kind of ease their foot off the gas. So I don't know. It's been really weird for Pollard all season long. As a tournament play, I think he's fine. I would rather play Jacobs in like a cash environment or a single entry, stuff like that, just based on the volume and matchup versus the Giants, who I find to be much easier than facing Philly's front. But yeah, other than that, I think the talent's still there for Pollard. The one thing I think you could poke a hole in with him is just Mike McCarthy slamming him into the back of the offensive line instead of getting him in space. They definitely do not have the same efficiency in that run game this year with Pollard. And a lot of it, I think, just comes from these inside runs, just straight up the middle with Pollard. Mike McCarthy is calling plays off an Arby's menu. I don't know what's going on with this Dallas offense.
Mike McCarthy by Jordan Klein. Good morning to you, sir. Good morning. Good morning. If only you knew, fam. If only you knew. I love this kid so much. But I'm with you. Mike McCarthy, my favorite coach in the history of the Green Bay Packers, Mike McCarthy, because he found ways to make things miserable for Devontae Adams, for Aaron Jones. We're talking some of the most talented skill players. And speaking of which, if Aaron Jones is going to be unchained for this game, 10% ownership on Aaron Jones relative to a 21.7% Jonathan Taylor, a 13.4% DeAndre Swift that we have going right now. Bijan Robinson, 18.6%. Give me Aaron Jones in this range and hope that I run good, because the Rams, they should have no answer for him here in this spot. His involvement in the passing game, if it does work out for Jordan Love, it's going to be a lot of dink and dunk to a guy like Aaron Jones here. Christian Watson it's been a brutal one for the best ball streets. But how do you feel about Aaron Jones in this lower 6K range? Because I think he's going a little bit underutilized.
Yeah, I don't feel good, and it has nothing to do with Aaron Jones himself. It's the fact that we've literally had this conversation 4 times this year, and I'm going broke playing Aaron Jones, assuming he's going to go. Thinking he's going to go back to his real role. I mean, at what point does this actually happen? Am I doing it again today? Absolutely, because he's the most talented player in the Green Bay offense by far, and the matchup's good for him here. LA's not going to have an answer. This comes down to Matt LaFleur and where you think his touch projection is. The coach speak, he says he's going to be unleashed. Does that actually happen? I'm kind of at the I'll believe it when I see it. But for tournaments, I still want to take shots on the upside, especially with Taylor being owned in a timeshare, Bijan being owned in a timeshare. You might get efficiency and a full workload here with Aaron Jones at a low owned point in ownership overall. So yeah, I like him. Probably going to go broke.
It's going to be glorious though, because we win all the Sklansky bucks, baby. We did things correctly playing Aaron Jones. It is surely not going to work out for us, but I'm playing a ton of, I've got 3 of 5 with Aaron Jones. Best of luck to me. Below 6K now, my friends, as everybody smashes the like button, of course, because it's a lovely Sunday to bet on some grotesque football games. And yes, we're going to do that here. This 6K range, there's some pivots off of some of the chalkier pieces. Gus Edwards, coming off of last week where he went nuts. I'm not going to be clicking that button against Seattle this time around. Rashad White is quite popular. I get it. He's coming off of a decent enough outing against Buffalo. His involvement in the passing game now, 13 targets the last 2 weeks. Those are things that at 5,600 make a lot of sense. I think Cleveland's just a tough one for me to get a grasp on what I want to do in this range. Currently don't have either Kareem Hunt or Jerome Ford in anything that I'm doing. How are you handling this backfield? Because obviously they're nearly 2 touchdown favorites against Arizona, plus 13.5. I kind of am looking at that. That's kind of a nifty one. I'm going to have to click that button. I already did click that button. But how am I handling this from a DFS perspective? Because I don't know what I want to do with Ford or Hunt. Help me.
I prefer playing Ford. I think there's a little bit of untapped potential with him, another week removed from the ankle. His usage was strange last week. It was kind of, all right, we're going to use Kareem Hunt in this timeshare. But then in the high leverage situations, it was Ford on the field. And Ford played well enough through the ankle injury. So I almost think at full health or closer to it, this is a guy that's going to lead the committee, like a 1A, 1B situation. The matchup's phenomenal here. The price is not expensive. So I do want to take some shots on Ford, just with that being in the range of outcomes. But definitely not something that should be, a big part of your portfolio. It's not a big part of mine. But at the same time, I don't know how much you really need to play of him to come in over the field. I'm going to try to reach around 20% in my 150 set.
Okay. I don't mind that at all. I'm just finding it hard to want to land on him at 5,300 when I can go down to 5K. And this is where I think the running back conversation really gets interesting. Chuba Hubbard is at 14.6%. I'm really, really pissed off last week. Did not work out with the Chuba Hubbard exposure I talked about on this show. He was the bell cow back. He's going to be the starter here going forward. He's going to be better and more efficient and on the field as opposed to Miles Sanders, who only played 20% of snaps there. Ramon Blackshear was basically coming in and getting some usage there instead of Miles Sanders. So legitimately Miles Sanders is dust and gone with the wind, but Chuba Hubbard, 5K. I love this dude this week. I like him more than I like I like Devin Singletary obviously down here as well, and that'll be the last guy we really highlight. But Hubbard, are you utilizing him above or below this 15% number?
I'm below right now, and I'm terrified by it. This was probably the biggest thing I was thinking about fixing in my set before we hit record. So seeing you being a little bullish has kind of coaxed me into getting more of him. But I agree with you. The analysis, I think, is spot on. You could have what is close to a feature back workload with Hubbard, ceding only a little bit of the pass game work to Raheem Blackshear, because we're not expecting to see a lot of Miles Sanders anymore. And I don't think that changes. If you look at all the underlying efficiency metrics, Hubbard's just been better. So I'm not really expecting Miles Sanders to get back involved other than a change of pace touch here or there. But yeah, I think he's awesome leverage off a certain Devin Singletary, who's going to be mega owned in this range.
Colin Mahone has a man crush on Hubbard and Michael Pittman touchdown props. I sure do. Nothing like betting Michael Pittman touchdown props every single week until last week. What is wrong with me as a person? That was so tilting, but it's fine. It's fine. We got the one against Cleveland. It's okay. Hopefully we get another one here today, because Michael Pittman is definitely a part of the portfolio here. In terms of any other cheap running backs not named Devin Singletary, because Devin Singletary, 4,300, we can all agree he's too cheap for his role, yes? For what we assume his role to be today, with Mike Boone being RB3, now RB2?
Yep, 100%. He should handle a majority of the touches. The debate is efficiency and the ownership. I don't know if the ceiling is there to just completely bury someone in tournaments if you fade him at this price, because there's alternatives. So you can play Chuba Hubbard. You can play some of the other cheap backs down this range who aren't that much more expensive, or you can just flip the build and play expensive backs. If you put somebody like Devin Singletary in your lineup, there is opportunity cost. You can't play another stud like a Saquon Barkley. Of course, you'd have to make a concession at another position, receiver being the most likely. But yeah, there's ways I think you can navigate around Devin Singletary. I'm playing him for sure, but I'm going to try to come in slightly underweight to him in tournaments.
Last guy to talk about, I think, in the cheap end, Ramondre Stevenson. We're going booing back up to 5,400 here. He's sitting right there next to Jerome Ford, another guy that I do prefer a little bit of Stevenson, even though it has been a eerily similar situation here for what I think Ford and Hunt are going to be in. We're looking at for Ezekiel Elliott and Ramondre Stevenson. But going back to last week, only a 15% target share for Ramondre Stevenson, but you end up losing, what's his face? I just forgot. I just blanked. Kendrick Bourne. Kendrick Bourne ends up getting put on IR, torn ACL, done for the season. It's a huge bummer, but like Ramondre Stevenson has to be getting passing game work if Mac Jones and this New England team is going to be successful. I don't know if they can be. Washington, you can get the ball downfield on it. Don't know if New England wants the ball getting thrown downfield by Mac Jones, and who is he going to throw it to? The corpse of Ty Montgomery, Jalen Reagor, who did not work out in Philly, did not work out in Minnesota. Feel like Ramondre Stevenson's a back that I also have interest in. All of these backs are just, it's Kamara and cheapies for me this week. How do you feel about Stevenson to round out the position?
Yeah, I think he's fine. I don't really see there being a lot of leverage to be gained with him over some of the other guys in this range. I think he's going to be played, not in like some super owned range or something, but people are still going to click him with the matchup of Washington on deck, especially without those D linemen. Just a much sweeter matchup at this point. But yeah, in my portfolio lineups, he's a player that I'm just basically sprinkling, going to be under that ownership mark, but not by a lot.
HDSAA, la. Every time I see this written out, I think of The Hangover. Like, there's no way. Wait till I get my money right. That's such a fire song. But then I think I've seen that movie too many times and I can't do it anymore. What, Jordan Klein? It's a banger. I mean, it's no Nelly, but still. Nelly's still not a rapper in your book?
No.
Really hurts my heart when you say
Nelly's
that.
A pop star.
So tilting. Anyway, guys, Owner's Box, this is not tilting. Getting overlay every single week, week in, week out, over at Owner's Box. You can sign up at the link that Jordan Klein is going to fire into chat here for the people, as well as down below. Now, why would you want to sign up at Owner's Box? Well, I have a couple of reasons, one of which is overlay. It's the best thing that you can possibly run into for your DFS portfolio. And they've had it in every single contest. Jordan Klein, where are we at here right now in the overlay section over on Owner's Box here for today? Because my goodness, it is less than half full. 43% with 52 minutes left here in this program. So much opportunity. We're going to be on overlay watch here throughout the rest of this program. It is too good to pass up. It is a phenomenal feature, being able to play at Owner's Box and being able to know that your lineups, before you even put them in, have positive expected value purely because you have overlay. It makes it so much easier to win over the course of the long haul. Obviously, more money into your pocket, but that's not it. Our Sims package also has lineups tailor-made towards Owner's Box. So the same Sims tools that you do in the DraftKings streets and the FanDuel streets. And as we get out to the wide receiver position, we'll go through the lineup generator. So many great opportunities to be able to fire up lineups over at Owner's Box quickly, easily, and efficiently that have the highest expected value because they come directly from our Sims tool. So Owner's Box, that's another great feature, but that's not it. As if all of those things weren't enough, you're also going to get up to $250 for a first match deposit bonus. A lot of sites, it's $100, maybe $200 if you're lucky. You get up to $250 when you deposit there that you get back in bonus bucks from them. So $250 for a deposit, you could put 50, 100, 250. You're going to get that matched by Owner's Box in addition to a $5 lightning lineup, a $5 additional contest ticket. That's a huge portfolio of goodness coming your way from Owner's Box to be signing up there this morning. Again, the overlay speaks for itself. I love the lineup construction over there as well. If you enjoy the college football streets with a super flex, congratulations. You don't have to worry about a $2,300 Falcons defense kind of a situation like we got here, or not Falcons defense. It's who's the cheap defense on DK this week? The Giants. We don't even have to think about that. The Giants going up against Aiden O'Connell. We get to just simply plug and play our lineups without defenses, kickers, any of that madness in the Superflex contest that they have available over at Owner's Box. So get a full game stack of Dallas and Philadelphia. Get a full game stack of Seattle and Baltimore. Do all of the things at Owner's Box here. Get yourself that $250 first match deposit bonus. Get yourself the Sims tool and get yourself some positive EV lineups to take advantage of the first and foremost thing, the overlay that is available with our friends over there. So check it out. Owner's Box, awesome stuff. App available as well. Really cool product. Check them out, my friends. To the wide receiver position we go. AJ Brown's playing pretty good football, huh?
He sure is. The guy is a pure wagon.
And he's built like a wagon. Is he the Matt Gajewski wagon of the day?
I don't know. I hadn't thought about this. Usually I try to pick an underrated player. I think everybody knows at this point that AJ Brown's just a pure wagon. So I think we could give him that, but we got to do like, who's our sneaky wagon of the day too? Because it takes no skill in saying AJ Brown is awesome, you know?
That picture is so incredible. Absolutely.
Oh, is it on the screen?
It's absolute art at its finest. The Oregon Trail. Matt Gajewski died of dysentery. Oh, that's too bad. Oh, probably from 3 hot dogs on Friday. It's a threaded joke.
Yeah. Keep dissing hot dogs.
Just saying. Anytime you can have like old wrapped up meat, you got to do it. But AJ Brown, Cooper Kupp, CeeDee Lamb, Devontae Adams, that is your 8K range. 4 guys, one of which, Cooper Kupp, nobody's going to click on because he's got Brett Ripien, the Grim Reaper. Nope, there's no joke to be had there. 4 8K guys, how are you kind of breaking this down? Because CeeDee Lamb becomes my favorite if you're talking about $400 difference and all of the ownership coming in on AJ Brown, because I have no idea how the Eagles slow him down in the slot right now. James Bradbury, Darius Slay, they're more on the outside there. Sidney Brown's probably going to have to be taking on a lot of that duty. He's a safety. Best of luck to you, sir. Reed Blankenship playing a good roamer over the course of this season. But, like, my God, CeeDee Lamb should eat.
Yeah, he absolutely should. It was nice to see him come off a solid game, too, where he was the focal point of the offense. That was a concern for me prior, just the target share numbers for CeeDee Lamb, but he was winning on the outside too, so he didn't just need to be manufactured stuff in the slot. It's pretty clear these are the 2 top receivers you want to get to in this range, just with the quarterback changes to Kupp and Adams. I think the real conversation becomes like, what's the field size and the ownership where you really need to start taking Adams and Kupp into consideration as strong leverage plays? I don't think I'm going to do it, especially with the strong running backs that we could pivot to as well. So it's not just, all right, you could pivot to CD or from CD to like Adams for leverage, but I could also just go to Jacobs or something where I have a lot more security with the touch count and I'm not relying on Aiden O'Connell or Brett Rippon to throw the ball to these guys. So that's kind of my approach, playing a lot of AJ Brown, CeeDee Lamb, and when I'm pivoting away from those 2, just doing so at expensive running back.
Okay. I'm just kind of getting to the CeeDee Lamb side of things, and AJ Brown, he's been incredible. We had a lot of him last week. Had a lot of him a lot of weeks, but so is the field. He'll get that artificial bump because you see 32, 36, and people want to click that. I totally get it. Adam Thielen, 7,500. Touched on him a little bit there. Devonta Smith, your leverage off of an AJ Brown if you really want to go that direction, although 20% target share has kind of been through and through what's happened here. 7 for 7, 99 at a touch. Could have been ridiculous in that box score last time around, but I'm really looking at this sub 7K range. And this is where the heart of my lineups are. Michael Pittman, click. Chris Olave, click. Amari Cooper, big time click. I really like Deshaun Watson getting back in the mix here for him there. And then we'll keep the Nico Collins and all those conversations because I like those guys sub 6K, but do you like this 6K range as much as I do?
Yeah, I like it a lot. You mentioned most of the guys that I'll be taking stabs on. I'm playing more Geno than the field, not by a lot, but because of that, it's bringing along DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett, 2 elite receivers. I think that game could be a sneaky shootout where it gets up and down with a decent quarterback play, and we just don't have that in a lot of games. But Olave, he has really good underlying metrics. If you look at him, target share, air yards, you have like the 3-catch, 153 score game from Shaheed or whatever. And then you look at the actual volume, you're like, oh, he only got 3 targets. Chris Olave is still a target monster. So I do like buying low on him. And then Amari's just attached to a quarterback that should be pretty owned in Deshaun Watson. Really cheap quarterback range that he's in. And I think it's going to just bring him along. I have him in stacks, but I'm going to try to limit outside of that.
Okay. I am with you. It's going to be a lot of fun to be able to stack these guys up a ton. It's going to be fun, or in my case, 5 lineups. So they're going to be a lot of shares spread around I took Derek Carr out. I'm not going to do a lineup there with him, but I am going to have some Olave Kamara together, even independent of Derek Carr. I think there's a lot of ways that can work out for me still. No problem with their target shares, being able to click on them together. Let's go to the sub 6K range though, because Nico Collins, Zay Flowers, Terry McLaurin, all of them pulling 15+% ownership. I think rightfully so for 2 of the 3. One guy I'm definitely looking at fading a little bit on this slate is going to be Terry McLaurin going up against New England. It just feels like a spot where against New England, maybe people are looking for that Demario Douglas run back of some way, shape, or form. And Terry McLaurin last week started to get targeted at the clip you're looking for, 12, but just 5 catches there with it. The Sam Howell effect is fully in bloom. Who are you kind of targeting in on upper 5s? Because it's an interesting range.
Yeah, I like the players you mentioned. I have a lot more interest in McLaurin than you do, just with Curtis Samuel being out. I don't really fear New England's secondary anymore with Christian Gonzalez going down. And this game has a lot of shootout potential. The pass rate over expectations is really high for Washington. And yeah, you're going to have some uncatchable targets coming from Sam Howell, but you're getting uncatchable targets from basically everyone in this range. There's like 7 backup quarterbacks on this slate. So that argument's kind of tough for me. Like Minshew right below him, throwing it down. Some of those are going to be uncatchable. Dobbs, those come from Jordan Love. I mean, Marquise Brown's in this range from Clayton Tune. Like, who actually has a good quarterback? If you're willing to go up just a little bit, Zay Flowers does. Lamar, love that game. And I'm playing a ton of Zay Flowers, just having Lamar being my second most owned quarterback. And I am also getting back to the Houston guys in a bounce back spot for CJ Stroud against Tampa Bay, who has that pass funnel defense. You don't have Woods there, so it is a little more condensed with Nico Collins and Tank Dell. You know where the ball is going more than usual, which is why I like the Houston guys. So I'm playing a decent amount of this range. The most is actually McLaurin, then Flowers, then the Houston guys.
All right. Yeah, it's going to be no Terry McLaurin for me still. I'm sorry. I can't really do it. Marquise Brown, 5,400. I have no idea what to make of his role going forward until Kyler Murray shows up. It's just kind of a question mark. Again, Clayton Tune, I do think he's going to do a little bit of running. I think he might be a little bit better. We haven't projected for under 10 fantasy points, though. That's the Cleveland Browns defense effect, and it is just a disaster spot here. So I can't take the shot on Marquise Brown. Similar to wish we had all taken shots on DeAndre Hopkins with Will Levis having his first start there. That would have been mighty good. But yeah, Tank Dell 5,300. That's going to be where I'm falling into. Josh Downs gets a little bit forgotten. He's had the mark next to his name all week long. Should be good to go. Happens in the afternoon window there, Indy, Carolina. Don't mind that contrarian piece. Like him more than I like some of these 4K guys. Anybody in the 4K range that you're landing on? Because I feel like I should have interest in Michael Thomas. I don't. Christian Watson, I feel like I should have interest in him kind of possibly turning those 8 targets into something from last week. I don't feel good about that at all. Feel like I'm not going to be playing any 4K receiver other than Demario Douglas, who everybody is playing.
Yeah, you summed it up well. I think you could get to a contrarian Watson just as the wide receiver 1 for this team. Saints guys, I guess you're kind of buying them high after Derek Carr had a couple of good games. I mean, he very well could again. I think New Orleans can kind of beat Chicago however they want to. But I'm still not really in love with the volume for both those guys. Shaheed has been the best receiver they have, so maybe he plays more eventually down the stretch at the expense of Michael Thomas or something like that. Not playing Cooks, not playing Osborne, not playing Smith and Jigbo. He's getting outplayed by Jake Bobo, which is wild to say. And then, yeah, you've got the tricky chalk piece in Demario Douglas and what you do with him. He's theoretically in line to be the wide receiver 1 for New England. That's been pretty profitable if you've been playing Kendrick Bourne, unlike me, but I don't know for a fact that he's just going to step in as that. I don't know if they lean on the run more, they use more 2 tight end sets. I'm not sure what New England does, but the field is assuming that he's basically Kendrick Bourne.
Let's go to this. Go to the lineup generator here for this one. Jordan Klein, fire this up, my friend. This is where we have the Demario Douglas conversation, and it's one that I think is very, very important to what you're doing this week in tournaments. I found it very interesting what is happening when you save up to 20 lineups here. And again, just what is it, $14.95 here for a week of the NFL lineup generator. This tool is basically taking everything from the Sims tool, and it is doing a great job of encapsulating it and just force feeding you the lineups that you are looking for. I love making the 2 lineups plus 1 run back or 2 lineups independent and seeing how those lineups look. But when you go through and save out your 20 lineups here, you can save up to 20. You can export them directly to CSV. Demario Douglas, no matter how you break it down, contrarian, balanced, no matter where you're at, Demario Douglas is the guy who shows up the most when you keep your player exposures over in the lineup generator. So just save 20 of those puppies for me. Jordan Klein, fire them up, save them, because it's almost impossible to build them out where Demario Douglas does not end up as the guy in everything. Now, I want you to talk to me about a couple of things here. What is Demario Douglas's role going to be within this offense, you believe, Matt Gajewski? Because there are no other wide receivers, and it's not like Demario Douglas is a name that anybody said or even uttered one time before this week. It is a 4K play, though. It is a team that is decimated by injuries, but it has Mac Jones and some volatility that comes with it. How do we handle Demario Douglas in tournaments this week?
Yeah, you uttered his name if you played preseason DFS where he was a wagon there. You play some preseason DFS, Eric, and you know you've had some success. Yeah, he's a rookie out of Liberty. He actually has pretty good athletic measurables. So I don't feel like we're dealing with a Wan'Dale Robinson situation where he catches the ball 2 yards beyond the line of scrimmage and falls down. I think it can give you a little more of that. And then the target share should be fine. He's just competing with a bunch of morons like Juju Smith-Schuster out there. I think the biggest competition is honestly going to come at the tight end position where Gajewski probably plays a little more. He's basically a receiver anyway. And then Hunter Henry. So I don't think he's safe by any means. I understand the ownership. The median projection on him is going to be very high, but I think there is some risk with ceiling in Demario Douglas. But at the end of the day, we just don't know. Somebody's guessing behind these projections, and that's how it is for everybody. So if you have a read on this, I think you could gain leverage by fading him, but there's also unique ways to play him in tournaments too. The matchup is still easy.
I feel like you look at his distribution, like for 68, 95, 99, 7, I always talk about like the bell curve, what it looks like for a specific player. I feel like Demario Douglas, those extremes are in play. I have no idea. I think this is a very volatile situation, but the price, the 4K price is really what I think is ascending him to the top of the stack. So if I were building out 150, I would have a lot of Demario Douglas. I would be having something similar to this. I'm only going to have him in one of my 5 big lineups, and it's kind of an uncomfortable feeling knowing that like in a 5 max situation or a 3 max situation, that is going to be a stand that I'm going to be taking. But the lineup generator, the reason the data is so good here, the data is so good here at Stokastic. And I think one of the things I've learned from the Sims tool and from the lineup generator is that it is okay to play chalkier plays. And it is more about the overall construction of the lineup itself, making sure that I used to have a million rules in Fantasy Cruncher when I was building out lineups once upon a time. And now I can use the Sims tool, even when I'm just playing a handful of lineups, and kind of see what is showing up at the top, see which players have the highest ROI. And Demario Douglas, I think he's definitely a piece that if you're building out a couple lineups, he's still pretty unfadable because of that price tag and that price tag alone. And then the assumed role, because if we assumed a different role for him, he would not be this popular. But we're all kind of flying blind on this one. It's going to be a crazy situation. But do you see anything else sub 4K that you'd even want to click on? And I think that's the other part of the equation is that Wan'Dale Robinson's 3,500. I think he's pivot-ish. Jonathan Mingo, 3,400, pivot-ish. But like, they're a little bit more interesting to me on the 3-game afternoon slate than they are on this main slate.
Yeah, I'd rather play Elijah Moore than them. Just with Deshaun Watson coming back against Arizona. I don't have any interest in Wan'Dale. Again, he's going to catch 4 of his 8 targets, fall down for 20 yards, and probably not score, even against Vegas. I don't care that Darren Waller's out. That doesn't make him a better receiver. And then Mingo, I do like a little bit more. The promising rookie out of Carolina, he's extremely cheap, but there's no way he ascends above Adam Thielen. No way. Whereas you might see Demario Douglas run as that clear wide receiver 1, we just don't know, where there's literally 0.00% chance Mingo is the wide receiver 1 over Adam Thielen, unless there's an injury. Matt Collins, I guess, is somebody to mention down here just with Drake London being out. But I don't think their offense changes under Heineke at all. So it's going to be that run-heavy scheme. Beyond that, it is a very, very disgusting range down here.
It is brutal. So yeah, Demario Douglas, going to be wild. People are saying they're on Hodge and then Juju, who we haven't seen him do much. I like the Rondale Moore shout out. Arizona, they lose Michael Wilson for this game as well. And I can't click on Marquise Brown at 5,400 with Tune in there at quarterback, Clayton Tune, but I think I can click on a 3,200 Rondale Moore, who gets involvement in the running game as well. Some of those, those motion plays where he gets a handoff, takes it 15, 20 yards. Seen that a number of times. The Purdue kid, he hasn't necessarily worked out for Arizona in the passing game, but I mean, it's kind of like what is going to work out in the passing game besides maybe dump offs to Trey McBride or whichever random running back it could end up being. A Keontae Ingram spot. Good Lord, that's just disgusting to say out loud. But I'm probably not going to be taking many shots, if any, on this sub 4K range here. Thought Wandale might be somebody that made its way into one of my 5 lineups, but nope, not going to be for today. Anything else at wide receiver that you want to discuss?
I like your shout out to Rondale Moore. I think that makes sense. Just a price play. Otherwise, I think we hit on everybody that I have significant exposure to.
Just to recap for the people, because wide receiver is pretty wide open. Your highest owned wide receiver is
Demario Douglas.
Okay. I think that's probably the right way to play it, playing multiple lineups. Again, I'm purposely, because of Demario Douglas playing fewer lineups today, I just feel so gross. Everything feels a little grimy about this slate, but that specifically is a piece that I think the lineup generator, the Sims tool, it's really showing that it's not like safe piece of chalk, but I think it's the right piece of chalk relative to the range, relative to what we expect that role to be. So shout out to the lineup generator. You guys can get that for under $15 here at Stokastic. It's the perfect tool to be able to build out lineups quickly, efficiently, and know that you're getting the same power of the Sims tool and getting it put directly into play. So shout out Jordan Klein handling everything on the back end here, building those live on the show. But yeah, wanted to do a Demario Douglas segment because why wouldn't we here on this slate? Well, let's get to tight end. Or actually, let's catch up on Super Chats. We had a lot of those here throughout the show. I think that's obviously one of the amazing things. I'm watching this Dolphins-Kansas City game here in the background. 2-minute warning, 7-point game. I know we're all, what's Loughy, is it? Chap it at the bit, because it's not chomping. I don't know. That's what he told me one time. Kapapi Barra. There we go. Pivot from Hubbard to Henderson. DK, thoughts? I have no interest in anything with the Rams today.
I agree with you. I think Hubbard's already kind of a pivot in his own right, if that makes sense.
Yeah, he's low owned enough. I think people are going to end up on Devin Singletary in bulk. I don't know if they show up in droves to play Chuba Hubbard.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm anticipating, at least. So I don't think you need the extra leverage, if that makes sense.
I don't think you do as well. D Buff, $4.99. DK RBs, White, so 5,600, or Stevenson at 5,400 for a single entry. Who do you prefer between Rachaad White and Ramondre Stevenson?
I think it's Rachaad White just based on the volume, but it's tough for me to say that. It's very close, but I think I'll just take the locked in volume that Rachaad White has versus the timeshare and better matchup that we see on the Ramondre side. Don't feel great about the answer though.
Yeah, I'm looking at our tools here right now, looking the player compare tool, something that's here at Stokastic as well, that awfully nifty to be able to fire this up. We do it all the time in the NBA streets. So taking a look at that, let's see, Jordan Klein, do we have that available here right now? Player compare tool. I'd love to be able to fire that up for the people just so that they can see, oh, look at that. So we can literally put in White and Stevenson and see next to each other which one we should be looking at. Rachaad White, 5,600, beautiful. And then $5,400. Stevenson takes us all of 30 seconds to be able to pull this up, compare the two players. I think based on that, you're looking at a head-to-head where Rachaad White gets a little bit of the spike up. Optimal percentage, a little bit lower his direction than Ramondre Stevenson. Again, that might be the $200 price, but all things considered, we have a slight preference there, head-to-head going towards White. It is so close to a 50-50 though. I mean, we're talking 52-48 in terms of what everything grades out to be. So don't have to make a crazy stand on it. If you're building out more than one lineup, so I think both are fine, but Rachaad White wins in our tools ever so slightly. Let's go to tight end, my friend. This is going to be an interesting position. Why the hell is TJ Hawkinson the most popular tight end on the slate?
I don't know. I think probably just a lack of alternatives in the pass game, but you're still relying on Jaren Hall. So I get it. He's cheap, but man, I think this is a situation where I'd rather just go down, play the cheaper tight ends than Hawkinson. I don't know. I'm playing a little bit of him, but I'm certainly going to be underweight.
Okay. Well, who is your favorite tight end play relative to ownership? Because mine, you want to talk about disgusting. This is like I'm probably going to get torched and have to repent for my sins after this show, kind of a play that I have. But I mean, I'm just shocked Kyle Pitts isn't popular.
Yeah, everything you just said is true.
Yeah, I'm going to be repenting. Kyle Pitts is in 2 of my 5 lineups, and I don't know what to say other than there's no Drake London. I don't trust Mac Hollins to go out and be a dude. We know Taylor Heineke does like to chuck a little bit. If you were going to have a ceiling game for Kyle Pitts, this is the spot. Like, this is just the spot, and nobody is playing him because there are cheaper tight ends, and I get it. He's $4,100. He's not exactly free, and if you've rostered Kyle Pitts over the field in every slate for the last 2 years, you're broke. So that's unfortunate. But I'm going to play Kyle Pitts and just deal with the hatred afterwards.
Why don't you just play Jonnu?
Why don't you just shut up? No. Absolutely not. Go ahead. Yeah, just troll me. When Jonnu Smith scores, you can all at me on Twitter at Eric Lindquist and know that I have not been more upset with something in the history of my life than that against my Minnesota Vikings too. I mean, I swear to God, if Michael Pruitt scores, you will never hear from me again.
Let's hope that doesn't happen, man.
Okay. Just go into a bunker and go into hiding. Yeah. Talk to me about the tight end position, because again, TJ Hawkinson, I think we're both on board. That's a pretty wild one, especially because Atlanta, they've been number 1 in terms of fantasy points allowed against the tight end position this year. Atlanta's been the best at guarding the position, and yet 5,200 TJ Hawkinson's getting jammed here. Maybe it is going to be dump off central. I don't know, but I strongly prefer pretty much every other option on the board relative to that ownership. I think on the expensive end, Mark Andrews makes a lot of sense. Dallas Goedert in the game environment makes a lot of sense. And then David Njoku sitting there sub 4K, somebody I like a lot here. Who are some of your favorite tight end plays?
Yeah, and Njoku's my favorite at the 3,800 price tag. Getting back Deshaun Watson, playing Arizona. He's coming off a couple strong volume games too. Hasn't scored a lot this year, so hopefully the touchdowns come. That's really what drives fantasy production at tight end. But the alternatives in this range are pretty gross. Like Trey McBride, I have less interest in now that they made the quarterback switch. I'll still be playing him. I think he's fine. Otherwise, like Jake Ferguson's more expensive. You have to go up in price to play a lot of these guys. Like Dalton Schultz is more expensive. They seem to just, I don't know, give a 5% pricing boost on all these tight ends. So it's crazy to me to see Njoku being as cheap as he is. That's why he's my favorite.
Okay. Yeah, I think his opportunity has just continued to rise. He's going to be a tight end that I think gets some artificial ownership. People are going to want to click on that button for sure. I get it. He's an athletic freak too, and getting Deshaun Watson back, I think, is a huge upgrade for him as well. But $3,800 relative to his opportunity and its target share too, 17 targets the last 2 weeks. He is trending in the right direction. But I'm just going to play Kyle Pitts because I hate money. That's cool. Logan Thomas, 3,500 against New England. If you're looking for a Demario Douglas run back or a Mac Jones stack run back, which if I were playing a larger allotment of lineups, I would have a lot more Mac Jones. I have 0 Mac Jones as playing 5. I think that Hunter Henry makes a ton of sense as a pivot. If you're going to be looking off of Demario Douglas, and maybe it just ends up being a huge assortment of 12 personnel, Hunter Henry on one side, Mike Gesicki on the other end. I could see Hunter Henry being fantasy relevant here today, but I mean, it's just kind of grasping at straws sub 4K if it's not named Njoku. And then Trey McBride, I think, is just always going to be popular on these kind of slates.
Yeah, it makes sense. It's volume. Just what do we get with Tune? I don't know the answer, but yeah, ultimately I understand. Below this range, I think you're looking at like a Logan Thomas. He has decent volume for his $3,500 price tag. Otherwise, man, like we're going to get real greasy if we're punting below this. Some of the guys you could consider, Luke Musgrave, I've played him at more expensive price tags in this offense. I don't know what it looks like with Aaron Jones potentially being unleashed, as they say. But you have Michael Mayer. He's been involved in some games, just not sure if today's the day. You won't really know. But under the new coaching staff, I think it maybe should be a priority to get their best playmakers the ball. And then you've got Daniel Bellinger for New York. I assume he's going to play most of the tight end snaps against Vegas. Hard guy to project. We only have a small sample of him starting games in the past. That was due to injury last year, but he's 2,500. What does he really have to do for you down there? So I'll throw him into the mix.
Yeah. 2,500. What? Where? Who? What?
Daniel Bellinger.
Oh yeah. I brought him up on the Thursday show with Loughy. I have slowly talked myself off of that play, but now I'm thinking about it again because, Beetlejuice. Here we go. Just
what does
showing
that
up.
mean?
It's just like he snaps, he appears when you say his name 3 times. And you just said Bellinger in my head. And now here we are. I'm like a golden retriever, just chasing after his own tail, doing whatever. Oh man. I'm happy that I'm not playing as many lineups. This is such a wild slate here. Going to be fascinating. Also fascinating for me is seeing what owner's box looks like right now. Would love to see that, Jordan Klein. Also, what is happening here in this Dolphins game? Kansas City ended up winning in the end there. That's great. Good
Hooray.
stuff. Raheem Mostert, 85 on 12 totes. That's some efficiency we were looking for once.
Nice.
Yeah. 57% full at owner's box. Guys, I don't know what you're waiting for. 57% full. If you're building out lineups here right now, if you're done building your DraftKings portfolio, sign up over at owner's box and get yourself overlay. And I'm not saying that as somebody who, again, they're obviously on the screen behind me, but like I'm saying this as somebody who likes DFS, loves DFS, in fact, and thinks it's going to be a profitable thing for years and years to come, as long as you support these sites that are new and upcoming and really trying to make a name for themselves, and you take advantage of the overlay that comes with it. That's what it is. I want this to be a sustainable thing, DFS. It's a lot of fun. If you enjoy it, again, supporting Owner's Box, checking out their site, especially when there's something really good in it for you, seems like a good idea right now. 57% full on their main flagship contest. Check that one out for sure. Guess we got defense. We're going to be out of here. Well, we're going to keep going. We're going to be taking questions. Kane Smith, $10. What are we doing with Tony Pollard on FanDuel? Sims like him, but he has been so inefficient. Thanks, guys. It's a great question. There's a couple of ways to look at this with the Sims tool. One, you're still going to have late swap ability there, having more access to a Tony Pollard over on FanDuel. Two, FanDuel's more about touchdowns. I'm looking at touchdown opportunity, and he's been on the field a lot. Yeah, he's been inefficient, but there's no doubt that in a game that I think shoots up and down the field a little bit here, his receiving game prowess at times, obviously they didn't need to utilize that against the Rams last week, but had 7 targets, 5 targets the 2 weeks before it on the road in LA, in San Francisco, on the road in Philly at the Link. I think Tony Pollard's touchdown equity is pretty darn good here for FanDuel purposes. On DK, we kind of were playing out the pros and cons for it, but how do you feel about Tony Pollard on FanDuel, my friend?
Yeah, he's too cheap over there. I'm willing to buy him. I mean, the volume's still good for Pollard. He's been in a bunch of those weird games. FanDuel's pretty aggressive bringing his price down. So I will happily take the discount.
Malcolm Revamp, what are your anytime touchdowns today? I have 2 that I fired up here. So actually 3 if you talk about the afternoon game here as well. I said Clayton Tune. Plus 1,100 is a big number for a guy that I think has actual wheels. Played at Houston. Am I seeing that wrong? I went back and watched a little bit of him at Houston because I wasn't really familiar with him. I don't think he's going to be good against Cleveland. I think there's a very good chance that he is bad against Cleveland, but considering there's no running back that I trust there's an opportunity, I think, for Clayton Tune to run one in at plus 1,100. How do you feel about that number, my friend?
Seems fine. Yeah, he ran at Houston. I don't know. I don't bet these, so.
Okay. It's a value thing. It's not in any way, shape, or form something that I'm saying this will happen. I do think what will happen is plus 135 Devin Singletary. Nothing like the nuclear chalk getting there.
That's of course going to happen.
Yeah. plus 135. So fire that one up here as well. If you're looking at anything later to CD Lamb, I thought some of the numbers earlier in the week weren't reflective of what his role was there the week before. Again, it's a little bit chasey. Ended up keeping that off the card in the end, but have a parlay portfolio that I had where I was like, you know what? I think I can throw together some of them. I posted that over on my Twitter, on my X at Eric Lindquist. If you're interested in such things, I like the Dak Prescott, Jalen Hurts combined with Lamb and Brown, and just looking for that game to shoot out because, hey, they allow you to put all of them together. You just kind of do it. Let's talk about defense because actually this is longer. I mean, we have 20 minutes left in the show. This is a longer conversation, I think, than what it normally is for defense on this specific week. We have the Packers at 2,800 against the Rams and Brett Ripien getting the most ownership. I think that is totally fair, totally warranted. But there's a $2,300 Giants defense that's facing Aiden O'Connell in his second start. Aiden O'Connell has a lot better skill position players than the average Bear. I mean, the Rams obviously have Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp too, but 2,300 does a lot for me on this slate. I've got them in 2 of 5. So yeah, 40% that would be. Look at me. I can do math. How do you feel about the Giants defense, the cheapest on the board this week, facing a rookie QB?
Yeah, they're a phenomenal play. Those are my 2 most owned defenses, the ones you named. And the one thing I'll say is Sims are still giving you a lot of these, even if they're owned. So, I mean, they're good plays, even with the ownership. I'm not going to be scared off by that, and I'm going to continue playing them myself. And I think it's mainly just like a pricing thing. But yeah, defense is volatile. If you disagree and you want to just mix and match, I have no issues with that either. But those are my 2 favorite defenses, and it's entirely because of the signal colors they're facing.
Are there any defenses, though, that you want to be spending up on? Because this is a week where you get the Browns at 4,200, the Saints at 4,100. They're pulling some popularity. You never see these defenses 4K and above pulling this kind of, unless it's the Cowboys in a wrecking ball spot. They'll from time to time pull some ownership, but like, I can't remember a slate this season where we had nearly 10% ownership on 2 defenses sitting above 4K.
Well, I didn't even know their prices because they're not in the Sims tool. And I just played what it gave me. But it appears I had a little bit of the Browns, 1%, and then the other one is the Saints.
Yep.
The Saints, I do not see in my portfolio. So it appears I have 0. I mean, every dollar go. Oh, I have a little bit of the Saints, excuse me. Every dollar goes somewhere on this slate. So in general, as a heuristic, I don't like paying up for defense, but now I just defer to what the Sims tell me to do on whether they're 2 owned or not. So yeah, not going to be playing a lot of expensive defenses apparently. Has nothing to do with the on-field takes. I just don't really care because it's so volatile.
Yeah, I'm with you. I have 1 share of Cleveland, and then I have, the Giants are just so cheap at 2,300 in their situation that it's hard to get off of that. And I think the Sims tool was always going to, when they're projected for over 8 fantasy points against Aiden O'Connell, and then the top defense on the board is sitting at 10, there's obviously massive volatility there, but the 2,300 allows you to put a lot of money, a lot of other places. I think for me, it's more of just like Browns and Saints feel like your 2 defenses most likely to score a defensive touchdown against, the corpse of whatever they're running out there. Again, Clayton Tune, plus 1,100. That's a pure value thing for an anytime touchdown based on what I think if they do get in a goal line situation, which might be surprising to me even. I think his equity goes way, way, way up there. But then the Saints defense going up against a guy who's thrown the ball nowhere down the field because they can't really allow him to. He couldn't do it against Vegas in that win that they ended up having. Tyson Badgett. I just was blanking on the name there for a second. 25 for 37 against the Chargers. It was a lot worse than that, though. Had the 2 picks, didn't really do anything. And once he was forced to have to throw, it looked a little bit problematic. So I think it makes sense. Any other defense, though, that you're targeting here? I'm a little surprised the Falcons aren't getting a little bit more attention, 3,700, but I guess it's just kind of a nowhere price. Any other defense that you have interest in?
My next most owned defenses are the Eagles, the Commanders, the Rams, and the Ravens, because the Sims told me to.
Because the Sims told me to. Hey, the data is smarter than us. That is a absolute 100% fact. No doubts about it. Malcolm Revamp, we talked about his super chat. Ace of Spade, $2. DK tiers, he asks. Thanks, guys. So for those who don't know, he always asks about DK tiers in the NBA streets. What's different about the NFL streets is that you have to be very conscious of correlation. Like I'm looking for correlation throughout. So even if it might be lower projected here. I'm trying to pull up this as we're going along. I don't know why this just disappeared on me, but yeah, looking at DK tiers here for my guy. This is going to be a wild one. It's taking a second. How's your life, Matt?
Really good, man. How was yours?
My life is really good. I feel loved today. I feel loved.
Yeah, you had dinner with Jordan Klein. It must be nice.
I did, dude. This little cuddle sesh. We needed it. We needed it. Foreman's was packed, though. That pissed me off. Anyway, Lamar Jackson, Jalen Hurts. I'm going to go to Jalen Hurts there. You also get the late swap ability there. And if you want to go to Dak Prescott for the correlation, completely understood there as well, because you get to the next section, tier 2, going to be CD Lamb if you want to get different. And then Alvin Kamara is the chalk, and he should be in tier 2. So Alvin Kamara. Tier 3, going to be Devontae Adams or Adam Thielen. Probably prefer Adam Thielen. Very close, though, in terms of their projections. Josh Jacobs definitely in tier 4. Tier 5, looking at Derek Carr for sure, especially if you're going to play Kamara. Tier 6, Michael Pittman or Chris Olave. They are dead neck and neck. And then tier 7, Bijan Robinson popping for us, Rashad White in tier 8. Hopefully that helps you a little bit, my friend. That is straight off of our projections page. So great stuff here. Again, the data, smarter than I am. That is for sure. Who are your top stacks for today's slate, my friend?
My top stacks?
Yep. Who did you end up stacking up the most?
Hurts and Lamar. That's just a product of them being my most on quarterbacks. I was forcing stacks with all of the signal callers on this slate. Do you want the receivers?
Yeah, I want to know who you ended up stacking up Lamar Jackson with the most.
Zay Flowers.
I was going to say, it feels like at the price point, Zay Flowers is great. 6,800 Mark Andrews, a little bit of a luxury item on today's slate, but I'm playing him in one lineup independently. I'm just not going to be. Yeah, actually, no, I'm not. I don't have him anymore. What did I do? I screwed something up. Oh, well, we will figure that out here after the show because, well, I'm just going to put a late swap piece in there for sure. That game locks, though, in 13 minutes. So if you want to play Mark Andrews, you got to do it now. That's for sure. Demario Douglas, Elijah Moore. Well, what are we looking at for the head-to-head here, my friend? What is this, Jordan Klein? How helpful are you? Why are you so helpful to everybody who isn't me? Oh, no. You're just pissed because the Dolphins lost? Probably not as pissed as Nick Lepre. Probably not. Probably not. If you had to lock in one QB for a GPP, who would it be and why? Ooh. See, these are the kind of prompts that I am here for, Matt Gajewski, because, well, it's a show that we still have 12 more minutes of. I'm telling you, if I had to play one quarterback and one quarterback only at their current ownerships, it would be Dak Prescott. I think that makes me want to vomit. Like, it makes me want to vomit. But it's him or Jalen Hurts in some capacity. I think Jalen Hurts, a higher floor for sure, but just relative to ownership right now, I got to say Dak Prescott. How about you?
My favorite is Hurts. I know it's not really contrarian, but I think there's ways you can build it.
Yeah, it's not. It's not contrarian at all.
Then if it needs to be contrarian, put Bryce Young in there.
Oh, God. Shield my eyes. Just play Adam Thielen, and then you get all of the offense in one player that just look good on Minnesota right now.
That's true.
So tilting. So unbelievably tilting. All right. Is it cuffing season? I don't know what that is. Like handcuff? Like we're looking for like the backup of somebody, the backup to the backup. Raheem Mostert. Then you get the Jeff Wilson Jr. behind it. I don't know. Somebody liking Crowder. I didn't even know that Jamison Crowder was on the slate. Is he?
I don't like Crowder either.
No, thank you. No, thank you. I know that you're looking at Curtis Samuel being out and Jamison Crowder probably gets the slot, but no, thank you.
I don't know if he does.
Oh, my goodness. Looking at the rest of the top stacks tool here, too, as well. Philadelphia, 17% top stack percentage. Why don't we fire that up on the board here, Jordan Klein? Because, again, we're talking through our stacks, our favorite ones on the board. Philadelphia, Baltimore, by far the highest percentage chances of being the top stack here. Dallas, not terribly far behind, I suppose. New Orleans, Cleveland, Arizona, dead last. Oh, yeah, Chicago, Arizona, just absolute filth, absolute disgustingness. But yeah, Dallas, this is definitely kind of the stack that I'm starting to wish that I had more of, but I'm going to be playing a lot in the afternoon slate. I'll be able to just fire that up ad nauseum. Obviously won't get as much leverage as you would get on the main slate for it, but going to be firing that one up. Very excited about CD Lamb to just run it back here this week. If he doesn't, I will be in shambles and poorer than I was yesterday. 10 minutes to rock. I think we got pretty much everything handled in terms of talking about the top stacks percentage there. Bijan scares me having them though. Yeah, I don't have Bijan Robinson today.
I have some of Bijan, but I understand why you only have 5 lineups, but I understand.
Yeah. So much to do, man. You ever take care of, so you have a dog, don't you?
My roommate does.
Oh, your roommate does? Do you ever watch the dog when your roommate's out of town?
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of work.
She sleeps a lot. It's not that bad.
Oh, that's helpful. My dog legitimately just runs into your dick when you walk in the door. It absolutely happens. Jordan Klein's like, yeah, it's true. It happens. He bulldozes directly at you and he will not stop playing until like you go to bed. He just wants to play all the live long day. And there's nothing I can do about it. Everybody's like, excuse me. Yeah. Pause. It's true though. It hurts. It's a lot of work, guys. And I'm in shambles right now. I need my wife back here. I can't do this by myself. You taught him that, huh? I did not. He came that way. It was not a custom option on the dog button. Who's your highest owned running back today?
My highest owned running back is, sorry, I was on the receiver tab.
Alvin Kamara for me.
Mine is Saquon Barkley.
Saquon Barkley. I like that contrarianism.
Me too. Hopefully he gets another 42 touches or whatever it was.
It was something close to that.
Yeah.
Hopefully Demario Douglas doesn't completely, absolutely nuke the slate. I hope he does well enough that the Sims tool looks very, very smart, but then doesn't do well enough. Are you playing? Somebody asked about Van Jefferson in my DMs. No.
Nope.
No.
Nope.
No.
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 Can't do it.
Don't do drugs, kids. Become a pop star and get them for free. Oh, it's almost going to be Love Actually season. What's up, Jordan? Oh, yeah, I got you. We'll get it thrown. Yeah, phrasing. I'm working on it here. 7 minutes to go. Pulling up the Discord as we stand here. Going to the premium tab. Another great offering that we have here by joining Stokastic, being able to kick it and talk. Barkley, Gallup, or Jonathan Taylor and Singletary for DK cash. You should absolutely have Singletary for cash. There are no situations you shouldn't be playing 4,300 Devin Singletary with the majority of the backfield in cash.
Yep.
Got to double check my cash lineup here as well. Do you have any Keontae Ingram interest?
Not really. I think it's still a timeshare.
Do you have any Kenneth Walker Jr. interest?
Little. It comes down to opportunity cost. I actually have one lineup in my 150 set of both Ingram and Kenneth Walker, so you can see the interest level is low. With Ingram, I think it is just going to be a timeshare regardless of Amari DiMercado being in or out. He's out today, but still think we see multiple backs. Walker was out snapped by Charbonnet. That's a timeshare too. It's not going to be Kenneth Walker just holding it down with a feature back role. And he's priced up near some of those elite studs that need that role. So Kenneth Walker, not a priority either.
Yeah, Kenneth Walker, not going to be a priority for me. Lamar and Aaron Jones or Dak and Pollard on FanDuel. God, Aaron Jones, he's going to be a problem for me today.
Same, gonna go broke.
Yep, 2 of 5. Nothing like just sacrificing 2 lineups to the DFS gods before we get out of here, that's for sure. But hey, if he gets in the box, I'm going to feel good. If he gets the opportunity, I'm going to feel good about the play because I know the ownership will not be there. Drop any last questions for Matt and Eric. Grown Simba, you got it there in the premium Discord. Appreciate you. Just give me all the questions. I will rapid fire them. We used to do a 5-minute counter where we just fired off every question as fast as possible. Those were good days. And also, this is the first slate in a long time where we had 10 games. It looks grotesque. I think we talked through all of the main key points on this slate in depth, utilizing the tools here over at Stokastic as well. But let's see. Anybody else got something? Prescott is going to let you down. Gee, that's nice. Jordan Addison. No,
I don't love him. Playing with Jaron Hall is pretty tough.
really tough. Did Jaron Hall do anything in the preseason?
He wasn't very good in the preseason, though. That's not a good sign either.
No, it's a really bad sign, actually. It's a really, really bad sign. Kyle Pitts. Yeah, no, Kyle Pitts is going to make me cry. That's for sure. Jahan Dotson or Michael Thomas 1v1 on DK?
Dotson.
Let's see. We got a couple of these in the YouTube chat. Jasicki, Otten, or Schultz? I have Cade Otten in one of my 5 lineups.
Schultz.
Shit. Should I be doing that? I feel like Daniel Bellinger, the 2,500, I did add him back. I think I took him out of that lineup. So maybe that is what happened. I just was looking at it here. Cool. Kenneth Walker or Jerome Ford. Those are not in the same price tier unless FanDuel, they might be. I don't know. I didn't end up doing anything over on FanDuel. Disgusting Edwards. Anybody going to play Gus Edwards? I will not be today. Are you, Matt?
I'm playing a little bit, not much though.
Okay. Taking Dotson over Michael Thomas. Yeah, I think Michael Thomas would definitely be the one that I want. Douglas going to make people cry no matter what happens. Absolutely.
Probably, yeah.
That's kind of part of the fun.
It's his family.
What's up, Jordan? I thought you said something. Did you not say something, Jordan Klein? No? Okay. I just want to give you attention. Am Matt going to smash? How many glizzies are you going to have after this?
I'm going to take a nap after this.
Oh, you're not even going to watch football right away?
No, I'm tired. Stayed up too late.
You're the glizzy gobbler.
Yeah, no hot dogs today, man. Just a nap.
Okay, let's chill. Hey, tomorrow, yay. Some people there. One Justice Hill dart. Hell with it. Justice Hill, yes or no?
Hell with it.
I love that. I love that way of putting it. Elijah Moore, worth a damn. No, he is not.
I think he's a little more interesting than you do, but yeah, he's been bad.
Look at you go. Look at you go. Saquon Wandale Giants DST stack work. I don't really think about stacking up my DST like ever. I can't remember the last time that I actually thought about actively doing that.
I'm not playing that.
I actually have a lineup. One of my 5 has this exact combination of players in it. I'm looking at it right now. Wandale, Barkley, Giants. Yes. And it's a Dak Prescott Dallas lineup. I have 2 skill position players without Daniel Jones in it. Surely that is going to go well, but it gives me some extra swap ability. We got 2 minutes and 8 seconds left. Nico Collins. That was the last question somebody had. Yes, always Nico Collins.
Yep. Love Nico Collins.
Cool. Smash the like button for us, people. I know we had the Miami Kansas City game going today. Really appreciate we had nearly 3K people watching this entire stream here. Still 2.2K people hanging out here with us. Smash that like button as we get out of here, as we head into, get yourself some of that run good for Sunday DFS. That's for sure. Check out Owner's Box as well as we get out of here. Again, you could still build out a lineup super, super quickly by signing up over there, getting some positive EV simply by taking advantage of Overlay. So do that. Overlay is nifty. Overlay is neat. Overlay is something that tastes like a treat.
Overlay does rule.
What? It just started rhyming. So cringe. I can't help it. Just cringe me on cringe. It's the new camera thing. It's throwing me off a little bit. I got to get used to looking up, and it's a little bit higher, and I don't know, my hand moves a little bit slower. It's not in real motion. That's going to do it for us, friends. Back at Gajewski, any final words for the people as we get out of here?
Yeah, thank you guys for hanging out with us. Good luck to everyone today. Hope someone takes down something big.
And when you do that, why don't we leave it this, Jordan Klein? Get the Awesemo/Stokastic Hall of Fame. Again, it became the Stokastic Hall of Fame. We haven't been Awesemo for a while. But anyway, the Stokastic Hall of Fame, I'm just so used to saying Awesemo HOF. Tweet us at Stokastic HOF with the avatar. Get yourself to the top of the leaderboard. If you do, you're going to get a free month of any Stokastic package of your choice. That's up to a $200 value right here on the screen just by having the avatar up there. So if you are starting to bank a GPP, let me just say, if you don't have that avatar, you still got time, friends, because we just need to see that lovely screenshot. Stokastic.com/avatar is where you go download it. Tweet it at StokasticHOF over on X. Get yourself that Sims package. That would be lovely. Sims and data package together. The Sims Max package, up to $200. Really good stuff, friends. But He's Matt Gajewski. Go follow him, Matt _ Gajewski. Jordan Klein doing a phenomenal job producing all the live long morning. Extra half hour for him too. That was disturbing. You got to get up really early, my friend. Oh, it's great stuff. But you got to hang out with EMac, so it's all good and well. I'm Eric Lindquist. Go follow me at Eric Lindquist. I'm going to get myself the heck up out of here. Best of luck here on week 9, everybody.